Good afternoon. Today is November 29th. Is that right? 2022. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 1 p.m. We're going to do the invocation and the pledge, but before we do the invocation, we got no news on Friday that our past administrator, Randy Oliver, passed away, and I would like to have a moment of silence, please. So if you would all stand if you're able. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today and thank you for your blessings. Pray that you can forgive us our sins as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lord, please give this board the wisdom and the understanding to be open-minded and listen to the public and work with them so that we can have a better Citrus County. Father, I'd like to thank you for our first responders and keeping them safe, our law enforcement, and our military, men and women of our military. Thank you for them, and thank you for them protecting our rights. Lord, please be with Randy Oliver's family and give them peace during this terrible time. And thank you for all that you do for us. In your name, amen. Amen. At this time, Phil Watson's going to do the Pledge of Allegiance for us. He's a 25-year veteran with the U.S. Air Force, and he is a county employee, and we're very thankful for him.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. At this time, clerk, would you please do the roll call?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 29th day of November 2022. In attendance are Chair Ruthie Schleba, First Vice Chair Holly Davis, Second Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Diana Finnegan, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Thank you. Board, I am looking for approval of agenda with the addition of G1 for the board dates.
Motion to approve the agenda with the addition of G1.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a first from Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Board, I'm looking for approval of the consent.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I approve of the consent. However, under B4 with SwiftMed, we're just approving their 5-year work program, but I would also like to have a presentation.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 5-0. Okay. I'd also like to welcome our new county administrator, Mr. Steve Howard. Thank you for coming aboard. We're looking forward to working with you. And is there anything that you would like to say?
I am as well. Thank you for the community. It's been amazing. Actually, as I'm out in the community, I've had a lot of folks come up to me. Staff has been amazing. I applaud the staff. I knew they were amazing before I got here, but even more so, county attorney, we've had a lot of conversations, the board as a whole too. So we're excited about moving it forward in our family as they begin to transition to Citrus County. We're excited, and thank you for this opportunity. Looking forward to partnering with each of you, the community, as we move Citrus County forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Madam Attorney, we approve the consent in its entirety, correct?
Yes,
Thank you.
Mike, we'll schedule that
B4. Okay.
at a later meeting.
Thank you. Board, I'm looking for an approval for a motion for approval of proclamations.
I'll make that motion to approve and authorize the board to proclaim the month of November 2022 as Diabetes Month in Citrus County, Florida.
Thank
Second.
you. I have a first by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0, and if we can all go down and read this proclamation.
While they're coming down, for all those individuals representing Diabetes Awareness Month, come forward, please. You help me out. Whenever you're ready. You ready? Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida proclamation Diabetes Awareness Month. Whereas the Florida Department of Health and Citrus County are leaders in diabetes prevention and education efforts. In the United States, 37.3 million adults have diabetes and another 96 million individuals have pre-diabetes and are at risk for developing type 2 diabetes. And whereas diabetes affects Americans of all backgrounds and ages, is considered a chronic and debilitating illness. And whereas uncontrolled diabetes put people at risk for serious medical complications, including premature death, vision loss, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, and dialysis, nerve damage, and amputation of toes, feet, or legs. And whereas proper nutrition, physical activity, diabetes screening for at-risk groups, and self-management education are the cornerstones of treatment and prevention of type 2 diabetes, can effectively improve outcomes. Whereas Diabetes Awareness Month is an opportunity for Citrus County citizens to unite to increase individual and community awareness, change lives, and stop the diabetes epidemic. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida does hereby designate the month of November 2022 as Diabetes Awareness Month in Citrus County, Florida, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
I just wanted to say thank you to the BOCC for the support of this proclamation that highlights the need for education for diabetes. Diabetes diagnoses in Citrus County have been on the rise for the past 2 decades. In 2019, 16.7% of adults in Citrus County had been diagnosed with diabetes, compared with only 11.7% of diabetics in the state of Florida. Undiagnosed and untreated diabetes causes a myriad of health problems, including but not limited to chronic kidney disease, heart disease, blindness, amputation, and even death. Treatment and education are integral to diabetes management. Citrus County is also behind the curve with diabetes self-management education, with only 39.8% of diabetics ever having taken a course, compared with 66.3% of diabetics in the state. The Citrus County Department of Health, along with Elder Options, currently offers a free 6-week education program, with the next one starting January 5th at the Homosassa Library. And again, thank you to the BOCC.
Thank you. At this time, before we open it to the public, I just want to remind you that you have 3 minutes, unless you have a letter on file, and you get 5 minutes, that we are here to listen to every one of you, and we'll sit here and listen to every one of you until the last person has spoken. And you know, I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you all being here. I hope that you stay till the end of the meeting. There'll be further discussion on this. But we ask that you come to the podium, you fill out a green card, you give us your name and your address, and that you know, no personal attacks, show some decorum, and we are here to respect you and appreciate what you have to say, and I'm thankful for you being here. So If anybody would like to speak at this time, please step forward and fill out a card.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paul John Reinhardt, and I live in Beverly Hills, Florida for 44 years. The First Amendment came up to me by various people. It was concerning our meetings and the fair and meaningful access to our county commissioners. Now, a lot of people attending these meetings, they have to pay for childcare or arrange their work time around the meetings. So essentially, there was word that we'll do away with the first date and time certain, of that we could comment to the commissioners in the beginning. And what I wanted to say, we need that predictable time certain. Wait until the end of the meeting. There's no time certain on that. Now that violates our First Amendment right, but it's coupled with the 14th Amendment, because that notice requirement is a due process requirement under the United States and the state constitution for public commentary. Also, I want to bring up another point that's been gnawing at me. I have a current lawsuit that I'm researching for 4 attorneys that gave me briefs. Now, I brought lawsuits, important lawsuits, back in the 90s and back in the 2000s. And we do not have a proper law library in this county. So people bringing civil cases or defending criminal cases also do not have meaningful access to the courts under the First Amendment. And I don't know if it's under you guys or the chief judge, but in the 90s, I went to the basement of the courthouse. I litigated my brother's case up to the Supreme Court of the United States. A lot of local lawyers knew about it. I also was a law clerk to Cliff Travis when Scott Adams had lawsuits going to the Supreme Court. And in the 2000s, they moved the books to the Inverness Library. Now, the Inverness Library has a computer, but it's a bare bones subscription to law information. Every time I'm on that thing, I flick it and they say it's not included. So I also have to run to other counties. Now, also as a cornucopia, I support SwiftMud. They objected to the turnpikes. I think we should keep the wildlife corridor. And as far as MSBUs, I don't like any new ones coming in. We should look at the cap rate that Duke Energy pays. It's not a proper cap rate. Jeff Green knew about that. And we should have permitting fees for Airbnbs. I visit friends, there's 12 cars at a time, and that's a burden on our infrastructure. We should look at doing those fees instead of raising our MSBUs on our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Steve Meckler from the failing state of Maryland. Moved down here in 2013, Hope Republican County, and I was confused. I was a Blue Dog Democrat all my life. We were raised with conservative values. It's been an interesting past year. We've seen their commissioners that are Republicans dig their heels in with socialist values to corrupt little children's minds. I oppose that. We've seen farmlands sold, 300 acres and plus, to bring more people in that we can't even afford to keep. I mean, our roads are in bad shape. Everybody knows that. We don't have the infrastructure. Why we got rid of that green space is beyond me. So also, I'd like to speak today about the rumor was that I heard is we want to stop the public session in the beginning of the meeting, which is tyranny, the same tyranny that was submitted on Jeremy Brown, one of our nation's top heroes, Master Sergeant, 20 years, awarded the Bronze Star twice, sitting in Pinellas County Jail. He had to be silenced by Joe Biden because he released the recording of the FBI trying to recruit him. So I'm all against silencing us. And by the way, Jeremy Brown's trial will begin next week. They're going to do jury selection. The government tried pushing for 6 months to keep a jury trial away from it, stating that it's too sensitive information for us to know. It finally was overruled. They're going to start jury selection next week. So please keep this in mind. I'm confused. I thought when I joined the Republican Party, it meant conservative values, and no one's speaking out about it. Republican, God knows what it means. But I'm a conservative, a true conservative, and that's all I have to say. So thank yous.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Joe Meek. I'm the mayor of the city of Crystal River, and I apologize. I wanted to be here last meeting, the organizational meeting, but my family and I were up north during the week of Thanksgiving. But on behalf of Crystal River, we just wanted to congratulate everyone for being up here. Chairwoman Schlabach, congratulations on your chairmanship. We're so excited. And to the new commissioners, Commissioner Finnegan and Commissioner Bays, we are so excited that you are here. I had the honor of working with Commissioner Finnegan when your previous role with CASA, and then obviously serving with Commissioner Bays. And I can tell you that we're so excited for the future of Citrus County with the 5 of you in the leadership positions that you are. And then also to welcome Mr. Howard as the new administrator. And want you to know that if there's anything that the city of Crystal River can do to work with you, partner with you, help you, we want to do that. And, you know, I say it all the time in Crystal River, that Crystal River is at a very special time in its history, but the reality is Citrus County is, and there's a lot of things happening and a lot of exciting things. And with you guys leading the way forward, we're extremely excited and know that we're in great hands. So just remember, the west side is the best side. So no, don't. I'm sorry. That was probably the wrong thing to say. I actually had to go apologize in front of the Inverness City Council this time for saying that. So we all get along. But congratulations, and look forward to working with everyone here.
Thank you.
Jack Martin, Spring Hill, Florida. The reason that I came today is the very reason that I ran for the congressional seat in August. There is a move on the part of government, both federal, state, local, to minimize the voice of the people. One of the ways that they do that is by moving their comments to the end of the meeting when nobody else will be there to hear and have a chance to know what's going on. In Pasco County, the school board there, when they were going through an issue, moved us to the end of the meeting, and then when that didn't work, they turned off the recording of the meeting so nobody would see it. What you're doing is violating the very reason that you've been elected. Our nation's documents say that you're elected to rule by the consent of the people. And by the consent of the people, it doesn't mean they voted and gave you more votes. It means they consent to what you're doing. Moving the comments to the end, make people who have a one-issue item and can be done and out of here to a point where they sit here for hours. I traveled from Spring Hill today to say this. It would mean I would sit here for a very long time just to get up and say what I'm saying right now. I want to challenge you to listen to the people today. Leave the public comment at the beginning. What you have is issues that you will deal with on specifics. Those people will be here anyway. But you're going to make everybody else sit and wait through all of that when they have no purpose for being here other than what they want to say. I ask you with all of my heart to consider what your role is and to comply with the will of the people. Thank you.
Folks, we please ask that you don't clap during this time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sabrina Watson. I'm here speaking for the Exceptional Life Project today, so I'll take 5 minutes, please. The Exceptional Life Project's mission statement is to raise awareness of items that are of concern to communities and citizens by providing community education, develop and encourage engagement of citizens, and research and document items of concern. I'm in a storytelling mood today, so I'd like to tell you a story about Sheriff Mack. In 1988, Sheriff Mack ran for and was elected Graham County, Arizona Sheriff. During his tenure, federal officers informed the sheriffs of the state that they would be required to enforce the so-called Brady Bill and run background checks at their expense under the law. In 1994, Mack and 6 other sheriffs from across the country challenged the constitutionality of the Brady Bill and ultimately fought it all the way to the United States Supreme Court, where they won a monumental decision for freedom. Sheriff Mack currently teaches, consults, and empowers people around the country and around the world. He started the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, which educates both citizens as well as sheriffs and other peace officers on the Constitution and their limitations of power according to the Constitution. According to the CSPOA, we have 3 branches of local government. The sheriff is our executive branch, the Board of County Commissioners is our legislative branch, and the state attorney is our judicial branch. Today, we're going to talk about the legislative branch, the Board of County Commissioners. The executive branch will be coming soon enough in a several-part series titled The Michael Waite Story. Part 1 can be found on Rumble now. The Board of Commissioners serves as the governing body of the county government within the framework of the laws of the state of Florida. The board is responsible for providing and executing policies concerning the operation of the county, enacting local ordinances, and appointing citizens to various boards and advisory commissions. The board is also responsible for adopting the annual budget, which includes establishing the tax rate. The last paragraph encompasses just about every function of the county. So what does that really mean to the citizens of Citrus County? I actually will cover this a little more in depth later today, but for now, suffice it to say that the agenda memorandum to be read by Chairwoman Ruthie Schleybaugh has been explained to you. The part that reads, any concern under the jurisdiction of the board, literally means anything that may pertain to the citizens and the running of government here in Citrus County. County commissioners are elected to protect and serve the citizens of the county. For those of you that need an explanation, let me help you. If the Board of County Commissioners can ignore your emails and your attempts to communicate with them as a citizen with a desire to be protected and served, you should remember that on Election Day. Never fear, though, some of us in the county will continue to remind you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sabrina.
I'm Beryl St. Jacques from Beverly Hills. The public speaking section belongs at the beginning of the meeting when we can vote, when we can talk about the issues, not after it's all a done deal. You people were elected to serve us, not to do an end run around us. And I think that's a dastardly idea.
Yeah. Folks, while the next speaker's setting up, we've asked that you don't clap. That's the second time I've asked that. And I would ask that you don't comment from your seat. It is disruptive with people around, and this is their time to speak, and you shouldn't be interrupting. Thank you. Ma'am, this is the second time I'm going to ask you to please stop commenting from the chair. You're welcome to get in line and speak. Okay, that's your third time. If you continue, Okay, ma'am, that's the second time I'm going to ask you to stop. Thank you. Go ahead. You get your full 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Barbara Ann Ocasio, and I live at 10258 North Gardner Way, Citrus Springs, Florida. Last time I came and spoke was right before you voted for the money that is spent on dangerous pesticides and herbicides that are not only harming our fish and wildlife, but human life as well. I asked about the dangers and was told that the chemicals we are using are safe, and the manatees that are dying are further south from us and not here, and we are following the science. If we use the same chemicals here as they were using down south, how are our fish and wildlife safe? How are the people here not in any danger? Just how much tax money is being spent on pesticides and herbicides? Go to YouTube and type in FWC contractors spraying invasive plants on Lake Okeechobee, or FWC sprays herbicides on private lands at gunpoint. You will see the videos come up. What you will see are how men in hazmat suits in all different directions spraying without regard of their surroundings. You can even see the chemicals landing on private property. That's pretty scary. No private property is to be sprayed without permission, but this is what's happening. I have a copy of the 2019-2020 Aquatic Plant Control Program Work Plan sheet, which shows different chemicals that they are using and still are. In the Tulsa Apoca Lake only, I counted 15 different chemicals in one lake in 1 year. And I can't even pronounce half these chemicals they're using, but they all say keep out of reach of children, caution, and a first aid list with a hotline number, with precautionary statements of hazards to humans and domestic animals, environmental hazard, and so on. But a couple of the ones you are using are even more deadly. 2,4-D is one, and that was one of the ingredients that was used in the making of Agent Orange. Yes, the same Agent Orange used in the Vietnam War. It is also known to give you cancer, among other things. Glyphosate is another one, more commonly known as Roundup. And this has been linked to a number of adverse effects: birth defects, miscarriages, cancer, DNA damage, autism, learning disorder, and so on. We are overspraying for what? So boats can ride smoothly in our waters? What about our children running around and enjoying their childhood, jumping around our land and our waters? What about our future? The children are our future. Please take a look into what we really are doing to our county. We're killing ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I did enter some articles.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Martis, and I'm glad I have the opportunity to speak. I hope it's not the last time. I'm a single mother. That's why my glasses look like this. My son is autistic from probably chemicals, I agree. I want to salute all the veterans. CASA is a great program, thank you. I'm a little bit nervous today. I don't know why. I had all these ideas and the perfect thing to say, but and see my glasses, now I can read your name, Schleibach.
Very good, thank you.
I'm sorry. When you said in your opening statement, forgive those who trespass against us, that gave me a great opportunity to say the Lord's Prayer, and I thank you for giving me that opportunity. My son was failed by the public school system. I now have to drive an hour to Lecanto every morning to drop him off. There's no way I can come back and stay for the end of the meeting until after it's over, because you don't know what time your meetings end. So, but good luck, and please do the best for the county. I'm serious, because a lot of people depend on it, and there's a lot of good people. And again, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the idea to pray.
Thank you, Margaret. Margaret?
Your green slip.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Karen Hoadley. I'm chair of the Citrus Hills Cambridge Greens 1 Sewer Committee and part of the Homeowners Association. I'm here to talk very briefly about E6 on the agenda, FDEP, and the item number is LP 09019, the incentive program. My part I'm going to speak about is the $4,000 each homeowner that has been slated as part of this program for Cambridge Greens. We've been working for 2 years as a group with the goal to help with financing and communication with our neighbors. Most of our neighbors are senior retirees. We started with the cost to the homeowner between $12,000 and $15,000, depending on plumbing costs and landscaping repair costs. And that was, at the time, late 2019, early 2020. We're now at approximately $9,500, again, depending on plumbing and landscaping repair, and that includes the $4,000 that we're hoping that gets approved today. Some of it may be a little cheaper, just depending on where your lot is, et cetera, et cetera. What will the cost of things be in 2024? I was very happy to hear about this incentive program, but according to a local plumber, that he stated that what was about $4,000 per lot to have this run for the homeowner could very well be $10,000 by the time the project's finished. So, one step forward, two steps back. What can we do? Most of our residents, like I said, are elderly seniors retired on a fixed budget. We're in an unprecedented economy, as everybody in this room knows. 40-year inflation, property levels going down, taxes, utilities, insurance. The only thing that isn't going up is the 401 and the IRAs. Those are tanking too. The list goes on. $9,500, $10,000 is expensive. By the time the project finishes, like I said, it could be very high. There have been a lot of projects that have been tagged by the federal government, the American Rescue Plan, Inflation Reduction Act, and a few others. The county has given us a few things for it, but this is the biggest amount that we've been able to get for our project on the homeowner cost side. Oh, am I running out? Okay. So in previous meetings, I'm done.
You have 3 minutes, thank you. But we will be talking about this again, and you will have time to come forward and finish if you would like. That will be on is it E6? Yes.
B6.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you'll have time to finish your thoughts. At this time, though, we do have a 1:30 time certain. So we need to move on to that business. And then if you all want to stay there and you can, or take your seat, just know your positions, and then you come back up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, this is a public hearing for the notice of intent to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments.
At this time, we're going to have open to the public for a public hearing. Would anybody like to come forward and speak on H1 for the use of the uniform method of collecting the non-ad valorem assessments? Is there anyone that would like to come forward to talk about this? Is there anyone opposed to this ad valorem? Okay. So we will be closing the public hearing portion of this. And board, I'll be looking for a motion to adopt and authorize the execution of the resolution for Citrus County.
Motion to-
go ahead.
Motion to approve item H1, A, and B.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Do we need public comment at this point? Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. H, is it? Nope, we got to wait till 1:40. So we're going to go back to open to the public. So the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Hinkle. I live at 102 North Short Line Way in Cambridge Greens, First Edition. Retired city councilman for 18 years. Congratulations to you ladies who just were elected, and we'll be praying for you that things go well for you. And it's an honor to serve the public when you get up here, and it's a big challenge. Once you get on this dais, all you commissioners, you're no longer Democrats or Republicans, you're our people. So I want to say I support all of you because it's a tough job. Steve Howard, welcome aboard. We have a great county here, and we're looking to a great future under you. The thing I come forward today is, since I live in Cambridge Greens, I'm on the board of directors for the Cambridge Greens First Edition Homeowners Association, and we've been trying to figure out getting more money for the people. As the previous speaker spoke about the monies, what it's going to cost. We don't know what it's going to cost in 2024. They're supposed to start this project in April of next year, and then they'll move along with it. But $4,000 that's mentioned here is appreciated. But I talked to I can't think of the senator. I can't remember his name right now. But I asked if he could help me. He says, why are you paying any money at all?
Exactly.
I wonder if there's any CARES money back that could help with this, or if you spend all the CARES money. But it's a worthwhile project because a septic tank costs way more than that. But when you're retiring on a fixed income and with the loss of your 401ks and all, it's a real challenge for these people. And I notice more homes are going up for sale out there because, well, the people is, I can't afford $10,000, $20,000 for a sewer line, but we love the place and neighbors are great out there. But it's a time to see if you can do a little bit more. I know the comments have been made, well, we can't do more than we did on other projects. Well, those projects are over. This is a new one. And you look at each one, and I know monies are different, but I know I'm running out of time, but I want to thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Hinkle. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Laura, and I would like to speak on item number 02. To start, I would like to refer to Madam Chairman's benchmarks that she gave at the last meeting. Quote, to give the community a platform to be heard and to be respected. Your thoughts and concerns are of value to me. I will be a government official who will take the time to listen to what you have to say, ideally leaving behind the frustration and confusion. To provide open communication with the community so that I may understand what is important to our constituents. And so with the agenda item to move the open to the public to the end of the meeting, I believe that this is limiting access to you by the citizens, resulting in frustration and confusion. And I have questions. How are citizens going to be able to judge when the end of the meeting is? If that can't be determined, citizens likely will have to sit for hours to be heard. What will be the end result? Once the concerns are voiced, will there be any dialogue or will the meeting just end? And also mentioned was that there are other means of communication with you. One is by phone, and this has prompted questions on my part. With as busy as all of you are, how often are phones answered? If a voicemail is left, how often does a citizen hear back? Success rate of this option? By email, how often are these responded to? Success rate of this option? Is the only result that the emails are then public records? Madam Chairman, I was very encouraged by your opening statement, and I hope to stay encouraged. I ask you to leave the open to the public as it is now. I have another statement I'd like to make, and that's about when you're deciding on fiscal policies. I ask you, you know the makeup of this county. It's a lot of retirees. So every time when you're making fiscal decisions, remember that you have people at all income levels, and some are better able to absorb it than others. We have a big tax hike coming up that's going to hurt all of us, and inflation is already doing that. You all know this, you're citizens of this county as well. It affects you. So when you go to reach in our wallets, do so very carefully and do the things that we need to have, not the nice to haves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marianne Weatherington, and I live in Citrus County. And I was also going to talk about the open to the public time. How to cook a frog. Most of us have heard the old story about cooking a live frog. Just put him in a pot of lukewarm water and turn on the heat. The frog will sit there as the water gets warmer, then hotter, until it's boiling and he's cooked. Well, frogs really aren't that dumb. They will jump out of a pot of water as it warms up, or at least they will attempt to. They will not sit still and be boiled alive. But what about people? When you take a tiny slice of a citizen's rights away, they shrug their shoulders. Most citizens are not educated enough to even know what is happening. let alone fight it. For example, if we were to take away a right to an AR-15 from a gun owner, in reality, it's a simple rifle, but to some citizens, it represents a way to feed and protect their families. Eventually, when the water is hot enough to cook us, or there are no guns to feed or protect us, we become victims. Is that what this board is attempting to do with open to the public time? Is this board attempting to cook a frog or the people? And if so, what will be the next pot? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, it is 1:40. Mr. Howard?
Yes, this is a public hearing on an ordinance pertaining to criminal background checks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I need to read the ordinance by title.
Thank you.
Commissioners, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Section 2-67, entitled Criminal History Screening Requirements, providing for severability, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. At this time, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on H2, the ordinance pertaining to criminal background checks? Is there anyone that would like to speak for it? Ask again, going once, twice. Is there anyone against this ordinance? Would you like to come forward and speak? Once, going twice. Okay, thank you. We'll be closing the public portion of this public hearing. Board, I'm looking for a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to execute this ordinance.
Motion to approve item H2, A and B.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Bays. All in favor?
Aye.
We have a 4-0 right now. We'll get back with Commissioner Davis. We have a wildlife presentation at 1:45. So I will take the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donna Rummel, Inverness. I hope we're all doing fine, and I hope the new commissioners are going to enjoy their positions. I'm just going to reiterate. Please clarify why you would be removing the public speaking portion that would occur normally around 1:30 that allows people to leave work and come here and talk to you. In my own situation, I have to have somebody home to help take care of my brother. God, I got lost. Okay, and other people would have to pay for daycare for their child. I hope, okay. And what exactly does this benefit and at what cost? I hope it is not the elected officials attempting to silence their constituents through an intrusive timing roadblock as well as a financial roadblock. There would never be a financial component or hardship. There should never be one for us to speak with our elected officials, our elected officials. But this will certainly create one. You cannot say that this would save the taxpayers money or time. We already know how that is working. For example, money laundering to so-called mental health organizations with $60 million in assets. Minimum rent of county taxpayer properties to pet nonprofits. Rent being paid to Inverness for some business office space, yet the county gives away its properties for minimum rent to pet nonprofits. Financial gifts to pet nonprofits, i.e. 50 grand in CARES Act money, no accountability for the sheriff's budget, and I only have 3 minutes, so the list goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. At this time, we're going to go back to H3, the 145 time certain presentation. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing the Florida Wildlife Corridor a chance to give you a little bit of an introduction to our organization if you're not familiar with it, and to extend an invitation to you as well to an event that we're going to be hosting in Crystal River coming up. Go ahead.
And sir, could you give us your name?
Yes, I'm sorry. Jason Lauritsen.
Thank you.
I'm the Chief Conservation Officer for the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation. Our organization has been undertaking an effort to connect and protect and conserve an 18 million acre footprint of wildlife corridor throughout the state. We were thrilled last year when the state legislature agreed unanimously to adopt the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act, encouraging the protection at all levels throughout the state of conservation lands and keeping some of those in working lands as well. Go ahead. We are working with communities. The Florida Wildlife Corridor gets involved in communities through expeditions and films, presentations, and murals. Go ahead. With an effort to protect the wildlife of our state and the habitats as well. Go ahead. And that 18 million acres connects the Nature Coast here to the Everglades and the Okefenokee Swamp, all the way over to Alabama, and the wildlife and the water that connects Floridians and supports our way of life and tourism. Go ahead. Next. The Nature Coast is connected through the Withlacoochee State Forest and a number of the Chassahowitzka National Wildlife Refuge. But there are areas within the corridor that are unprotected. So if you take a look at this map, you can see the dark areas are the areas that are already in conservation. We've been protecting conservation land in Florida for over 100 years. We have 75 state parks within the Florida Wildlife Corridor that are connected within this, this network of wildlands. There are state forests, national forests, preserves, springs as well that are within this network. And the light green areas on this map are those that are not connected in any protected fashion as of yet. So when you visit Crystal River, when you take a trip to the Goethe State Forest or the Withlacoochee State Forest, you're going to be seeing wildlife that's there as a result of the connections that are currently in existence. And if we lose some of those, if we get a further fragmented system, then there will be impacts to our water, to our local economies, and also to the wildlife. You can go ahead. Just got a couple of shots. You can kind of scroll through these. Got black bears and, of course, our manatees, red cockaded woodpeckers, the Florida Springs, waterways, lots of recreation opportunities. And you can go to the next one. Okay. This connected landscape within Florida is something that really resonates in the Nature Coast. We did an expedition here a little over a year ago. We brought 3 teenage girls to be our highlighted trekkers, and they joined Mallory Demmett, Carlton Ward, and Joe Guthrie, who had been our previous expeditioners, and took a trip from the Rainbow River, starting up at the Spring Head, down the river to the Withlacoochee, and ending up in Homosassa as a part of an expedition to showcase what the Nature Coast is for these young ladies and to get inspired by the next generation of Floridians. And we created a short documentary film, which we're going to be screening in Crystal River on December 12th. We'd love for the commissioners and the community to show up to that. It's going to be at 5 o'clock. We're going to have a mural unveiling, I should say, at 5. And then shortly thereafter, we will have the screening. And the whole goal is to help us become a resilient state and preserve and protect those special areas that we've been investing in and value for so long. As I mentioned, we've done several expeditions and films and murals as well. If you want to visit our website, floridawildlifecorridor.org, you can take a look at some of those films. There are several short films that are available online. This is Canvas of the Wild, Kelly Quinn, who is a muralist that has already put up a mural right there on 5th Street and 35 Northeast 5th Street. So if you get a chance to stop by on the 12th to visit us and have some refreshments and meet the artist and take a little Q&A, the Trekker girls are also going to be there at that event, and we'd love to have you get a chance to meet some of the hometown heroes here. Go to that next one. And following that, we will go across the street to the Crystal River Pump House and Historic Water Tower, where we're going to show the Home Waters film. So we hope you can join us. Click the next one. If you take a look at this map, just really quickly, this is Citrus County, and the entire border of Citrus County is part of the corridor. Everywhere you match up with Levy and Marion and Polk and Hernando, there's corridor. And there are several gaps in the corridor. And the Florida Wildlife Corridor is hoping that we can partner with the county commissioners and with the county staff to do some planning to make sure that we don't, as we grow, we don't lose some of the connections that we'd like to keep and that we value. We understand that growth is going to happen. It's a positive thing. We want to have vibrant economies in places like Citrus County and keep the values and the culture and the quality of life high here. So we'd love to partner with you and be happy to meet with you on the side or see you on the 12th. And that's it. If there's any questions, I'm not sure if there's time for questions. I'd be happy to.
Thank you, sir.
Entertain some.
Board, Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, thank you for coming today. I actually ran into Mr. Ward at one of the marinas when fueling up boats there and had a nice conversation with him. I don't know if that was this past summer or the year before, but he said he was up here getting pictures for this project. So interesting fellow for sure, and obviously very talented. The mural over in Crystal River, my understanding is that there's something embedded in the mural that folks with a smartphone can get some kind of information about this corridor project. Can you tell us about that?
That's right. Our muralist, Kelly Quinn, she's done several murals around the state, and they insert some smart chips in there. And if you scan your phone over it, that can take you to a digital ecosystem where you can learn more about the wildlife, the habitat, and the Florida Wildlife Corridor. And that's something that Canvas of the Wild is building, not just with this mural, but with murals around the state to help get people out into the corridor that can't necessarily get there on their own. So yeah, we'd love it to be an asset for not just the people walking down the street, but also for schools to take a look at. They can access it from a smartphone or from their computer as well, but you can get it right up there in front of the mural also.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Right, thank you all.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. I had an honor and a privilege to serve on your board previously, and it was a great privilege. So thank you. And I just want to give a shout out to Ernie Olson, who is at our Marine Science Center. He's been very engaged with you and with our young youth program in helping the one that you kicked off at Rainbow Springs. So Ernie does great work at the Marine Science Center and helping shape what you're doing for the future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Bates. You've been a good supporter of the corridor, and it was great to see you at that event last year. And certainly that Marine Science Center is a treasure. And two of the young ladies came through that center, and it's what inspired them. So there's a lot of good work going on here locally, and we love to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Point of clarification, you said the mural is at a different place? It's not at the pump house?
The pump house will be where the film is shown, and on Fifth Avenue. It's 35 Fifth Avenue Northeast in Crystal River.
Okay, because I took a quick look at my calendar and I think I can be there, so I'll add it to the calendar. And you don't know me, but I am fully in support of wildlife corridors. I am an outdoors person. I actually I think one of my 8th grade goals was to go into forestry, and then I quickly ended up in a different direction, but a lot of things in 8th grade, right? But my happy place is in the woods and wildlife and scuba diving and things like that. So I'm fully in support, and I'm jealous of the expedition. I would have been happy to do that.
Yeah, well, Commissioner Davis, thank you. I appreciate that voice of support. And we've got another expedition coming up in Northeast Florida, so we're trying to share the love. But we're going to keep coming back to the Nature Coast and help you guys get the thing connected. So
super, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan, did you have anything? No. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to jump back to open to the public. Thank you for being patient. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Donald Clark. I live on 9099 South Great Oaks Drive in Floral City, and I'm here to talk about Chaswitzka. I could go on a lot longer than 3 minutes because it's the most important place to me, but I have 4 questions I hope get answered today. First, why in the world did you want to stop management of Chaswitzka? Are you unhappy? Did it cost you too much money? Second, why in the world at the same time that you want to stop managing it, do you want to assume ownership of it after 30 years? Because you want to sell it? Number 3, why? Because you have a disagreement with SwiftMud, would you want to drop SwiftMud? They may control Pinellas and Hillsborough, but I say that's a good thing for us because that means they have a lot of money, and they do give us a lot of money our way. And fourth, who exactly is behind this? Because unless I get a good explanation today, I want to know that. But I still have a little bit more time, so let me tell you about the Chaswitzka. When I was 18 and just moved from New York, I went to the Chaswitzka to get solitude and fishing. I rented wooden boats from Maggie May, and I dove off the dock. That was where the main thing you used to be able to dive there. And I thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world. And when I moved here, I camped there with my granddaughters, and I taught my granddaughter how to dive, snorkel, and go through some of those little caves. I'm a cave diver, and I was close behind her, so it wasn't scary. But I taught her to do that. I fish there. I collect fish there because I'm a native fish collector. I took friends from my group, national group, the North American Native Fish Association, to Chaswitzka, and it ended up in their national magazine. I have met people from all over the country there. I have been forced by a manatee to spend time with it. It wouldn't let my kayak go until I did that. Chaswitzka is a magical place, and I have a lot of questions for anybody that wants to cause it a problem. I think that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Diana Bolus. My address is 6389 East Loden Street in Inverness. I just have 2 things to say. One would be, please do not change the meetings. A lot of people have moved here. They're going to have questions. There's going to be so many more people coming to the meetings, and it's just not right. It really isn't. So if you could just please leave things the way that they are, a lot of people would appreciate that. It's hard for change, especially when people have come, from across the country. We just don't need any more change. It just doesn't feel good. The second thing I would like to talk about today is I would like to have a meeting with Mr. Howard, and I would like to let the board know about a problem with a builder in the area who is really should be stopped from building. in my opinion, and he's leaving homeowners with tens of thousands of problems with their house, and they won't address the problems, and it just is a giant mess. And it needs to be talked about. It probably needs to be in the newspaper, and homeowners need to be able to come forward about this and expose this, because it seems to be a scandal unlike one I've never seen. And if you could just please protect people from this builder, and whatever you can do to stop this from continuing, because building mass amounts of houses in a very bad way, not coming back to fix anything, all that does is put homeowners in a really bad situation, and we have nowhere to turn. The building department cannot help, and there's a lot of people that are really upset. So whatever you guys can do to get to the bottom of the scandal, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Nicole Joyner. I live at 40 North Robin Hood Road in Inverness. This is my granddaughter. She is one of your younger citizens of the county of Citrus and Inverness itself. She's 3 years old. I would like the record to reflect I am very nervous as I stand here today. I am wearing my grandfather's World War II dog tags to remind me what courage is, and to give me strength like my grandfather had when he laid his life on the line to storm the beaches of Normandy for this country. I have a few things regarding safety that I would like to bring forth to the Commissioner's office. One, there's a signal scrambler in the heart of Inverness that I've been told these scramblers were placed in their current positions over the helipad, over the hospital, and over the school for multiple reasons, including keeping children off their cell phones while they're attending class. This may sound reasonable to some citizens. However, these cell and internet scramblers put the poorest people and victims of domestic violence in an unsafe environment. As we all experience here in the city of Inverness, our calls drop when we come into this area. We can't get directions to load on apps or our individual devices that we pay for through private carrier services to operate, and can't use them to even call 911 or connect to a web search to locate help, as the device will not operate properly. We are forced to join an internet connection that belongs to a corporation like McDonald's or even the government access point here within this courthouse. These access points are monitored by administrators in charge of that access point. This is a direct violation of our individual rights to privacy and safety issues to all residents, new and old, in this county. The second thing I want to bring up in regards to the EOC, I noticed that it's in the 3.5 years that I have been here at 40 North Robin Hood Road, the ambulance response time is greater than 30 minutes. I have experienced personally 911 calls I make do not go to Citrus County EOC, they go to Sumter County. I have asked both the EOC centers in Sumter and Citrus multiple times over 3 years to address each other and correct this problem. But to this day, this issue still remains when I dial 911 from my home residence. The EOC is where victims of domestic violence are use first call for help. We dial 911 in the event of an emergency. These calls are recorded and they are maintained by tax dollars. The information held on these calls is documentation, mostly victim documentation of a life-threatening event that they are going through.
Ma'am, your time is up.
And my time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll address your issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Tammy Fields, and I would like to address the issue, I live here in Lecanto, of individual, the public speaking, being at the beginning of the meeting. And I have a neighbor, and there's a couple other women that wanted to be here today. And she wanted to express that, in my opinion, considering too, she works 5 days a week from 7 to 3 p.m. And she'd like to have a fair chance to attend the meetings. I'm sure not the only one who's unable to attend because my scheduled time. Not everyone retired it's only fair for everyone to have a chance to attend the meetings. And I filled out a sheet for her, and she's willing to talk with anyone as far as the phone number as well too. And my concern is why is the reason for the times to be at the end of the meetings and not at the beginning? And when I was here last time, I kind of felt everything in the agenda was already decided ahead of time, and I felt like it wasn't being really listened to. And I was pretty distraught by that. And I'm asking for maybe consideration so there's more public input, especially with being elected officials, to help with that. And I know there's a lot of retirees in our community as well too that probably don't go online to see all the meetings. I know I don't as much. For me personally, to be here, I'm self-employed, had to have somebody there that I'd like to be able to oversee what's going on. But to be here, I had to fulfill that position to be here. So then also would like to address, I've understood about individuals being forced to have sewer and water, and they've already had their wells. Personally, I want to keep my well. I do not want city water and the chemicals in that water. So, and plus with the increase in the taxes and financially with all the increasing for individuals in the community, that's a large expense for them. So to force that to me is totally wrong. And as far as the wildlife, and I'm looking at the construction here, I'm up against, I thank God, the Withlacoochee Forest, where it's the closed breeding section. So I'm seeing the coyotes, I see the animals, they kind of come up towards the property, etc. Well, I'm seeing them coming off the property. They're wanting to eat. There's been a lot of housing in different areas in the Suncoast coming in. It's really forcing them to get more food. And there's a lot of people posting a missing dog or cat. It's like, hello, take a look. I hate to say the coyotes are there. I have guardians to protect the property because I don't want the animals, and I'm not about, I think, they need to have more food, and I hate to see all the construction from them. And also, I'm sorry, I'm nervous right now. There's a lot of things would like to see addressed that don't have really time for. So I'm asking, please listen to the community input. And I appreciate that I've been able to call and speak with each one of you in the past with the water runoff and the things like that. My trash bills went up.
Tammy, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello.
Hello.
I would like to discuss the agenda item by Chairwoman Schleback.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
states,
Could we
and I-
have your name and where you live, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My
It's okay.
name, Nancy Hockmuth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to discuss the agenda item by Chairwoman Schleback. It states, and I quote, "One area I believe could benefit from adjusting is our public input process." I couldn't agree more and would like to make some suggestions. The chairwoman's speech has included ways to meet with citizens, but not a single one of those ways would actually include a large percentage of the county or even the district. So how about a schedule of town halls in which all commissioners participate and take a public input, say quarterly? As a citizen, I'm asking my Board of County Commissioners to actually hear the people in a town hall with a minimum of twice a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next speaker, please.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Spring resident. First of all, welcome, Mr. Howard. All right, now, O2, open to the public. I have been a attending citizen for over 12 years. Twice a month I come, I sit for the entire meeting. People come sometimes, and they're here to put out their grief at that point in time. The meeting needs to be open to the public at a time certain possibly. In other words, you have your regular meeting, we get rid of the one at the beginning like we're having right now, and you have a time certain, and you say, okay, time certain is 2:30, we now have open to the public. Most organizations that I have belonged to, and I've been belonging to longer than you guys have been up there, so, have their open to the public after all of the business is done and it's at the end of the meeting. The suggestion by Chairwoman Schleba is a good one. Okay? Most citizens are allowed, if they come to a meeting and attend it, and they read their information, when it comes to an item that they are interested in, if there's a motion and a second, there is plenty of time to come up and say what they have to say about that particular item. It keeps the flow of the meeting going, and it gets your input from the citizens on that particular item that you are talking about at that specific time. If they went online, they can always get the backups. All you have to do is go on the website, and you can get the meeting, you can get the agenda, you can get the backups, and read the information that the commissioners get. It takes time. If you have a problem with something, you need to do the backup and do the homework, not just come up here and complain. Okay? And I think that if you made it either a time certain or at the end of the meeting, you might give 2 open to the public. One where they have the open to the public after the attorney has said hers, where they normally do. Give your rebuttal as to what was said, and then give them one more so that they can rebuttal what the commissioners had to answer to their, they can give a response to what the commissioners had said to what they're talking about. And like I said, my first choice would be time certain. Maybe 2:30 in the afternoon, you do it. A lot of people can get here for a 2:30, okay? Get past this, get past that. And I know people do work 7 to 3, whatever. So if you have a time certain, it makes it a specific time. You stop what you're doing and you bring to the audience what's going on. And I appreciate all 5 of you. And it's nice to see you.
Thank you, Janet. Next speaker, please.
Alana McCarty, Homosassa Springs. I'm here to address the commission for 2 separate issues. The first one being M1 under Commissioner Kennard's heading. There's been a lot of questions over time regarding the scientific direction of the board and the decision-making process that SwiftMud has made for flow measures, for what they're, removing water from different areas, things like that. I know the most recent thing has been the CHAZ. I'm a biologist by education and work for the state, also for other NGOs that deal with water data. And I would like to support at least investigating moving over from SwiftMud to Swanee River water management. If you look at the past data that Swanee River has gone on their votes, just in their board, and kind of how they supported public comment, they've been a lot more open to supporting some of those issues. So I would like to at least see that exploration happen with the commission. And then the second thing, I would like to support the moving or doing a time certain on the public participation. And simply for the fact that I think if you moved it later in the meeting, it would allow people that were of working age to be able to participate and engage further into the meeting. The only other suggestion I would have would be to maybe move one of the meetings during the month to an after 5 p.m. meeting, so that people that still are, in the working community and are entrepreneurs or business owners or whatever, would give them time to be able to come and engage with you more. So that's my 2 comments.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Todd Cloud, 8615 West Highland Street, Homosassa. Open to the public. Personally, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. It's not broken. It is a very good way for people to get up here and voice their opinion and give you directions that we need. So please don't change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clown. Is there any other speakers at this time? The clock is running, so.
Would you reset the clock, please? Hi, my name's Bob Rudemiller. I'm from Floral City, and I'm the current chairman of the Citrus County Water and Wastewater Authority. I'm also a member of TUFAR, a water resources organization, been in existence for 30 years. I'd like to address the question about the severance from SwiftMud. It's agenda item M1. I'd like to make a comparison. Just as our brain monitors and controls our blood circulatory system, so does SwiftMud monitor and control our water systems in Citrus County. For example, SwiftMud monitors and controls 12 Tesalolate structures, the Wyson structure and 2 structures at Lake Rousseau. Also, they're monitoring wells, multiple wells, surface water quality in hundreds of locations, aquifers, and springs. All of these items are monitored through a central wireless communication system, very extensive, and all the monitoring and reporting goes back to their central offices. In turn, we get updated information from people like Mark Fulkerson. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of Mark Fulkerson. He makes public presentations. He puts out a regular newsletter, and he also has articles in the Chronicle. Just yesterday, another excellent article to keep us informed of what is happening in our water system in all of Citrus County. The other thing that SwiftMud does is they do a 50-50 cost of projects cooperative funding. This in itself, if we dissolve our relationship with SwiftMud, we would lose thousands and thousands of dollars in cooperative funding projects. Projects such as watershed studies, coastal projects like seagrass analysis, spring analysis, that would all be dissolved. It would be gone. I don't understand why we're even considering dissolving a relationship with SwiftMud. And another entity coming in would be starting at ground zero. The logistics of doing this are insurmountable, in my opinion. Something very interesting about SwiftMud is that 30 years ago, SwiftMud lobbied in favor of Citrus County to get the entire, both banks of the Withlacoochee River indicated or as part of Citrus County. They were our partner to do that for us 30 years ago. I don't know how we can turn our back on such a wonderful partner as that. So are you really willing to terminate all of these services due to a discrepancy regarding a boat launch? Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Tracy Edgman Hernando, Florida, and I'm here to talk about, of course, the open or the O2. All right, from an optical perspective, this looks like you are trying to silence the voice of the people because if I understood right, the vote came first and then you listened to the people. Well, how do you know what the people think and how the people feel and what the people want if you don't hear their voices first? So optically, this being the very first meeting after the election, it wouldn't be a good thing to silence our voices before you take the vote, if that makes any sense. And I think that each one of you want to represent the people that you are hired to represent. And remember, you are hired. You're not just elected, but you're hired. So we want to see everyone succeed so that the county can succeed, if that helps to understand things. I know each of you can take things, comments can get brutal. I've actually said some brutal comments before, passionately on subjects that I truly believe in. And otherwise, I don't come here all the time, so you don't hear my voice all the time. So I'm asking you, before you jump on the bandwagon of silencing our voices, remember that's one of the reasons that America is very angry right now, is our voices have been silenced. And we're not going to allow that anymore. It might sound like a good idea, but one day you may look back and in retrospect and say, no, it wasn't. Because it will affect all of our futures, not just yours. So we do respectfully ask that you take us into consideration and not just your desire as to the timeframes. I didn't see that it didn't work. And as somebody said, if it's not broken, why fix it? Okay, so thank you. And I'm done
Thank
before my
you.
time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I can hear you, but I have to, no, please come forward. Excuse me. Can you take over for a moment?
Yep.
I'll still be able to hear you.
I don't have much to say because this is my first time being active in a meeting. I moved here in '95, and
I'm sorry, could you give us your name?
I apologize. My name is Tracy Duncan. I live out in the LeCanter area, and I just wanted to share that it's been an honor being here in Citrus County. I was drawn here in '95 because of the beauty of that Citrus County has to offer. I'm originally from down south, which we lost out of our beauty and our farmlands and everything due to vast amount of growth. So I would like to say, please, in any of your decisions, please, please be so careful on how you allow our county to grow, because we have a lot of nature coast that we can lose. So please be very mindful of how we grow. I ask that with all sincerity. I've moved 3 times in my life because of overgrowth and crime, and you know how it goes from there. My other thing, I agree with the gentleman about Swift Mud. There's a lot of experience in Swift Mud. They do, from what I know, an excellent job in trying to preserve and do what's right for the environment and so forth. So I ask, please, you know, be very cautious on your decisions on moving it. And the other thing, I do think that our meetings that they've been talking about changing to the end and that sort of thing, please, again, keep us in mind that we need to be heard. You're not going to know what's our concerns or what's going on in the community if we don't have enough time to share our concerns and know what's going on and be able to hear from you as well. So if you could please just keep those things in mind, it would be graciously appreciated. And I pray protection over y'all, and may God bless you in any of your decisions, and just keep the people's best interests and hearts in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Is there anyone else right now that would like to speak and open to the public? Okay. Commissioners, would you like to address anything?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Davis, and again.
I'm still preparing my notes if somebody else wants to go.
I'll say a few things. Let's see. Don Clark, I appreciate what you're saying about the Chaz. There are some questions. We need to, do you have his questions, Mr. Howard, that he had? Okay, so we will address those questions for you. As far as stopping the management, that happened through probably years before when this board was even in existence. And the county attorney, do you want to address any of that, any of the questions, or how do you want to get Mr. Clark's answers?
We can certainly get together with Mr. Clark. I can tell you that the request to transfer management of the Chazowitzka campground from the county to forestry came from a request from Swift Mud. Mr. Ken Frink, who's now with Crystal River, he was back with Swift Mud back then, and he sent an email asking our folks to get together with his folks in forestry to transfer management of the campground to forestry, because it aligned with forestry's management of other Swift Mud assets in the area. So the county didn't make the request. The request was made of the county. And there, you know, we can get together with Mr. Clark to answer his questions.
Okay. Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark, we will get with you. We'll answer your questions, but you can't comment from the. Okay. Mr. Clark, I would personally meet with you. I'm happy to get the information you need. And I know for a fact that I am not willing to give up access for our citizens to be able to get into the Chaz. So that is something that we're all looking into. That is right now in a legal situation, but I think that is very important for the citizens that we have access to the Jazzowska. So I'm going to make sure that that is something that is very, very high priority for the citizens of Citrus County. But if you would like to make an appointment and I will get more information, I'm sure any one of us will meet with you, and because you have some very good and important questions. And thank you. There was something said about O2, and we're going to go into that deeper. But the way the agenda items go, you have a motion, you have a second, you have open to the public, and then you have a vote. It's been said it's the other way around, but that's not how it works. So everybody will have a time to talk on each agenda once there's a motion and a second before there is a vote. Barbara, I don't know if you left. I know you have a daughter that you take care of, but I am 100% with you about pesticides. I think we should be doing harvesting of indigenous plants. But again, that is more expensive, and it is a cost to us as taxpayers. But that is very important to me. I'm looking into it. I have an appointment with UF to talk about the pesticides, and I agree with you. I, again, will go deeper into O2, but I want you to know that I've heard all your ideas about this. It is the priority of the chairman to make this meeting and the business of Citrus County more efficient. And that's what we will be talking about later, but I have heard each and every one of your comments. I appreciate them. Some of you actually have some pretty good ideas, and that's why I put it on the agenda, because that's how you have this conversation. And, you know, Citrus County is a very special place because we love it so much. And we might not always agree, but we're all fighting for a better quality of life here. And this room being filled warms my heart because we do want open communication with the citizens. And we're going to dig deeper, and I hope that you all stay for that. Ms. Bolas talked about the builders. I can talk to the building department and find out what's going on. I'm not sure what builder she's talking about, but I did get her address. Cambridge Greens. I don't know why Cambridge Greens or anybody from this moment forward is paying for the connection. I was down in Miami, and they're getting 100% for their connection to septic sewer. That is a very wealthy area that is getting 100% funding. So I'm personally, you know, have been working on this for 2 years to try to get more money into Citrus County. We are by no means as wealthy as Miami-Dade, and there isn't any reason why Cambridge Greens or anybody else getting septic to sewer shouldn't get 100% funding. I think we just need a stronger voice in Tallahassee and just keep pushing for it. But got 4,000 right now, and we're just going to keep chipping away at it. But whoever said to you, you know, why, and I'm sure it was President Simpson at the time, why are you paying anything? He's absolutely right. Why? So the board might not agree with me, but that's how I feel about septic to sewer. So is there anybody else that would like to?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard, and then I'll go to
Yeah, I
Commissioner
will,
Davis.
I'll make my comments brief. Most of these things we're going to address as the agenda items come up. There were two comments made that were a little concerning. One was about scramblers in the city of Inverness. Yes, we have lousy cell service in downtown Inverness, but I'm not aware of any scramblers that are trying to keep people off their phones. And the 911 calls, did I understand properly that the 911 calls, she felt were going to Sumter County? Not that I'm aware of, but I suppose that's something that we could look into to make sure that's not the case. But I think the 911 calls go to Lecanto. So the rest of it we'll address as they come up in the agenda.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes. And I'm sorry I didn't write names down on this, so a couple of these I'm answering just a single person, and hopefully you know I'm speaking to you. for the person who moved here in 95, I think it was, from down south, escaping the lack of farmland and beauty. We have to balance. I have some really good news in here. We have about 50% of the area of the county will never be developed, which is fantastic. It's because of our large state forest, our county parks, our waterways, all of that. So we do have a lot of open space that will pretty much forever be protected, as far as I can see into the future. Balancing that, of course, is personal property rights. And in meeting with our growth management department, I was had a happy surprise that I think that they've done a really good job of centering development in what they call the central service area, which is along the ridge line in Lecanto, which is less environmentally sensitive. And when they do the zoning, they do it in a way that is puts compatible uses next to each other. So you might have multifamily next to quite a little bit less multifamily next to single family, and then it goes on out to maybe mini farms and then agriculture. So there's nice transition zones there. This is something that is personally very important to me. I met with the Ag Alliance a couple of weeks ago for the strategic planning process, and I specifically said, I brought the question forward from growth management. Here's what we're doing. What else can we do? Are we missing anything? And I asked this of our farmers because it's very important to me that M&B Dairy and Ferris Farms and the Rooks Cattle Farms are going to thrive for the decades to come, because it is really important to see rural. It keeps us in touch with what our food supply is, and it's really good for the soul to see that. So I absolutely agree with that, but there are areas that are going to be developed. Steve Meckler, I believe you said that we can't afford that financially, I think is what you meant. Actually, when we create new developments or allow new developments in appropriate areas, that adds to our tax rolls. So it does actually work out fairly well. Cambridge Greens, really thought I was going to walk in here and you guys were going to be happy that we got. Shout out to county staff, Ken Cheek and his crew, and our grants writers for getting the 4,000. Whoever, I know the staff typically listens to these meetings, whoever had a hand in that, I want to give my personal thanks to getting that 4,000 reinstated. I'm not sure that I completely agree with my colleague's position on that, because other folks have paid in the past. That's a little difficult to get through, but I do want to fight for septic to sewer, or excuse me, sewer to septic, septic to sewer. Sorry, I'm not well today, so I'm not exactly firing on all cylinders. Anyway, I'm a big believer in that, but we'll try and always fight to get these costs reduced through grants and so forth. As far as chemicals go, we have asked for presentation, is that correct? And that is coming. We used to think DDT was absolutely fine until we killed all our bald eagles. Fortunately, not all of them. I just sat through a very frightening presentation for my position on the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority about PFAS. So yes, I am concerned about chemicals, but we're going to wait for that presentation to consider alternatives, I believe. Just to clarify, it's that manatees on the East Coast that were dying, and they were dying of starvation because of septic system effluent coming into the Indian River Lagoon. It killed off the vegetation, and they were starving to death. Ours are fat, dumb, and happy. The bad builder, the only one I can think of is in Inverness Villages 4. We are looking into doing what we can to help with that, if that's the builder you're talking about. As long as they are passing their inspections for their permit, that is typically the end of what we can do. But certainly reach out to staff and see if they're with more details. Typically, that's a private matter. If you have scratched glass doors, tile that is chipped, things like that, they're not doing their punch list, typically that is hire an attorney. I agree with Commissioner Kennard. I've not heard of any blocked cell or internet, and that sounds like that's a City of Inverness question to bring before their council. 911 calls, I agree, we should also look into that. The call times for ambulances have been reduced, and we're doing quite well now that we took on EMS for the county. Finally, to bring this in for a landing, listening does not mean agreement. I listen to every single one of you. I read every single one of your emails, even when they're full of hate. And trust me, you should see my inbox. Oh, you can actually do that if you ever want to do a public records request. So I want to give a shout out to Tracy Edgman. Where did you go? There you are. I have frequently had my blood pressure go through the roof listening to you speak, because you have not necessarily always been listening to me or listening to others. I want to say that you absolutely nailed it today. Spot on. I agreed with everything you said and the way you approached us and everything. So please bring more of that. And back to what Commissioner Slaybaugh said about conversation, we could use a lot more two-way respectful conversation. I have made this offer before. I will sit down with any one of you in a mutually respectful conversation. You might be surprised that I agree with a lot of you that are angry about government. You might be surprised how much I agree with you on a lot of things. You may not have all the information that I have. Just throwing that out there. And we will get more into the open to the public, obviously, when that agenda item comes up. So thanks for listening.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a lot to add. I know that we're going to discuss your item and Commissioner Kennard's item, so I think that that's best to save the comments. But I do want to comment that I agree with you, and if we can help Cambridge Greens and my district in Homosassa, we'll be behind them and all of these projects. If we could get them 100% funded and I can work to do anything to help you with that, I'm more than willing.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And Commissioner Bays?
Well, I appreciate everybody being here. I've listened to your comments today, and I will be responding to some other agenda items coming up. And again, my cell phone number at the county is 352-697-1494. Sorry, just now getting it.
Brand new.
So you have it. Call me. I will call you back. Maybe not at the moment. I even try to answer it most of the time, unless I'm sitting in a meeting. But I do want to hear from you. I think your comments are important. We'll work together. I think Commissioner Davis said it well. We're not always going to agree, but sometimes we have to agree to disagree. But we'll get there. I think, you know, the reality of it is you don't agree with your spouse, your children 100% of the time, and we're not going to agree 100% of the time. But I think we can, I think we've got some big challenges ahead of us. I think, you know, the mayor said it, from Crystal River said it earlier. We're at a pivotal point in our time of making history. And we've got growth. We've been found. It's going to happen. But I promise you, I am going to do my very best to make sure that how we grow and what we develop here is going to be a place that we're going to be proud of generations from now. So thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking your time out of your day to come and talk to us.
Thank you. Little housekeeping. Commissioner Davis, I need your vote on H2.
Aye.
Thank you. That's 5-0. Thought I forgot, did you? Okay, so now we're going to... We have closed open to the public, and we are going on to regular business. And so we have the bids E1. I'm looking for...
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve item E1, A through F.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Do I need public comment on the bids? Madam Attorney? Do we need public comment on the bids?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anybody, my mind went blank, E1 through F, is there anybody that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am, I see you. Open to the public for this? If you could just state your name again, please.
Sure. My name's Diana Bolas.
Thank you.
And I would just ask that in the future, if you could please make these things that you guys are all passing like more in layman's terms so that people understand what it is you're passing, because I sure don't understand at all, you know, in a short paragraph. Maybe you guys have pages and pages and you know what you're talking about, I'm sure. But how are we supposed to oppose or not oppose when we don't understand this? So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on bids? Okay, thank you. Ms. Bolas, you can go to the clerk of court, Citrus County Clerk of Court, and it will have all the backup material for you that's released a week before this meeting. Thank you. So, board, looking for a vote on motion E1 through F. All in favor?
I have
Aye.
comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. May I?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm going to vote for it, but I just wanted to make some comments. Looking through the package on E1C, the pest control services, I'm sure that staff did their due diligence and found our best company. I've addressed this with our new county administrator already, but you know, that's $250,000 going to a Miami-based company. I understand we have approximately, or maybe exactly on that list, 160 buildings. So that's probably a lot for a local company. But I just wanted to address for maybe this board to look at in the future. We're all talking about a good economy for Citrus County. And I feel like if we can keep all of this money buzzing in our county, you know, the company's putting gas in the trucks here, which is our gas tax. They're adding employees, they're living here, they're paying taxes here. Just something for us to think about going forward, even if we have to take these larger contracts and put them into smaller applications. I'm sure that's something Mr. Howard can look into. No rub, like I said, I'm sure staff has done their due diligence and we're getting a good company just for the future. And maybe at our workshop in January, I would like to discuss a lot of our money staying in Citrus County.
Thank you. I do know that both, I think actually Commissioner Kennard, Davis, and myself have addressed this very issue. The problem is getting local companies to bid on it. But I like your idea, and you know, it's Administrator Howard's decision on how to address it, but breaking it up might be the answer for some companies. And thank you.
And if I may, I do, and we'll talk about it in January, I have some ideas of maybe how we can get some local companies engaged.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I love new ideas. Okay, moving on to.
Did we take the vote?
Yes, it was
Oh, we did?
5-0.
Okay.
She 5-0, Amy. E2, budget transfers. Mr. Howard? I'm looking for a motion for E2, A and B to approve the budget transfers for Parks and Recreation, Transit Services, and Extensions.
Motion to approve item E2, A and B.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on E2? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. E3, budget resolution. Adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution amending older American Act Title III-B grant budget for fiscal year 2021-22, and adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting and amending CR 491 widening loan proceeds budget. Looking for a motion for E3.
Motion to approve E3, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E3? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. E4, Citrus County Forfeiture Fund Report and Request. I'm looking for a motion for A and B.
Motion to approve E4, A and B.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on forfeiture funds? Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. E5, equitable sharing agreement and certification for fiscal year 22. I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E5? Board, all in favor?
Aye.
E6, Cambridge Greens septic to sewer. Fantastic news. Looking for a motion.
I am so happy to make a motion to approve E6.
Second.
Jeff Kennard. Is there any public comment?
Hi. Thank you again for the 4,000. That is awesome news. That will make a big difference. We do want to shoot for 100%, of course. One thing to think about, it has been pushed quite strongly by this board and the previous county administrator that to give our project that will be ending in 2024 any additional funds over what has been gone to Homosassa pre-2020 would be very unfair. Those projects were not facing what we're facing. We don't have the current economy. 23 is going to be worse. You all know what your IRAs look like. You know what costs are. The costs are double and triple, and the plumbers are telling us that, as well as your own water department. So it is important to let that piece of the reasoning for funding for our project is really very unfair to look at that. It's important to look at currently what we are facing and your citizens are facing as far as costs. A $10,000 project and writing a check or financing at 6 or 8%, whatever it is a big chunk on fixed income for 80-year-old folks. And there's a lot of them in our subdivision. So I just wanted to say that. And the other thing is it's kind of striking me that you have a problem with pesticides and at the same time looking at a subdivision and saying, you have to do this project, this septic to sewer. So it kind of goes hand in hand as far as what's happening in the county. So yes, we want to clean all that up, but at the same time, let's try to even things out.
And ma'am, did you give your name at the beginning?
Yes, I did. Karen Hoadley. I'm
Karen,
in
thank
Cambridge
you.
Greens.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my colleague, Ken.
Hi, Ken Hinkle, once again, 1027 North Short Line Way. I'm from Cambridge Greens. Just a clarification. Karen Hoadley and I were on the Septic to Sewer Committee when we met with Gus Bilirakis. That's who we met with, and he said he didn't understand why we couldn't get 100% funding. And thank you for whoever supports us 100%, because it's a precedence down the road. What's happened in the past is done and over, but these other projects, you got more projects coming up, and if the people are really, we need to get off the septic tanks, but you just it costs people too much, and we have so many retirees moving here, and thank you again.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greg Hoyne, Floral City. In years past, the plan, from my understanding, was to get the waterways, septic in all the waterways, starting with the coastline from Homosassa up through Crystal River, and then moving towards the waterways inland. Now, I know Inverness has sewer throughout the whole area, and it really shows in the quality of the water. I just wondered, is there a comprehensive plan to put septic to sewer throughout the county? Or is it just a piece here or a piece there? That's all.
We'll answer your question. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this?
Hi, my name is Sandy Price, and I live on Shortline Way in Cambridge Greens. And I also want to discuss the open to the public, so I'll start with that. As you can all see, everybody that's been here.
Sandy, we're on.
Oh, we can only do this?
Yeah,
Okay.
and you'll have another time to talk about that.
Okay. I understand that you can marry your lots, because right now I have 3 individual lots, so that I understand would cost me 6, 6, and 6, or whatever, plus whatever the actual plumber and all that. That's a lot of money for a widow living by herself in a single-family dwelling. So I really would appreciate anything anybody can do. And the other thing, I agree with the other speaker in that the 2018 or 2019 dollars that Homosassa spent are not equivalent to the $23, $24 that I'm going to spend. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers on E6?
I just want to make a comment on the septic sewer. I live in Homosassa.
Your name,
Oh,
please?
Alonda McCarty, Homosassa Springs. And we did advocate for funding for similar projects. Our project hasn't turned a shovel yet, so we're still going to be paying those same dollars today and, this, actually probably next year maybe, if we're lucky. But I think that supporting any more funding that you can give to any of these projects to get people off of septic systems and to protect our waterways, because it's not just the people that have the septic, it's the people that are using your waterways, it's the drinking water that we have, it's all those things. And if you want to look at the project as far as where the septic sewer mapping is going, there's a BMAP that shows the priority areas for the state, and that's how the ranking system is happening. It's not based on what the county needs are, it's based on those BMAP numbers, and that's what happens with your drainage areas. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on E6?
Hello, Tammy Fields. I'm all for it on the waterways, the septic not going into the waterways. But my question is, I had someone mention to me that it was on Grover Cleveland there in LaCanto going to be going to septic or off of this, onto the city water versus off the septic and the sewer. So how far or where are these areas? And I apologize, I didn't look at that portion of everything ahead of time. I'd like to know more information on that. That's just my concern. How far is that going to come into for the residents here in Florida? What areas are we referring to? All of Citrus County pretty much, or just the waterways?
Is there anyone else that would like to speak about E6? Okay. Close the public comment at this time. Mr. Howard, I don't want to put your staff on notice, but put them in an awkward position, but we do have an expert sitting out there
Yes.
that maybe could answer some of our
I was
questions.
going to suggest that as well.
And then I'll go to board comments.
Excellent.
And I would like you all to know that we have yet to vote on this item, and so it is going up to public comment. Mr.
Hi.
Kenchik, can you explain the B maps and how the comp plan and?
Well, I would just say we did do a sewer feasibility study for the county. It was approved by the board about a year ago. So that defines where we're going as far as septic to sewer.
Thank you. And that's how the jobs are picked, is what areas? we're
There is a
going, yes.
priority order in that plan, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cheek?
Yes, ma'am.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
I assume that there's an email address that you could state for anybody who wants to check in, or a place on the website, or an easy way for them to know where they are in the queue?
Sure. They can just email me, ken.cheek@citrusbocc.com.
Okay.
And either I or one of my staff will answer it.
All right. ken.cheek@citrusbocc.com.
Correct.
In case y'all didn't hear that.
Anything
all I have.
else? Thank you. Board?
Can you just give the public some information about the benefits of septic to sewer?
Sure. So when the BMAPs were done, we were part of that process. And really the intent of that was determine what was having the greatest impact on our first order magnitude springs. It was determined, and it's differing between the different spring sheds, but in Crystal River, Kings Bay, which is where this is, it was basically septic tanks were about 60% of the issue. And they determined that it wasn't just the coastal areas that were causing the problem, that it was a much larger project, and specifically up in the sandhill areas where this is also. And based on that, when the BMAP was done, they basically determined a certain number of septic tanks that we have to take offline in a certain amount of time. In response to that, we did the septic to sewer feasibility study to see how and within that time frame we could actually get it done. And that also includes the required funding for these projects. And it's a big number. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars to do the area we need to do within the county. Based on that now, I will say the state didn't just do a BMAP, they also put money available through the Springs funding process. The way we've been funding these projects, mostly we get about half of it from the Springs funding, about a quarter of it from SwiftMud CFI. We match that quarter because we have to match that dollar for dollar to get that money. If we were to get 100% funding from somewhere else, we would have to replace that SwiftMud CFI funding within our funding plan. So we wouldn't just be chasing the difference between where we are and where the project will be. We would have to go back and chase that SwiftMud money through another funding source because we have to match that dollar for dollar. You cannot match it with grant funds. So, and then the remainder, once we do the quarter and a quarter, if there's any leftover costs, we've been going after state appropriations. And that's what this is an increase to the state appropriation based on paying the $4,000 for the individual property owners. There was some additional money in this also to put against the construction costs, but the majority of it was for the on-site septic remediation plumbing costs. So that's been the funding plan for 2 or 3 phases of the project recently.
Mr. Cheek, do you know how, for instance, Key Biscayne is getting 100%?
I don't. I'm familiar with one project that did get 100% funding. It was based on demographic there. It was a low-income area. I know there have been some that got 100% funding, and I think they went after that money completely through the Springs process. Those applications for that are competitive. Okay. And if we were to ask for 100% for a project like this, that would obviously increase the dollars per pound of nitrogen that we would be removing, and our projects would likely be less competitive. And we've had several projects. If you think about it, the cost that it takes us to do these projects out on the coast in particular in Homosassa is much higher than it is in some other areas that we're competing with. We're roughly about $35,000 per house to get a septic tank off, and that's just the construction cost in the road, not the on-site plumbing costs. Other areas can do it for $17,000 or $18,000 because it's easy digging. They don't have to disturb the roadways. They don't have the high rock elevation, the high water elevation. So our costs are very high, and we've been lucky to get the funding competing with other entities that we have. If we were to try to get 100% through a Springs grant, it would reduce our competitiveness in those applications. I would be concerned. I would say if we're going to look to additional funding, Springs is probably not the way because of that competitive nature. It would have to be more of like a direct state appropriation.
Okay.
I would also say, if you go after federal funding, and we started to go after federal funding for these type of projects, it creates a whole different realm of requirements for the project. It increases project costs, I'll just tell you. To go through all that Davis-Bacon and everything else we have to go through with federal funding. I would say also, and it was mentioned in this, that the project costs are escalating. If we don't, if we start chasing money again, we're probably in a 2-year delay cycle to get in the budget, get the application in, get a contract, and get the money available. That's a 2-year process by our current experience. And if you delay the project another 2 years, you've got that escalation of costs that's going to happen. So we might be chasing our tail for a long time.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hear you loud and clear, and I hope the audience hears what he's saying. It's a little more complicated than,
It is.
Mayor?
Yes, yes.
It's a lot more complicated than it seems like it should be. But I've heard, this is not the first time I've heard you explain all this. So tell us again, roughly, just real loose math, what the range is if we didn't have any grant funding whatsoever, what the connection cost would be. Not just the connection, but building through the neighborhood or per lot. I think you said 30,000?
35,000 is our current number that we're using.
Right, so
When we estimate project costs on like a a very back of the napkin type of estimate, we use 35,000.
Just so those who are listening know that we've reduced it dramatically from that through the hard work of county staff. That being said, I do think we probably, if I could wave a magic wand, we would be doing this the smart way, which is to lay sewer in new neighborhoods, or not new neighborhoods, but those that are not fully built yet. Because the poor folks that are building in areas that are only partly built out now are having to spend, I believe, $25,000 on an approved septic system that's more kind to the environment, right? So those poor folks are going to have to trash a $25,000 system when we come through their neighborhood.
Sure.
Probably long before it's expired. So from a sort of high level perspective, I feel like moving to making this no fee is the right thing to do. My only dismay is that other folks have paid. And so that little fairness doctrine is always, sitting on my shoulder. But it is what's right for Florida, is to move to this. We've already trashed our waterways enough, and we're spending millions to bring them back from the brink. So it's a sticky wicket. And I thank you for all the hard work.
If I may, Madam Chair, also,
Yes.
a while back, the board approved the use of ARPA funds to buy these projects down to the $6,000 assessment that we're going from now. That money expires in 2026. If we go back into a 2-year cycle, we may not be done with this project in time
I
to
hear
use that
you.
ARPA funding.
I hear you. I'm not going to rock the boat.
And lastly, I would like to thank DEP. This grant in particular is a good reflection of our relationship with DEP. When we made the phone calls and had the contacts with them, and they were very helpful. So
Well,
just wanted to give that shout out.
I thank you. I hear you, and you're an amazing professional, and what you've done for our county is appreciated.
Thank you.
So don't think I'm beating you up. I just needed to pick your brain a little bit, and
Sure.
every time I learn something from you, and thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just for my own edification and clarification, what exactly are you anticipating the cost to be to the resident on this project?
The last cost estimate we got from the engineer was about 9.5 million. Based on that, we already have the money to do all the infrastructure side of it, but that's a year old. So I think we're probably more in the $11 million range for that, probably for this project. And we have about 9.8 million now to apply to that. We've seen the on-site costs be anywhere from, for the plumbing itself, to be anywhere from $800 to $2,500. The connection fees are about $2,300. So I know one of the residents said that they've got some costs from plumbers in the $10,000 range. I really don't see that being typical for that area. It's a very, some of the houses sit back from the road, and the proximity to the road determines how far they have to lay pipe and things like that. But we haven't seen any costs anywhere near that in any of the past projects, and we're talking about Old Homosassa where the plumbers had to dig through rock to get there. So we did all of Garcia Point. I think you guys might know some folks out there, and I think they were looking at numbers around 2,000. And I would have expected that to be on the high end. So I can't really speak for what it would be in terms of dollars. I can tell you we have limited the assessment with ARPA funds to be no more than $6,000 if we do it within the time frame that ARPA money is available.
Well, let's get to work.
And,
April is a real date for actually having bids in-house.
and my question would be then, those that need to finance this, given the circumstances, what length of time can we put on that for them?
It's typically 10 years when we do these assessments. I can think of one instance where the board actually took action to make it 20 years. That was for the assessments in Chaz when we did septic to sewer there. The board has the option to extend it, but typically it's 10 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We-
Commissioner Davis.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hog this, but we forgot to, none of us addressed Ms. Price's issue about having 3 lots. That is a unity deed, which means you can never divide it. So you have to look at obviously, can never divide it. So you have to look at whether the cost and then selling those lots is better than doing the unity deed. So, yes.
There is a process that we use to address that. It's called the reassignment of development rights. Basically, What that means is you can't develop those other 2 lots, but you don't have to pay assessments on them. It's a process that our land section offers, and anybody that has multiple lots will get that offer before the assessment.
And does that mean they can sell it later, but
You can
only
sell it,
if,
but you can't build a house on it.
can it
Once
be,
you reassign those development rights, you can't go back because the benefit to the property that sewer would get has been paid by everybody else at that point. Basically, if she combines her lots, the assessment portion of the project, that's spread over everybody.
okay,
But we realize if you have one house, one connection, you're never gonna do anything else, it's fair to split it that way. But that's the mechanism that we have to accomplish that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
it's different than the unity of title for accessory structures.
yes. Does that answer your question?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anybody else on the board? We had open to the public. We had closed open to the public, Karen, but we'd be happy to answer questions after the meeting. You can meet with, well then, when he's done, why don't you guys go meet in the lobby and you can ask a question. Thank you. Okay, so we are at E6. We have a motion, thank you, Mr. Cheek. We have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. We did public comment. Board, all in favor of
Aye.
E6? Aye.
Aye.
It passes 5-0. Thank you. E7, memorandum of understanding between Citrus County and Citrus County Sheriff's Office and Citrus County, Florida title. Board, I'm looking for a motion for E7.
I'll make a motion to support E7.
Second.
Thank you. I heard Commissioner Kennard for the second, and a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment about E7? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It passes 5-0. Thank you. E8, memorandum of understanding between Citrus County Sheriff's Office and Citrus County.
Motion to approve item E8.
Thank you, Commissioner
Second.
Kennard. Second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment regarding E8? Seeing none, commissioners, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, it passes 5-0. E9. With La Popka Community Center Operating Agreement Renewal, I'm looking for a motion for A, B, and C.
Motion to approve E9, A, B, and C.
Second.
Commissioner, motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment about E9? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. E10, Core Civic Contract Monitoring Update for October 2022.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Commissioner Davis makes a motion, Commissioner Kennard second. Any public comment about E10?
Yes, ma'am. Sabrina Watson, Lecanto, Florida. Again, I do need to apologize. I forgot to welcome everybody that's new to this board and our county. I hope that you will find it as enjoyable, your time here, as I will. Anyway, I just really have a question about E10 and the Core Civic Contract Monitoring Update. I've been coming to these meetings for almost 2 years now, and every single month in the tens of thousands of dollars, this company has hit with a non-performance assessment. So my two questions are, one, A, how much money can they possibly be making in order to afford these $100,000 assessments every single month? And B, if this has been going on for 2 years, why aren't we looking at it? That's really all I have. Just those are my questions with regard to that. I also want to give thanks to Commissioner Finnegan for bringing up the fact that we've got money leaving the county. We also have money going to Texas and Georgia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Bays, I heard first.
Well, during my briefing, this was of great discussion. I don't know if, let me just back up for a minute. I have grave concerns, and I share with you what you just mentioned. Number one, we have a couple of options here. Either we can come to the table and try to work with these people and figure out what the solution is. And if we can't find a resolution, we'll probably be in the jail business, and I don't think we need to be in the jail business. My suggestion, and I don't mind sharing it, is, and I think relationships are important. I have asked that we have our command staff, our chief of fire, who has been very diligent, knows the emergency operations side very well. He knows staffing, he knows hiring, he works with the unions, and I have asked that for the possibility for him to work with this group to figure this out. I think it is appropriate to put these penalties on hold for the moment in order to give us an opportunity to work this out. I think they've made some very good progress at Core Civic. They've changed their administrative staff. They've given raises. They have given bonuses. Due to our lack of housing that we have in the community, they're trying to put these people up in hotels to have the appropriate staff. And one of the things that I'm hearing is that what the problem is that if they have inmates that need to go to the court system, or they are in infirmaries that either in Shands or one of our local hospitals, they're having to take people off of the staff and move them to these locations for the safety. And that's where we get into a problem. I'm not telling you that's 100% accurate. What I'm asking for is that we have an opportunity to build a relationship with these people, ask our chief of our fire, Mr. Stevens, if he can sit down and help monitor this contract, help them come into compliance and see what we can work out. I think that is the appropriate move. I don't think fining these people is going to serve us well in the end. This is a very limited opportunity for bidders to come in and work with this type of asset that we have in our community, because they have the marshals, they have the U.S. Virgin Islands, and then we have our own inmates here. They've put this out to bid. There's not many companies out there that want this type of work, and I don't want us to be in the jail business. So I'm asking for the latitude of this board to stop these fines until we can get a handle, build a relationship, and let somebody that has a true track record work with them and get this performance issue worked out. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Commissioners?
I'm thankful that Commissioner Bays went first, because I love everything that you said up till the end about the stopping the fines. I'm gonna have to wrap my head around that one a little bit before I have an opinion on that, but she's absolutely right. I just wanted, the main thing I wanted to say to Ms. Watson is give credit where credit is due. The 3 that came forward from the last 2 years have all said buy local, buy local, buy local. Commissioner Finnegan brought up an idea of splitting the contract. I'm glad she's bringing fresh energy to that, because this is something I think that is near and dear to all 5 of us. And as far as how they're still in business with all these fines, that's not our business, that's their business. So, but I really like Commissioner Bay's idea on trying to solve this problem long-term, and I definitely don't want to be in the jail business.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
May I comment?
Yes,
further?
ma'am.
We all know nationally that hiring people is a challenge. And if we're going to fine people for not having the right amount of employees, we'd probably be fining ourselves. So I think it's a little zealous to think that we should be fining people that are diligently trying to find people to work. We see shortages in our sheriff department. We have department head shortages. We probably have shortages internally in our staff. Every restaurant that you go to has a shortage. Our own private businesses have shortages. So let's have some grace, and let's be problem solvers and not impose other fines where the dollars could be put better to use, I believe.
Thank you, Commissioner Bays. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I agree that working with Core Civic to help bring a solution forward is the right approach. But I disagree with stopping fines at this point. They agreed to this by contract, and Core Civic is a for-profit company. They can get to compliance within the contract by reducing the number of people at the jail. So the Virgin Islands prisoners, those folks don't necessarily have to be there, but it is profitable for Core Civic to have them there. And so by bringing in these additional prisoners, yes, they're utilizing more of an overbuilt jail, but that is also decreasing their percentage of fully staffed. So I'm on board with helping to find a solution to it, but I think until that solution is reached, I think that the fines need to continue. It is, as a for-profit company, it is up to them to get this worked out. I understand they're working on it. They have been working on it, but that is that's their business to get this figured out.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan.
I completely agree with Commissioner Kennard. People have literally died at the jail very recently, and there's not enough people. But if we take away the fines, what's the incentive for them to find people? Like Commissioner Kennard said, it's for profit. So I understand that we have issues right now finding employees. We all do. But we wrap our heads around it, whether it's pay more or better benefits or reduce the amount of work so the employees can handle it. We have to figure that out to make it work. I don't want to be in the jail business, but Core Civic does. They do want to be in the jail business. So I feel like as long as we're finding them, they're going to work harder and faster to find that resolution. If we can help find that resolution, that's great. But it's a service that our taxpayers are paying for, and they want good service. And unfortunately, probably some people that they know have died in that jail, and it's not fair to them or the people that unfortunately have found themselves in those positions. So I would absolutely keep the fines.
Thank you. Well, I find myself the swing here, and we're not voting on this now, but I would like to have further discussion about reducing or putting a hold on the fines. I understand both sides of it, but we really are at a precarious point, and we don't want to be handed those keys to that jail. We don't want to be in this business, but we need to sit at the table with the Core Civic and figure out how to help and to encourage. We can either use the carrot or the stick at this point, but I agree that they're in business, but everybody is struggling. People are not coming to work, and that is a job that is very necessary for the safety of the prisoners. So I'm absolutely in the middle with this, and if we could just bring this forward, have staff maybe get us some more information, individually speak to Core Civic, take a tour of the jail, find out what, can they reduce some prisoners so that they can be compliant. But I agree with all of you. So we're gonna have to dig deeper on this. And fortunately, right now the fines are not that the motion is not to put a moratorium on the fines right now. So I appreciate all of your input. And that said, board, I'm looking for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
That will pass 5-0. E10. Thank you. E11. Citrus County Septic Connection Incentive Program Grant. I'm looking for a motion to accept the grant, to approve and authorize the chairman to execute amendment number 2 to agreement LPF 0902 between Citrus County, Florida and FDEP. E11.
Motion to approve E11.
Thank you, Commissioner Finnegan.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Any public comment on E11? Seeing none. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. E12, Airport Ground Lease Agreement. And Commissioner Davis, could you cover me on this one, please, for a moment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Motion to approve item E12.
One second.
I would second that with discussion.
I want to discuss it as well, so good. Any public comment on E12? Come on up to the mic. You can't do it from your seat, sorry. We need to have public comment spoken into the microphone for the record, so.
Hi, I'm Don Clark again, and still living on Great Oaks in Floral City. And I don't really know much about this, but I see in the paper that a gigantic upgrade is going to happen at the school there. They're going to start teaching commercial pilots in the hundreds.
Mhm.
You want a 25-year, to hand out a 25-year lease at a fixed price for something that's just about to expand exponentially? Just wondering. I don't know much about this at all, except it seems like a funny time to give somebody a 25-year lease.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak to this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. Commissioner Bays?
Well, those were my sentiments exactly. I'm not in disagreement with this, but I do think 25 years is an overzealous amount of time for a lease. So.
Okay. If I may, Chair, since you're
Please
back.
continue.
I will speak to that. Being that obviously I have a pretty strong aviation background. That is fairly common. We have done those leases in the past, and so there's a legal precedence for this. I do have my own concerns about this particular application. The idea behind this is typically it is a business owner that owns larger aircraft will get the land lease and they'll build a corporate hangar and they'll use it and it grows the economy and all that. It has been brought to my attention. I have not done the due diligence, so I don't know this for a fact, but it's been brought to my attention that this person has a background in shed building and whatnot, so I would like to hear from staff. I have personally, when I worked at an airport in a microburst that was going on, saw a hangar door get ripped off a hangar and basically frisbee through multiple tied down airplanes. It's really, really critical to have those buildings built to a certain wind standard. So I have never asked this question of staff before. If we have, if they are built to a certain standard, I've been in the barn building business before, and I have seen how inexpensively you can build a structure and then it gets torn apart in heavy winds. So I would just want to know that this requires metal framing and a higher wind standard. So I'd just like to hear that from staff. Also, I think it would behoove us as a county to put in more hangars because we're only going to grow. We have a lot of hangar rentals that could be coming in, and it's also my understanding that this applicant is putting up the hangars for a business purpose. He intends to make money by building these hangars and then leasing them. Again, I have not done due diligence, so Mr. Doty, if you're listening to this, my apologies. It seems to me that the county should be building more hangars and we should be collecting the rent on those hangars because it is our property.
Absolutely.
Those prices are only going to be going up in the future. And we already have an extraordinary wait list at both airports. And the Village's pilots in particular would be willing to locate their airplanes in Inverness. So I do have some concerns and I would kind of suggest that we table this one until we do a little bit more due diligence.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I'm glad that Commissioner Davis brought this up because I did have the question, our potential annual revenue, it says $2,099. And if we looked into what you're saying, our potential annual revenue would be a lot more than $2,000. So I would be good with tabling it and getting more information.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and a second for discussion. I am not going to support this at this time because, one, in the past when we have done this, we have done it for an individual with a plane, and this is going more into a business plan. And I would need to see the airport ground leases, and I want to see our policy before I could make a decision on this. I also want to put in there that having a 25-year lease, we, the FBO and the county, will be dealing with potential 25-year lease nightmares. And I'm not willing to open us up to that right now. So I would, I won't be supporting today approving and this item, this agenda item. So any other comments from the commissioners? So we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve this. So I'm going to call for a vote, and I would like to do a roll call vote on this so that we're all clear on what we are voting for. Are we voting to approve this at this time? If we vote against it, then they can't bring it back. Correct?
We can withdraw our motions.
Yes, thank you. So.
I'll withdraw my second.
I'll withdraw a motion.
Thank you. So I would be looking for a motion to table.
I make a motion to table it.
Is that correct, Ms. Lynn?
It is one of the ways to handle it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that your suggestion for us to handle it that way?
You can handle it that way, or you can just have staff bring it back, direct staff to bring it back once staff has created the policy or the direction that you all are giving.
What is your pleasure, Madam Chair?
No, you're the motion. You decide.
I'll just withdraw and say that, take a consensus on what we're looking for. You gave a pretty comprehensive list, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Then I would, if it pleases the board, I'm going to make a motion to have staff bring this back to us at a later date with the information we've asked to, I want to see the airport ground leases and I want to see our policy before I ever get to that.
I don't know that you can have a motion for something that's not on the agenda.
Okay. So
Just
gonna
direct staff.
Direct staff to bring this back to us. Thank you. And
Staff hears you.
I don't need a vote, and we can move on from E12. So, back here. E13. I'm looking for a motion to release retainage.
Motion to approve item E13 A and B.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E13? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. E14, release retainage, ITB 21-135. Looking for a motion for E14 A and B.
Motion to approve item E14 A and B.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Motion Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment on E14? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
That passes 5-0. E15, release of retainage, ITB 21-135. I'm looking for a motion E15 A and B.
Motion to approve E15 A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment on E15? Seeing none, board, all in favor?
Aye.
That passes 5-0. We're at F, outstanding commission items. Mr. Howard.
I'm going to have the staff go back and look at this. There's some dates that are a little bit outdated, so we're going to update those. So the next board meeting, we should have those corrected for you.
Okay.
And also possibly change some of the
We will.
assignments.
Yeah, we will. We'll do that as well. We'll update it.
Okay. So I don't need a motion on F, outstanding items, correct, Denise Lynn?
You usually do a motion on it. You could make a motion that it be corrected and brought.
So I need a motion with the corrections,
That,
Chair?
that it be corrected.
that it be corrected. Thank you.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair,
Commissioner
item 12
Finnegan.
was completed, correct?
What?
Was item 12 completed? Because we would need a motion on that.
It was. But I think the administrator's asking for an opportunity to bring the whole thing back.
With corrections, yes. Thank you. And I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Commissioner Kennard, any do we need public comment? Yes. On outstanding items? Thank you.
I'm going to wear my welcome out today. And I'm far from done. I would really like to talk about number 11, set workshop for the FWC/UF to discuss aquatics. I know that previously we've discussed a number of times that this is going to be a public presentation. It appears on here to say that we're setting up meetings with commissioners. Are we setting up meetings because we're doing something like behind closed doors and we're not bringing it out in the public? Or what are we doing with setting up meetings with commissioners? This really needs to come in front of the people. I mean, on the one hand, we're talking about cleaning up our waterways with sewers, and we're still spraying to the tunes of millions of dollars and causing cancer in fish and people locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on outstanding commission items? Board, any comments?
Do you want to address it or do you want me to?
No, go ahead.
I would just say that I am not aware that there are going to be individual closed-door meetings. If they are, then I would share your concern. My understanding that this is going to be a public workshop, and perhaps this was ill-advised language, but I would look to staff to clarify that.
Staff? Might need to be corrected.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I need probably clarification on that as well, because we were kind of, that's why I was wanting to go through this list a little bit, try to get a little more clarification. But if staff's in the audience, they could come forward. That would be fabulous, just to clarify it.
And Ms. Watson, please, we are in a transition period, so be gentle with us.
He's
That's
been on the
okay.
job
That's
7.5
okay.
hours.
First day jitters, huh?
Madam Chair, from what I understand, Mary Jensen,
Thank
Public
you.
Works Director, from what I understand, we are having an expert in herbicides and adjuvants, and he is coming down to meet with you along with myself and Mark Edwards, the director, and we would like to meet individually with you to answer any questions. We prepared a presentation, but it is individually per any of the commissioners that want to listen to it. And then from there, we need your input as far as what we do after that. If you want to go further with a public workshop, it's more to answer your questions of what you have to figure out what to do after that. So that it is per commissioner on the 13th of the morning, and we need you to sign up and let us know who would like to hear this and who would like to have the professor speak. And then after that, it is determined, we're at your will to determine what else we do from there.
Thank you. I do know that I already signed up. It's somewhere on my calendar, and I did understand that the person that is coming to bring us the education didn't want to be part of the workshop, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a workshop.
Correct. And it's not that he didn't want to be part of the workshop. I think we need to make sure the new board and everybody's on the same page and then go from there. So we're at your disposal to do whatever you would like us to. This is just the first step in informing each commissioner, answer their questions. We have someone who is an expert. I am not an expert. Mark is not an expert. We're having somebody that is an expert help determine what direction you would like to take.
And I'd like to take a consensus of the board, because I would like, obviously, to get the education from the expert and then have a workshop, however way we do it. So that is the direction that I would like to go forward with. Any other?
Yes. I would say that I personally make up my own mind on things. I have no problem speaking with people individually before a board meeting and bringing my own brain and impression of things to this with an open mind. I always carry an open mind, and sometimes I'm swayed up here by my fellow commissioners. I do have some concerns about, so I don't have concerns about the reality of me meeting privately with the expert and then doing a workshop. However, I am concerned about the optics of it, because in getting some sort of, getting on the same page is difficult with any 5 people meeting individually. What we're supposed to do is come in here and get on the same page, hopefully with 5-0 votes. Not all, doesn't always happen. So I have some hesitation about that. If the board consensus is that we're doing individual meetings beforehand, I do need to sign up for that, Doug. But I hear Ms. Watson loud and clear, and I happen to agree with her on this, that I have some concerns. So I'll let somebody else talk.
Anybody else?
I'm good. I'll talk to him on the 13th, and I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Bays?
Well, speaking from prior experience, generally what we did is we had them come in and do a presentation at a board meeting, and then as board members, we moved to a direction. So, I'm happy with either way, but it seems most appropriate to me that we would have this open to the public presentation by this expert, and then we as the 5 board members can discuss and provide some direction to how we want to proceed.
Yeah. I think that I personally am looking forward to the one-on-one with the expert, because I do have a lot of questions. And then when we have the workshop, I'm going to be able to point that out during the workshop. That's one reason why I wanted to have the private meeting, when it was first brought up to me. So either way, I'm going to meet with the expert and then a workshop, hopefully. So it's nothing nefarious. It's that I personally want that education, and if this is the way I'm going to get it, that's how I'm going to get it. And then we're going to get the second education with the workshop.
In the way I could defend that, if I may, I'm defending your position on this, is that a lot of these topics are quite complex that we address, and it's nice to have that input and then let it cogitate and go do our own research, and then have the workshop where we all discuss everything out in the open. So I'm fine with that direction.
And it allows, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, if I may, it allows us to also bring to the workshop your concerns that were brought up one-on-one also. So we are coming to the meeting with an idea of some things that you have, but of course the dialogue between each commissioner helps us to be better and bring more information as we go along through this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So in this interim period, because we do the spraying of the aquatic vegetation, can you be prepared by the time that we meet with this individual to tell us what the process is for harvesting versus spraying?
Yeah, and I believe he does have that in his presentation to you. So yes, we will have.
And the cost difference?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more? Any more discussion? Okay. Board, I'm looking for all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. I hope that helps the public. Okay. Moving on to item G, County Administrator, Mr. Steve Howard. First day, you have anything?
We got a lot of notes here. I have that. We're going to be busy. We'll get some answers though. But I have nothing else other than the nice warm welcome here, and looking forward to working with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item I, Advisory Board announcements, nominations, and appointments. I-1.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
item G1, does that require a vote to set those dates?
There's the G1.
Yes, there's an addition.
Oh, I'm
item,
sorry.
G1.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I didn't write it on my master. Yes, we cannot, we're gonna backpedal, go to G1.
Motion to
This-
approve item G1.
Second.
Thank you. And that's the corrections to the two board meetings. Approved January 10th board meeting, and we are going to cancel May 9th of 2023 and schedule it for the first time since I've been up here on a Thursday, May 11th.
Ah, there it is.
So we
Stuck to
have
another page.
a G1, Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Finnegan was the second, or do I have that backwards?
You're correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Any public comment on G1? Seeing none, board all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 5-0. Thank you for that, Mr. Commissioner Kennard. Okay, now we're gonna go to I. I1, looking for a nomination for an alternate member.
Motion to, oh boy, motion to approve or nominate Tim Gilbert for I1.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on I1? Seeing none, board all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No comments.
Oh, sorry, would you like to make a comment
Well,
on
I
the
guess I was
nomination?
just wondering where that came from. When I looked at the applications, I just felt like Miss Manganero
Seemed to be better qualified for the position. I didn't.
Well, there was a motion and a second, and so what, if you don't agree with that motion and second, you would just,
Okay.
okay. So, and then if, we'll see how the vote goes. So commissioners, I'm looking all in favor of nominating Tim Gilbert as the alternate. All in,
I can actually give her an answer to that. She wanted to know why I nominated him.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's a list of suggested how it's broken up, and we're already too heavy in that biggest category, which is architect, engineer, construction, et cetera. And so the other applicant would have come in under the realtor section. And so we need to tee up. We don't always pull from alternates for the main board, but sometimes we do. And it will be nice to see how Mr. Gilbert performs as an alternate member, because we need an additional basically a interested citizen. There's 2 spots for that, so we need to have somebody teed up for that. That was my rationale for what it's worth.
Thank you.
And just for future reference, one thing I do when I look through these applications, Commissioner Finnegan, is I look at the length of time the person has lived here. I look at education, the length of time of residency, and so that's why I would be in support of Timothy Gilbert. So all in favor of Timothy Gilbert being the alternate member?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that passes 4-1. Thank you. I2. This is announcing 2 expiring terms.
Motion to approve I2.
Second.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe it requires a vote. It's just announcing the expiring terms.
Okay.
Just informational.
Mr. Howard, would you like me to read it or you to read it?
The
So this is an informational item that we're just announcing 2 expiring terms.
announced to 2 expiring terms for regular members of the Planning and Development Commission on 1/31/23. New terms will extend to 1/31/27.
Thank you. So no action is required on I2. I3.
Is a Special Library District Advisory Board announce expiration of terms. Announcement of the expiration of terms for 4 regular positions and taking of applications for the Special Library District Advisory Board. These terms will expire January 31st, 2023.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Kennard. You are the senior member.
Very senior.
Madam Attorney.
No, I think I'm the senior. Thank you. Did you guys withdraw that motion in second? Because I think it came out pretty quick.
You're talking about the,
Did somebody actually make a motion on?
I don't think it did he come, was there a motion? I
Which
thought it got
item are you
interrupted.
speaking on?
On I-2.
No, there, it didn't get complete.
It was interrupted. He
Yes,
caught
just
it.
checking.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
there was
you.
no second.
Thank you. We're moving on to committee reports. At this point, I would love to take a recess, but we're so close. Is there any board, would they like a recess or would you like to move forward?
I'm good.
No, keep moving forward.
Okay, so that being said, committee reports. We'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No, I have nothing.
Commissioner Bays has yet to get her
I
committees.
have nothing.
No
Okay,
committees.
I have done, I got to sit in for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council for Commissioner Kennard. It was very informative. I got to look at the living walls. I'm actually a follower of this, and it's a 3D printing that they do on canal walls and the habitats and what it does for the water, and it's fascinating. And if any of you want to look into that, just look on Instagram or Facebook under Living Walls, and it's a concrete product that doesn't require any additional permitting, and it goes on a flat wall with like I said, 3D printing. It has an additive so that the concrete doesn't leach into the water. It's instant homes for so many different creatures that help our ecosystem, and it's fascinating. And I was so glad to be sitting in there when that was presented, because our canals, we could really benefit from something like that. The other thing is I left, well, I'll save that for the next. So we are at committee reports, Commissioner Davis.
I could hear.
Okay. Do you have anything to report?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, item K, Commissioner Diana Finnegan. Is there anything you would like to talk about?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bays? You got anything? Okay, you don't have anything on the agenda, and then we're at M for Commissioner Jeff Kennard. He has M1 on the agenda.
Yeah, this is, this agenda item has been misinterpreted, misrepresented in the paper, unfortunately. All that I am looking for here is the board to direct staff to look at the process. I don't even know if it's possible to make a move or to fall under the direction of a different water management district. And quite frankly, I don't know that anybody else up here does or anybody in the room knows. So all that I'm looking for is, let's explore the option. Is it an option? There's no telling. We may hear from Levy County, or we may hear from Marion County, both of whom have portions of their county that fall under the jurisdiction of SWIFMUD. Marion has the majority of their county falls under a different water management district. The majority of Levy County falls under Swanee River, but they do have a portion that's under SWIFMUD. And I don't know what the process would be if we decided to go down this road. So that discussion and vote is for another day. All I'm looking for, and this is not about ownership dispute of the boat ramp. This is some frustration with not just my own frustration, but there's a whole lot more of it out there, of the lack of partnership that we have with SWIFMUD. This is absolutely not about Mark or not about Frank. We've got great folks that come to the community and participate in the 2FAR meetings and interact with us and so forth. But it's about the organization as a whole and the relationship or partnership or lack thereof that we have with a critical organization. There are DEP grants. There's monies that flow from DEP through SWIFMUD to us, and for whatever reason, it seems to get hung up in Brooksville for quite some time. That's not a partnership. If DEP is going the distance and awarding us this grant money, it should move swiftly through the headquarter office in Brooksville, and that's not happening. That's one issue. You know, there are a multitude of issues that we have, not just the county, the cities have had with this organization. And, you know, it's, I had broached the subject several times with Randy, and his famous words to me, or infamous words to me, were, "Be careful about poking the bear." You know, I'm not looking to cause a stir here. I'm just saying, if this is an opportunity or an option to us at some point, I'd like to at least know what the process is if we wanted to go down that road. So that's all that I'm looking for. Is I would make a motion that we direct staff to explore what the process would be to move from under the jurisdiction of Swift Mud to the Suwannee River Water Management District.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I would like to second that, but I don't know if we can add to that. I would like to know not just the process, but if it could benefit the citizens of Citrus County.
Sure.
Just like you said, with the funding, the partnership, if we could just add all of that. I believe knowledge is power. You're not asking us to change. You're just saying, I want to take a deeper look in to see what serves our community in the best direction, and I'm all for it.
That's 100% correct.
Thank you. And I do want to say something before I open this up to public comment. So many times as a commissioner, I've been told that can's been kicked down the road so long. And this is a can of worms that I would like to open up, and I commend you for bringing this, because that's what these agenda items are about. They're about discussion and conversations, if you will. And, you know, there's a lot of questions I have. Funding is one. Another one is the permits for the bottling companies. I have asked that question. Why do they get to do this and we have to be, you know, in the summer only water our lawn so much? And well, that's because Swift Mud does a permit and we have no jurisdiction over it. That is not a partnership. And I again commend you for bringing this forward. These agenda items, you know, we sometimes get the stuffing kicked out of us by bringing these things forward, but that's what they're here for. They're here to have discussions. Doesn't mean you're the law of the land, even though you are a commissioner, the oldest senior commissioner. But it's to say, hey, what does the community think about this? And what do you because this is the only time we can talk about these things. So great segue for mine, because I'm going to use this too. But I commend you. I will support your motion to find out the procedure of where we go. Commissioner Bays, you're the only one that hasn't spoken on this. Do you have anything to say?
No, I'm not opposed to exploring, but I want the full Monty. I don't, you know, I want to look at all of it, because if you look at the map, and you brought this up, I'm a person that I like to keep things in alignment. If you look to the south of us, that's our Congress, that's our senator, that's our transportation district. So I think you have to look at it in a bigger picture and not just say, you know, because we might be treated differently. And I think you have to look at funding mechanisms, what you put in. If we go to a different district, how much funding do they get, and what is the potential back versus where we're at today? And I would like to also know the funding that we have received from Swift Mud over the years. The door is never closed to me to look outside and see what options we have. But I do want to vet the process very carefully and not, you know, jump out of the pan into the fire. So I'm in support of looking, but when we come back with it, please be prepared to do the full exposure of what it means in totality to jump from one to another.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Davis.
I see Frank sitting in the audience. Hi, Frank. He has always been very responsive to me, and but Swift Mud as an organization, we do beat our head against the wall on some key issues. So I'm in support of exploration, but I particularly love what what both of you said, but especially the last thing in my ear, what Commissioner Bays said about seeing the whole picture, because we do need to look at that. So I'll be voting in favor of it.
Thank you. At this time, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak about this?
Yes, Dr. Paul John Reinhardt from Beverly Hills, Florida. Like I said, I lived here 44 years. I remember when Ginny Brown Waite served on SwiftMod. That was before I bucked heads with her on the Senate Health Care Committee in Tallahassee. That was before she became a congresswoman, the first Republican congresswoman. I met with this SwiftMod people, both retired and current people that serve on them, when I attended the MPO at Citrus and Hernando down in Brooksville. And I actually proceeded to SwiftMod to speak to them. I couldn't count on our chronicle when SwiftMod objected to the 4 routes of the turnpike for conservation land preservation or handling of management of it. I had to find out what the management was. And they were very open to me, and my brother was with me. They described the prescribed burns. And that was a big concern to me because the thin wall pipelines, the Sable Trail pipelines, that actually would present a hazard when we had these prescribed burns on the 4 routes. I felt that, I had to go and find that out myself. But I'm not in favor of even doing away with SwiftMod, not only for their role in that, but there's an internal feud a lot of people don't know about. I was speaking to some retired SwiftMod people. Our current senator had a personal feud against SwiftMod due to SwiftMod regulating his Hernando County development. There were some pictures taken when SwiftMod was closed on Sunday, and he tried to allude that these people have no show jobs. And it got very ugly with some of the members of SwiftMod, insinuating they weren't doing their job. So we have to watch what's going on. Through the years, both parties, people have served on SwiftMod, but we have to watch out for personal agendas. I know the turnpike is coming back. I'm comfortable with SwiftMod's position. And I don't think we should cater to a private developer, even if he is our current state senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm back. Don Clark. I can't believe I'm up here defending SwiftMod because every time they have one of those meetings, I'm there opposing them. But the people who work for them are good, and we get a lot of money from them. And as we are the most rural area, the most beautiful area in their area, so they send a lot of money to us. We're getting a lot of money from them. The real problem is the way all of the water management districts are run, and the fact that the commissioners are politically driven donors to the ruling party, which is currently highly Republican. I'm Republican too, but that's beside the point. They don't know anything, and they're not there because they're committed. Doesn't really matter which one we're in, we're going to be in one of them. And they don't have better records. Suwannee doesn't have a better record than SwiftMod. If we want to get things done, we have to do it politically. Maybe you know somebody who's on the SwiftMod board who knows something or is more friendly to Citrus County. But if not, irritating the daylights out of them is not a good political way to get through. We need to get somebody from our area on that board somehow that knows what they're doing. Gary Kuhl would have been that, but I don't think he wants to do that anymore. So it isn't going to help to change them. They're all the same and they all work off the same mandates from the state, and they all get appointed by the governor for things that have nothing to do with our water management. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sabrina again. I just want to say, I don't know anything about either Swift Mud or Suwannee River Management District, but I love the fact that this is actually being brought up, because so many times items on the agenda just get run through and nobody ever knows what they are, what they encompass, why we're talking about them. So it's great that at least looking at this gives the public an opportunity to find out what's going on. I'm involved with a couple of organizations who have leases with Swift Mud, so I'd be also curious as to how that works. I drive an airboat. I'd like to know who's supposed to fix my airboat ramps, the slides. I'd like to know how that works. Just saying, so thanks for bringing it up. I just want to, take your time on this. I want to make sure Swamp Fest happens on December 3rd as planned. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Hi, I'm Bob Rudemiller, Chairman of the Citrus County Water and Wastewater Authority. My grandpa once told me, you can get more bees with honey than you can with vinegar. And I think it applies this time. It sounds to me like what really has to be done is some repair of relationships. Perhaps instead of wasting your time doing a lot of investigation and you're very, very busy, you're putting more and more work on your plate, perhaps what you should do is set up some special committee to itself of citizens and some staff members, and they have the express responsibility to develop a deeper relationship with Swift Mud. Because I think this is all about relationships. That's really what it's all about. It's about relationships. It's not about confrontation. Don't use vinegar. But I will tell you something else. The truth is that this decision is not the decision of the BOCC. It's not in your jurisdiction at all. You might want to sever the relationship, but guess where it goes? What you're really doing is you're redistricting water boundaries. And guess who makes that decision? The state legislature. So why are we doing this? Why don't we look at positive ways of building and restoring good relationships with Swift Mud? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment on item M1? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Rudemiller and Mr. Clark, both excellent suggestions. I do think that it is relationships. There's two people in every relationship. And I think that what the five of us, or at least some of the five of us, are saying is that we're not happy in our marriage. And we'd like the other party to pay attention to the fact that we're not happy in our marriage. However, I will address this to Mr. Gargano in the back of the room. We too need to be good partners. So if there's anything that we can do to be better partners, then obviously we would like to hear that. But we do have some issues that we keep butting up against that we don't feel are getting a good hearing from Swift Mud. So, and if indeed we cannot change districts, it's going to be a pretty short research project, to your point on that. But I do think that getting somebody on the board, to Mr. Clark's point, would be outstanding. And also the committee is not a bad idea either.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, I know for a fact that Dennis Tomato wanted to get on this board in 2019, filled out, sent it up. Dennis has since passed away. That application's still sitting up there, waiting for the governor to appoint several positions on Swift Mud. It is, I've said it before, working with government is like, running in molasses. want to push the governor to make a lot of appointments that are necessary that are just hanging there. But I would love to have somebody from our area be sitting on that board. And if there's any way we could get that done, boy, let's get that done. Let's get somebody on the boards for our area that is representing us so that we have a voice. Because I loved your example. I when this came forward, I'm like, okay, we're going to poke the bear. This is what we're going to do. We're going to find out. But I do feel that our voice isn't being heard. And if this is the way to have the conversation, then I'm going to support it. So thank you. So any other discussion from the board? Okay, at this time, then we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Commissioner Holly Davis, do you have anything for the board?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and it is my turn. Lucky me. 01. The first one is, I think, pretty easy, self-explanatory. This is board appointments. I do want you to note that FAC and NACO are not on this list because they are not board appointments. But both Commissioner Davis and I sit on FACT committees and NACO committees. So there are three more, two for me, three for
'cause
you.
I'm on the board of FAC. So.
On a list that's not listed. So is there any discussion about the board appointments?
I do have I noticed that there's a new one, at least I don't believe it was on the list before, with intergovernmental between Crest River, Inverness, and Citrus County.
The joint government group?
Yes.
No,
that's-
that was always on there. We're still finding out about it. That was one of Commissioner Kitchen's boards.
Really? I did not remember that from last year.
So, I don't know that they even met last year, but staff was looking into that. They did not meet. Okay.
And with the CCSD too. I think that that's a fine idea and right in line with what we've been working on with strategic plan, where we've been trying to rope in CCSD and the city's input into that as well.
Thank you. Anything else? So I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve 01.
And a second.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any more additional board comment? Seeing none. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. 02 is a conversation that I would like to have about public participation, open to the public. Let's see where my notes are here. And I've got a little something that I would like to say before we go on to this, if that's okay. I added this agenda to this item to the agenda as it has been brought to my attention many times by citizens. And they were people that have jobs or have to go have children to pick up from school. We've had both sides comment on that today. And they had constraints. I can tell you I've had at least 15 people over the last 10 months that said, I came to the meeting, I sat there for 3 hours, I had to leave. Their voice wasn't heard. So the point of doing this is that the public has the right to be heard on both current agenda items as well as the purview that falls under the county commission. This is an opportunity. There is an opportunity for the public to speak. We've showed that today. There's a motion on the floor. There's a second. There's public comment. Then we vote. There's been a little bit of misinformation about that. So you have the first open to the public. You have each agenda item. Sabrina Watson came up here. I lost count of how many times she came up. Her voice is being heard. What I wanted to do is, like I said, there's an opportunity for public comment many times throughout our agenda. We do above and beyond. The staff did a little little survey of surrounding counties, and I'm going to tell you, we do more than is required by Florida statute. Some don't even have the first open to the public. Some counties have, you fill out a card and they give themselves 1 hour. The commission gets through as many cards as they can in that hour. There's not even public coming forward. I don't want that. I want to hear, I will stay here all night. That is not a problem. I know that you think I'm trying to stop your voice. I'm not. I've probably met with every person, if not 90% of the people in this room, many times, had coffee, talked, fought, argued, hugged, because that's what my job is, to talk and listen to the citizens of Citrus County. But I also feel like our main job with policy and the budget is to get the business done of the county. And if it is being clogged or hijacked and people don't get to have a voice, that's not fair either. So I'm just trying to come up with some kind of solution to be able to have people that have a job say, okay, I'm going to come and I'm going to be able to speak on E11. I know by 2 o'clock, I'm going to hopefully be able to address that item, and I can go and pick up my children. I love the fact that people said time certain. That's great, but I think where it sits right now on the agenda, it's too early in the agenda. And I would like to see it after, if whatever the board decides, either taking direction, taking public input after the business, because we've just proven today you get to talk about the business, but we get the business out of the way so that we have people visiting that have an item on the agenda that's not a time certain. They can go. I've sat here and I've watched attorneys from out of the county, and I'm just clicking the money that's being charged to the county. I've watched staff sit here that maybe once their agenda item is done, they can go back to work. I don't think it's efficient the way we're doing it now. I'm not saying, I don't have a great solution. I'm hoping that the wisdom up here can help me out. But I think that we need to be efficient with our time and business, and we need to be efficient with the taxpayers and cognizant of the taxpayer dollars. So if you don't mind, I'd like to open it up to the board.
Well, I will make a motion to approve O2. However, I would like the stipulation that we start off with a time certain of 3:30 p.m. and see how that goes. I think that benefits everyone. If you have a specific, including the public, and I love your speech because I agree with 100% of that for your rationale behind this. And to those who have been sending angry emails about Chair Schlebob trying to muzzle the public, give credit where credit's due. She's the only one of us who suggested us doing a night open to the public, which we did, and there was a very tiny handful of people who showed up. So she is the opposite of trying to muzzle. I wasn't actually here,
No,
Ms. Watson.
Can I correct you? The room was actually full.
Was it?
Yes.
All right, then I was misled by
Yeah.
our county attorney when I brought it up with her.
No.
Don't mind me while I throw you under the bus, Denise. But anyway, I missed it because I had another very important county obligation that night, so my apologies. But I do want to, let's get back to the point, which is I wanted to give credit to our chair that she's the one who did that. And I am 100% on board with hearing from the public, but we do need to make this more efficient. We really do. And that's also efficient for the public. And by my count, the reason I suggested 3:30, going back through all the meetings that we've had, I believe that by and large, if we set a time certain of 3:30, if we're not done with, we will most likely be done with our regular business by 3:30, and we even might get a break. And then we could go directly to that. If we are not done with our business, we're probably going to be pretty darn close to the end. We can stop our regular business, do open to the public at 3:30, or if we're really close, we could, slide it 10 minutes or whatnot. But the point would be, open to the public would not start sooner than 3:30. So if you want to talk to us about something that's not on the agenda, you can come in and talk to us about anything you want at 3:30, and that makes everything a lot more efficient. But again, if you have something on the agenda that day, then you need to send us an email, call us on the phone. Doug has my direction that if you ever call the office, you can get my county cell phone from him, or, email, like I said, or show up. That was a very long motion, but my apologies.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to keep the public, open to the public, but make it a time certain and later.
Yes, so instead of 2 open to the publics, there would only be 1, and the time certain would be 3:30. And at board discretion, it might be 3:40 that we start, but it would not start sooner than 3:30, so you will not miss the opportunity to speak with us. And I'm looking forward to public comment on this. The word conversation has been used a lot up here today, and we mean it. Personally, I'm loving the board that we're sitting on right now.
Thank you. I have a motion. I would need a second for this.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
would this be the appropriate opportunity then to discuss possibly changing one of our meeting times to an evening? If you actually had a crowded room, and I've heard this over many years, we've had, people that work, they just can't come to these meetings at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So would this be an opportunity to also change the format to have one meeting a month in the evening?
You need to get a second for the motion that's on the floor.
I need a second first for the motion. I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, I appreciate you bringing this forward for discussion, but I'm not going to support it. The open to the public at the start of the meeting is an opportunity for people to possibly run out at a lunch break, come in, speak their piece, and get out of here. When we've got hot topics like this one, or some other hot topics we've dealt with over the last couple of years, that public input portion takes a lot of time. But if that input portion goes away, we're still going to have that much time in public input when we get to the agenda item. I think doing away with it or moving it further down in the meeting, would likely decrease some of the public input that you get on non-agenda items. But I think overall, I don't think that you're going to save any time or make the meeting run more efficient by doing away with it. In fact, I think it discourages public input to some degree. I would like to clear up what happened with that after hours meeting. The only topic that anybody wanted to talk about at that meeting was the Turnpike extension. It wasn't like we had a room full of people that showed up with, it's after 5 o'clock, I can now talk about, road resurfacing or septic to sewer projects. This place was full for that meeting, but the only reason it was full was because at that point, the Turnpike extension was being discussed. And every person in here was here to talk about that. If that issue, if we were holding that 6 o'clock meeting today, this room would be empty. They just, people just don't show up for those late meetings. So that's my position on both of those. Certainly if it's the board's will to have a quarterly meeting after 6, whatever, then certainly I will support it and I'll be here for it. But I don't think we should be surprised that unless there is a white hot issue burning in the public right now, I wouldn't be surprised if the room's empty again.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I do have a couple concerns. One, I understand the public and they do have the opportunity to speak at each item. But I think when we talk about their frustration, by the point that we get to the agenda item, a motion's been made and it's been seconded. So they feel like at that point, two commissioners are already going maybe in an opposite direction of what they want to see. And I think from listening to the public, they feel that if we could just tell you before all that happens, we all feel better about it. My other concern is your recommended action is just directing staff to adjust the agenda. And when I look at our backup information with our actual code of ordinance, it says, our ordinance says that they need to speak prior to the beginning of the regular business of the meeting. So I don't know that we could even do this as the county ordinance is written.
Which item
At
are
this
you
time.
looking at?
I'm reading your recommended action, and then right across from that on page 705 of 997, under point number 1 in that first paragraph. Prior to the beginning of regular business would be on the third line under number 1.
Correct, yes.
It's going to take an ordinance amendment.
Yes. Okay,
Is-
continue.
Okay, so those were my concerns. So I agree with Commissioner Kennard. I cannot support this.
Okay, Commissioner Bays?
I'm perplexed. I see both sides of the argument on this. So are you suggesting that we're still gonna have two open to the publics? One at the, you would have one later as well?
The motion on the floor is, in a second, is for discussion with a time certain of 3:30.
But are you still going to have the end of the meeting open to the public?
I would think so. I haven't, I mean. I did not make the motion, so.
My sense is that 3:30 time certain is more or less the end of the meeting. If we moved open to the public to after all the regular business, we can whip through a lot of things on this agenda. You've seen an enormous amount of things on this agenda are pretty rote items. There are certain hot topic issues in our agenda that a lot of public want to comment on, and those comments are always welcome. And so my motion was to do a single free-for-all, open to the public, meaning you can talk about anything you want up here, whether we have jurisdiction over it or not, as far as I'm concerned, because sometimes people are bringing up issues that are the jurisdiction of one of our cities, or it's something that the state, where we're preempted by the state law, whatever, but we can address those concerns, questions, et cetera, with the public, which is part of our role, is to be that conduit between government and citizens. If I may, I would like to take this opportunity to say that's an excellent point that Commissioner Finnegan made, that I think there's a misperception that, and you're hearing it right now, I made a motion and I got a second, but it was for purposes of discussion. None of our minds should be made up until we take public comment. And if you see a commissioner always doing that, being their mind is made up on every single thing before the public speaks, then you should think about voting for somebody else at the next election. I know I bring an open mind every single time I put myself in this chair. I do a lot of prep work, but I have an open mind, and we obviously have a swing vote and a split board on this, so guess what? You guys are going to be really instrumental in whether we can streamline this meeting to benefit all of us, honestly, including the public. That's my personal opinion, but.
And I couldn't say that better, because there's been so many times, and I know there are people out there that have witnessed it, that I've had deer in a headlight, like, wait a second, I haven't made my decision yet. I wanted to hear from the public. So this is a conversation. I do believe that government should be more efficient, and by no means would I ever want to take away public's comments. I know you all know this, but I was in a red tape situation for 10 years, and that's why I ran. And I had no voice. And I ran because I never want somebody to feel as helpless as I do, to the tune that it cost me $60,000. So it's just kind of ironic that these blogs have come out, be like, Commissioner Slaybaugh doesn't want to hear your voice. I am the poster child for wanting to hear your voice, because nobody has been through what I've been through in county government. And I'm seeking therapy about it, but I am working through it. But this is, when I have citizens come to me and say they have not had the opportunity to speak because a hot topic, fire issue just overcame our mechanism of doing business as a county, I have to listen to those citizens also. And, you know, so I'm just trying to find a way, and I'm going to tell you, I came in here thinking, you know what would be nice is to have the first open to the public. I did not make this motion, and thank you for this discussion and supporting me. But I was thinking, okay, the first open to the public would be nice if it's what's on the agenda. And then we could have the last we have the agenda items open to the, public comment. Then the last one could be open to the public, and people would know, okay, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, I'm going to be there to make a comment. But listening to the citizens today, I don't know that I would actually support that. So I would ask, because of your support, and to me, I would like to rescind my second, because I think that there needs to be a little bit more work. But I do want the citizens to be cognizant if there are things that are clogging up the business of the county. That's also not fair to the person that's working. That's not fair to the single mom or dad that wants to come and have a voice. Because what I've witnessed in the last 10 months for an 8-month period was an out and out almost hijacking of the county doing business. And that is the citizens' right to do that. But do we want county business to be abused in this area? If that's the case, why don't we let the abuse come at 3:30 or 4 o'clock, and we'll sit here and listen to it? So this is a conversation I wanted to have.
I'm fine with withdrawing my motion, but we could table this, but I would very much like to hear from the folks who are in here, especially some of the frequent flyers, like Ms. Watson. And I would beg all of you to come with a constructive attitude on helping us solve this issue, because I think all of us want to get this business done efficiently, and we do want to hear from you. We honestly do. So that would be my impression.
I'll leave my second for discussion and open to the public. Does anybody else like to say anything?
Yeah, just a couple notes beforehand. The meeting times for our county commission meetings, more often than not, if we don't have a 5:01, we're done well in advance of 5 o'clock. That isn't the way that it used to be when Commissioner Bays was up here previously, right? I mean, there were some 9 o'clockers, 10 o'clockers.
Midnighters.
You don't have to look very far to our south to find county commission meetings that go all day long. We start at 1 and are typically done by 5 o'clock. So I would not call that an inefficient meeting. Most of the time, if not all the time, the majority of the meeting time is taken up by the dialogue that we have up here and not necessarily the public input. So I think we might be trying to fix a problem that doesn't necessarily exist. That's just, I don't mean that as a criticism, that's just my own thought. Bill Grant is notorious, speaking of problems, no. Bill Grant is notorious for coming in when there's an item on the agenda that he wants to give input on, gives his input, sits right in the front row, gives his input and leaves. He's at the back door before any of us catch our breath and digest what he just said. He's off to go do whatever the rest of his day entails. And how many times when we've taken notes on what the public has to say, and then when we go to respond to what different individuals said, we start with, I don't know if you're still here. Because many times they're not. You know, they come up, they give their input, they just had something to say to the public. They had an open time at 1 o'clock. I'm going to be there at 1. I'm going to say what I got to say, and I'm getting out of there. I don't care what's on the rest of their agenda. So I think that's an important time. I really do. I don't mean to be confrontive about it. I appreciate the conversation. I like the dialogue. But I do think it's an important time to keep on the agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I do think there's a problem. I hear you though about the, Bill Grant coming in and that keeps his billable time efficient. He can come in and say his thing. You also mentioned people coming in on their lunch breaks. Quite honestly, those are two examples that I didn't think of before I came in here. And this is why we have board discussions out in public. However, I do think there is a problem with those exceptionally large groups that have come in a few times. I mean, we've had a 3-hour open to the public before, and there are people who need to hear the agenda item and be able to be heard on that and be there for the vote. So I'm open to however we end up skinning this cat, but I do think there can be some fine tuning available, perhaps back to Madam Chair's original suggestion, I believe is what you were saying, is a 1 p.m. only on agenda items, and then a later one that is for any subject. However, I would really ask that citizens help us with this, and if you are going to be here all day, wait to speak on the agenda item versus at the opening one. Just let's try to streamline this because we're here forever. We've had some pretty late meetings while I've been here. One 12-hour day, which I was not very well spoken at the end. Got me a little bit of hot water. So I'm open to solving this, but I do think we need some fine tuning to the situation to help our citizens.
Anything else?
And also attorneys that are on retainer with us who are billing hours while they sit there waiting. I think the essential, I'm sorry, I am not on my game today,
No,
so
you're
I
fine.
apologize for rambling a little bit.
I'm showing you grace.
I know, I can barely, I'm in an enormous amount of pain. I think ideally, the more we can discuss things on time certains makes, and I don't mean that as a legal term in the agenda, but a more predictable time frame in which agenda items come up is helpful to the overall flow for our citizens coming and going and our staff.
Very
And
good.
now I really am done.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak?
As the resident frequent flyer.
I'm shocked to see
And
you
your
up here.
name?
I know you're
Your
shocked.
name is?
Sabrina Watson from Lecanto. I almost forgot what I was going to say, where I lived. To Holly's point of be gentle, that's not my nature. We know that. However, and I had a nice little story I wrote out for you again, but you guys have changed up your plan here. To Diana Finnegan's point, I appreciated what you just had to say, and I'm actually very encouraged about the direction this board is going, so I'm going to work a little harder to be a little more gentle.
Really?
But no, not really. But anyway, as far as frequent flyers go, I think that this discussion brought out some good points. Personally, just so you know, and I know I'm not the only person that does this, I use the open to the public at 1 o'clock to get my point in before there's a motion made for that agenda item. And then I get a second point in after that those motions have been made and it's up for discussion. So I know that I'm not the only person to do that. So I wouldn't personally see a problem with limiting that 1 o'clock to items on the agenda for the day. The only problem I see is that at the end, if you're going to do one at the end for items that were not on that day's agenda, is if it's 3:30, but you got done at 2:30 and I got here at 3:45 and you're all gone. Not me in particular, because I would never wait that long to show up. but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, that's the only point I'm making. It was good discussion though, and I appreciate that you took the time to ask the frequent flyers. Thank you.
Already set the time. Does that go back to 3 minutes? Okay, it's there we go. Well, we're okay. Jack Martin, Spring Hill. I'm a pastor for 37 years. I chaired every month board meetings with the board of elders. Also, 37 years, I had annual meetings once a year. There were a lot of times I would have loved to push new business before old business because I knew in old business there was going to be a lot of hubbub. But the truth was, to serve the meeting right and best, I always put the multiple good of the people forward. As Commissioner Kennard said, I don't believe it'll change the expediency of the meeting. My wife and I have a joke. When we got married, she asked me if it was okay to have dessert before the main course. And, you know, I told her yes, and it doesn't change how long dinner will take. And it didn't.
That's right.
But every time that I've seen it done where the comments were put at the end like that, what happens is, like today, I've heard a lot of things I would not have heard if that was done that way. When we did the school board meetings in several different counties, when they moved us to the end of the meeting, everybody else was gone. So the only people in that room left were the ones who disagreed with them. And it was great because no other citizen heard it. By letting the public comments go first, what happens is you allow everybody in the room to hear issues they might not have heard otherwise. And I truly believe it's a fairer system. I respect all of you. Again, I do thank the new members. I got to work with Diana a little bit along the way and Rebecca, but I thank you for what you're doing. And I know it's difficult, but I really ask that you consider the hearts of the people as they come. And the commissioner's right. Some people come in, dodge out, and get out. I would have been out of here early today had that have been the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alana McCarty, Homosassa. I just want to make the comment about the after the 5 meeting. I've lived in several places in several states. This is actually the only county I've ever lived in that all the meetings are during the day. And something that I hear over and over again from elected officials and from, older generation Republicans and people that I engage with on a regular basis in this community is we would love to see more of my age category engaged in civic matters. We want to see you engaged in, your party. We want to see you engaged in government, all of these things. But my age demographic means that I'm still working, a 12-hour day. I'm still trying to make my money to put into my IRA that's going to disappear on me apparently too. So, right. But we're still out there hustling, doing that, and then you also have tons of chamber members, if that 40 under 40 group that can't come to these meetings. And those people are going to be your next generation that's either going to be sitting up there or they're going to be sitting out here. But we would love to be able to have that voice during that time period. I think one meeting judging past 5 p.m. probably isn't the best time slot because some people didn't even know about that. But if it become a regularly scheduled, hey, the second meeting of the month is at 5, then maybe that would be a time to get that word out so that more of our age group could come and be able to voice that. So that's my only comment on that. And then as far as the time slot for the public comment, I see both sides of that. I think that dialect is good. And this is something that you haven't seen in this board before, is an actual discussion and not somebody shutting somebody down or arguing or belittling somebody. And I think that that's a great step in the right direction for any of the decisions that are made. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Hey, Ken Hinkle. I think you ought to keep it as we have. You already have the ordinance. Leave it where it's at. You're talking about shortening the meeting if you can. Well, as Jeff Kennard mentioned, you're not going to shorten a meeting. If you got an open public portion of the meeting, if you have a room full of people, there's something you're doing they're upset about. You need to hear from every one of them. Mm-hmm. You're our employees. We don't work for you. So if we have something to say, we need to have time to say it, whether it's the beginning of the meeting, end of the meeting. But it's very important you have these open meetings. I've been in long meetings too, but it's very important you have these because you had this, look how many people are in here now. You lost half your people. And they want to come in and say their say and be gone. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Hey guys, Diana Bullets again. Everything he said. And what happened with the newspaper? So, you know, it seemed to me like everything used to have to be out in the open in the newspaper because of the amount of elderly people here, and they like to read the newspaper.
Ms. Bolus?
Yes.
This is about item O2.
I
And at
understand.
the
I'm leading
open-
to that.
At the open to the public, you can bring that up.
Well,
about
I'm
the
just saying
newspaper.
it just feels like, you know, everything's trying to get changed here. And, you know, I don't care for it at all. Can you just leave everything the way it is? Please. I mean, I don't see if something has been going on this way for such a long time, why not leave it like that? I mean, that's what everybody, you know, is used to. So I appreciate that you're all in new positions, but maybe take some time to adjust to those positions instead of trying to force us to adjust to something that we don't want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's almost time for me to go home for dinner, but Commissioner Kennard brought up, I didn't realize you were talking about that evening thing happened to be the turnpike thing. That was irritating for all of us. You probably, those of you who were there, you probably felt that you were under assault. We thought that you were purposely scheduling it so that to cause us the most pain, because it wasn't just this room. I was in a room in the back and it took for hours. Now, I'm old, so I look at the paper. I was here at 1 o'clock because all the paper said was the thing I was interested was going to be talked about today, and the thing opened at 1. Maybe you could get the paper to work your schedule a little bit so we wouldn't be here that early. And by the way, I didn't get those 4 answers answered, but I'm going home. Just
No,
think
we said that we would
a lot
be
of us
getting
are
the
newspaper
answers.
people.
I'm going to let you go home, but not to interrupt you, but we said that we would be getting those answers for you.
And you got some business done while we were waiting here. So you stopped and you did some business. That was great, because I don't get paid. I just listen to the newspaper. But those lawyers you said, they should look at that. And they shouldn't get paid if they want to sit here all day long to listen to me talk about something that has nothing to do with them. You schedule it for that. That's what they should get paid for, is that period when they did that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bob Grant does that right.
Dr. Paul Reinhardt, Beverly Hills, Florida. Yeah, I do encourage flat rates when you hire attorneys, by the way. But anyway, what I wanted to say was that don't think it's all about you. I ran for office 3 times and I'm going to run again. And I'm also going to take trips to Tallahassee now. It necessitated it. I got to go through the courts. And one of the things I want to say, it's just not about what you're hearing. It's about what people in the audience hear. They may change their position. They may get facts and information from people in the beginning. It may change what they say later on an agended item. So that's what I want to say. You know, in other words, I don't kind of like it at a tail end. I like to hear what the people out here have to say too, and I like to hear what you have to say. So if you eliminate the one in the beginning, I'm going to miss out what my fellow citizens have to say. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tracy Duncan. Again, I'm from Lecanto. And I just honestly, first off, would like to commend y'all. You have honestly lifted my spirits as far as how this was going to go, because I honestly thought it was going to be more of a shutdown. So I honestly applaud y'all for having this discussion, and I think it's a very good discussion. I do like Miss Rebecca's idea of possibly having one evening meeting, because I've honestly spoken with many people that cannot come because of their work schedule. And even if they were to try to come on their lunch, by the time they get here, they'd have to turn around and go back. So that's honestly an excellent idea. I like the other discussion of the, you know, the after thing. I mean, I think it's very good. I think it should be open for discussion. And I really applaud y'all and I commend you for your openness and really wanting to hear the public. And I pray that's true to heart and stays that way. So I thank you. But I do like the evening meeting once. I think you honestly would have a good turnout because I know I would be encouraging people to come. And two, I think having the, you know, the set time maybe for open discussion, you know, get your business done, like you said, you know, have your open and do your business, and then have the open for, you know, just things that are not on the agenda. That might be honestly a good idea to look at. So I just wanted to share that. But again, thank you so much for opening this and letting it be a part of a discussion today.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, since this is my agenda item, I'd like to say something. This, I'm a business person. I've been a business owner for over 30 years. And starting my third year in government, it is very frustrating how things move. And when you have citizens tell you, listen, I just want to come, I want to talk about my road, and I want to go. We were in a situation that might have been just the unicorn and it won't ever happen again. But it is my responsibility as a commissioner to bring forward complaints from other people, other citizens, taxpayers. They're not here. I did have one, and I do appreciate one of the bigger complainers about this situation coming here and saying, yeah, you know, it is difficult to get off work. It's difficult to spend a whole day here. This one was because I wanted to see government be more efficient and try to save some tax dollars. This was not about shortening a meeting. I have nowhere to go on Tuesdays, so I'm here. You can order pizza, make a pot of coffee. I'm here. This is never about shortening the meeting. And so this is why I'm very thankful for I'm sorry that some people might have read some blogs that painted us as dictators. I think this board is a new board, and already I have such promise and hope for this board. There has been nobody shutting any of us down, telling us, you know, no, you're, you know, humiliating us, doing that. This is a discussion, and this is important to me. And I hope that we opened your eyes that we are willing to discuss. I would have thought some of you would know that about us, but evidently I haven't been clear enough in the personality that I am and wanting to make citizens heard and the betterment of the county. As far as the evening meetings, I would like to revisit that again because I'm going to take that Turnpike group as a win. It might have been one topic, but the room was full. And for 15 years, I had to watch the meetings on the monitor because I was at work and I couldn't come here. So we didn't have the option of an evening meeting. So I would encourage you to get that on the agenda, and I would support it. Then finally, unfortunately, I'm a native Floridian, born and raised in Florida. Like I said, a business owner, and change is happening whether we like it or not. And change is hard, but that's why we have these conversations and these agenda items to think about how are we going to adjust if we've got a new workforce and getting them to meetings and letting their voices be heard. Not everybody in Citrus County is retired and can sit here all day. So I appreciate it. You know, I don't know where Commissioner Davis is, and I know she did this motion for discussion, but
if you're done,
I'm done.
Okay, I'll speak. Absolutely, 100%. The point of this, in your book and also apparently in mine, is that it was not to shorten the meeting. Okay, we may get some time from what I proposed. We may get a little bit of time savings, but it would be nominal. It is more, to Mr. Clark's point, is to honor everyone's schedule. And to Mr. Reinhardt, I'm actually a little offended that you think that it is all about us, that that's what we are thinking. I am working my tail off for this county. So there's not any more of me to give. All right. So this is about making it efficient for you. As Commissioner Schleybaugh said, our Tuesdays are for y'all. Like, we're here. Okay. So I'm actually going to take back my motion. Thank you. I am.
That's okay. And I will take back my second, and we
But
can,
I'm going to throw out a really crazy idea, because you know how good I am at crazy ideas, just for the idea.
just for giggles.
So we have 501s on Tuesday night, and quasi judicial hearings. Can we do those on Monday night and then have a time certain for open to the public right after that? And that way everybody can talk about our Tuesday agenda on Monday night, which helps the working folks.
Your 501s just have to be advertised, just have to be heard after 501.
And that way we theoretically get our Tuesday nights back. I personally would be willing to do open to the public on Monday night and our 501s on Tuesday night. However, this is.
Can we think about
This,
that?
of course, this is just, we're just throwing a lot of ideas out here, and we're gonna obviously think about this in the future, but it's a crazy idea, but it's one
So-
that solves a lot of our issues.
So, Madam Attorney, we have taken away our motion and our second, so we can leave this in the book for now. No action is needed. We were going to keep things the way they are for now.
Sounds like that's what you've done. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on. And thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Precise.
Okay, so at this time, where am I at? Okay, 02P.
I have nothing.
Thank you for that. Open to the public. Q. I would hope.
No, you're not getting me. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
I have a response to you.
Ken Hinkle, thank you all for your open discussion, really. When you're open to listening to all sides, it makes a world of difference. I commend all of you that are up here because you sound like you're going to work together. You got to have a commission that works together. You need to work with the cities, both Inverness and Crystal River. So whoever you want to point to that committee, you're going to do it and make it work because we're all in it together. I have a little problem. I'm being retained to jail on Thursday at 11:15. Doug Williams is taking me to jail at 11:15 for lunch with the Citizens Academy. This is a phenomenal program. If you've never been on it, the citizens all need to go to this program whenever they can get in. What is it, 45 people can get in? Yeah. But you see how things work. I always had a negative opinion of the animal shelter. I heard, oh, you're going to spend $7 million. Until you go look in that shelter,
Amen.
I mean, you've got these people working in a closet to operate on animals. And they got these little tiny rooms and there's animals everywhere and they have everything from chickens to snakes to alligators and dogs and cats. But this is just one area that, okay, that opened my eyes up. But going to all these areas of the whole county really opened people's eyes to what county government's about. And Steve Howard, welcome aboard and thank you. Thank you, folks. See
Thank
ya.
you, sir. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I was sitting behind your staff in the back, and they're all like, oh gosh, when you're going through that motion, sweating profusely. Wow.
That's what we're here for.
Mr. Hicks, I heard from my father that he couldn't understand you, so you need to get closer to the mic and speak louder. Hi, Dad.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Hicks. I'm a owner of Handy Hicks Corp. in Homosassa and president of the skill building class in Homosassa. It's a nonprofit that teaches 10 to 17-year-olds life skills and resourceful skills. Through my time being a certifying organization for the President's Volunteer Service Award, it has been an extreme honor to commemorate Madam Chair Ruthie Schlabach for the
Oh,
Presidential Volunteer Service Award,
Thank
Lifetime
you.
Achievement Award, utilizing my time, engaging with the community. It's been a vigorous task to log the hours and document the acts of volunteerism. And there's a lot of that going on within this commission. You are very dedicated all to the community, and it is worth the wait. 4 hours just to say that. It was a little willpower to wait this long, but
because you have a job.
I always work, yes, ma'am. But with that in mind, Madam Chair, before you were chair, it was started, this logging of this hours to commemorate you. So
Thank you.
given your position now as Madam Chair, it is more commemorable to give this award to you. May I present this?
Thank you, sir. I'll come down, but do you mind if we do that after the last, and then we'll take a photo? And I can't thank you enough for that. And it was great because it kind of got the stuffing kicked out of me in the last few days. So that makes it all worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. If you don't mind waiting a couple more minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Again, I'm Tracy Duncan. Open discussion, does that mean we can bring up things that we have a concern about just for food for thought? I would like to share, I do have a strong interest, and I'd even be willing to donate my time to help in the situation. But I have noticed recently our landfill has stopped some of the services as far as like the recycling part. Like they no longer recycle glass, they no longer recycle styrofoam. And I've done some calling around, and we have local companies that take this recycling and reproduce it. So I'm not understanding why we're not, utilizing these things that are in Florida. So it's not like we're asking for it to be transported out of state, because there's more cost. But why are we not utilizing resources we have here in Florida to possibly enhance our recycling? The styrofoam is a big concern of mine because I know our public schools are now, have been for the last, I think, 10 years or so, using styrofoam trays. That's a whole lot of, waste going into our landfills. And we know styrofoam does not biodegrade very quickly at all. So just food for thought. I would like to see what we can do to, can we help recycle stuff ourselves, be one of those distributors that does recycling? Or can we get our local people, here in Florida to send it to, what can we do to better, rectify that problem? And I'd like to see the landfill be more responsible in taking on some of that, as being the local place to drop off and distribute out, however we can make that work. I think it's important because we are a nature coast. We have our environment to think about.
Thank you.
So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, close that. Recycling is a private sector. The county is not doing the recycling, correct? So that might be something you would encourage the private sector to get more into, is the recycling program, because we don't have universal garbage right now in Citrus County. So that's why. At the end of the meeting, I'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you, Tree. Okay, anything else from the board?
Mr. Hinkle, I think left, but I would like to give a shout
right
out.
there.
Or Mr. Hinkle, where are you?
Oh, Mr. Hinkle, I'm sorry.
Shout out to Citizens Academy. That is an outstanding program run by Doug Wright. And if you want to really know the ins and outs of how the county is run, that's a really good program. And the county landfill does do recycling, and I share her concerns with styrofoam. I believe it's going to be a mention in the strategic plan. I think it's one of the strategic initiatives. I'm getting a nod from our PIO. So stay tuned. It's on our radar.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we were recycling glass.
We're not.
No, that's what she had asked about glass and
She
styrofoam.
brought up, but we do,
Okay.
you said we don't recycle. We do. We just don't recycle glass and styrofoam, and we're looking at that in the
Right.
strategic plan.
I'm sorry, thank you.
No worries.
Okay, that being said, anything else, Commissioner Finnegan? Okay, we have upcoming meeting, December 13th, 2022 at 1 p.m. right here, and we don't have any upcoming workshops or special meetings, so we will be in recess for 2 minutes. Woo-hoo. So thank you. Yes. Okay, hello? Hello? Could I have my commissioners back, please? We've got still got some work to do, and our 5:01, and it's 5:05. So, seeing this is my first 5:01, I'm going to read the procedures for the audience. To ensure that everything runs smoothly, I find it important to quickly go over the procedure of how things are going to occur today. First, the applicant will have the opportunity to present its application. After that, the county staff will make its presentation, and then the commission will open it up to the public. Once the public portion is closed, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a brief rebuttal. Then I will open it up to the commission for discussion and action. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she or they will need a record of proceeding, and for such purposes, he or she or them may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceeding is made, which record includes testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During the public portion of this hearing, proponents and opponents' comments will be limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for an organization. When anyone wishes to speak, come to the podium. They must print their name, address, and number of the application for which they are speaking. If representing an organization, a letter of that organization must be accompanying the speaker. After signing in, please state your name, and your address and spell your last name, address for the tape record. Comments from the public and parties must be limited to the subject and issues before this commission today. When anyone comes up to speak, we expect everyone to conduct themselves in a manner fitting this professional setting. Personal attacks and other inappropriate behaviors are discouraged, and if this occurs, you will be asked to sit down. Additionally, when you come up, this is the time for you to comment, and your comments need to be directed to the chairman. This may be a long proceeding, and as such, the commission may at its own discretion take recesses as needed. We don't do that. And if and when recesses are called, do not speak of this issue with any commission member. The commission retains the right to ask questions at any time of anyone. If a formal party to this proceeding makes an objection, anyone who is speaking at the time must stop and wait for the objection to either be sustained or overruled. In a moment, I will give you an opportunity for the applicant to take care of any procedural concerns they may have. So I'm going to start this 5:01 with T2.
T1.
I'm sorry. So let's see. T1. And it is, the applicant number is AA-22-04 and PLT-22-24, Joseph and Heather Flynn. Hi, Heather. Okay. Next, the commission needs to formally adopt and back up the materials into evidence. We will need a motion and a second. No public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. Do any
Madam
of,
Chair, I'd make a motion that we adopt the backup material into the record.
thank you. Okay. Do any of the commission members have any procedural question or comments?
We need to vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could I get a cup of coffee or something? Could I get a cup of
You're
coffee?
doing good.
Okay, so, I'm sorry. Madam Attorney,
Take the vote on the
Okay.
motion on the floor.
we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Bays to accept the backup material. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, now, Madam Attorney Lynn, you have some procedures you have some housekeeping for us?
We need to do the ex parte communication
Okay.
disclosure. So
Thank
with
you.
regard to application AA-22-04 and PLT-22-24, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And I'm going to start at the end with Commissioner Finnegan.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now for the applicant, I believe, the applicant's opportunity to step forward to the podium.
Thank you. Please, come forward.
And I'll jump in here. I think Ms. Flynn is a big fan of public speaking, so she may not want to. She said no. She's shaking her head.
Okay.
So if you can read the ordinance preamble.
Okay. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and Citrus Springs Unit 17 Master Plan by redesignating approximately 2.03 acres from the Planned Development Residential Future Development to the Planned Development Residential Single Family Residential District for up to 2 single-family residences, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. We need to at least have the applicant come up and introduce themselves.
Hi, my name's Heather Flynn.
Thank you.
Judy, okay. All right, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is an application to change approximately 2.03 acres in the Citrus Springs Unit 17 Master Plan. This area, you can see it's heavily wooded on the map, Citrus Springs Boulevard and Anton Drive. It is part of future development in the Citrus Springs subdivision. Future development was kind of a placeholder. Someday they'd get to changing it. We have many years ago allowed 1 single-family residence on a future development tract. In this case, they want to actually put 2. So that's why they're here before you. I tried to cross-hatch the area approximately. This is the master plan of Citrus Springs. You can see how it fits into the future development, and it does back up to some single-family residential. It's quite large compared to the single-family residential. Those are about 1/3 to 1/2 acre, and this is over 1 acre. So this is the plat that you're also being asked to consider. So we have one extra step on the recommended action because they were able to get their replat ready to go as well. So each lot would be 1 acre on Anton Drive. The Planning and Development Commission did review the application, the Atlas Amendment, on October 6, 2022, and recommends approval with 6 conditions. One of those conditions is that they do meet all subdivision requirements, which this plat would. It's been recommended for approval by staff.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for the staff? At this time, we're going to open it up to the public. Anyone in favor of this application? Is there anyone in favor? Going once? Going twice? Is there anyone opposed to this application? Going once? Going twice? Okay. There's no argument. The applicant doesn't have anything to discuss. You're good with what the staff has recommended? Okay. I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing. Is there any discussion regarding this application by the board? Nothing? Okay. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to accept this application.
Madam Chair, based on competent and substantial evidence, I move that we authorize the chair and the clerk to execute the ordinance for AA-22-04 for Joseph and Heather Flynn.
Thank you, well done. I need a second.
Second.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I have a question.
And the plat.
We also have to include the plat.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And PLT-22-024.
Review and approve, okay, approve PLT-22-24, and here I thought I nailed it. Flynn subdivision, and direct the chair and clerk to execute the plat and the clerk to record the plat in the public records of Citrus County, Florida.
And I will modify my second.
Thank you. This time, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, it passed 5-0. And it's so nice to see you. Thank you. So I can move on to T2?
Yes, ma'am.
T2, okay.
I can do the ex parte.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioners, with regard to CPA-AA-PUD-22-2-11, do you have any ex parte communications that you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No.
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 No, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, I can read the two ordinances into the record.
Thank you.
First, the comprehensive plan amendment. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 1.8 acres from the low-density residential district to the general commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the Atlas Amendment is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 5 acres from the low-density residential district and the commercial district to the commercial district with a planned unit development for mini warehouses and RV, boat, trailer storage, providing for conflicts, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And actually, Commissioner, I think we have to bring the backup materials into the record.
Thank you. So the application is CPA/AA/PUD-2211. I'm looking for a motion to accept the backup material.
I
I'll make that motion to adopt the backup material into the record.
Thank you. I need a second. Commissioner Bays, so Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Bays second. Okay. So now I'm going to turn it over to staff.
You're going to vote?
Oh, I always forget that. Sorry. Board, I'm looking for a vote to accept the backup material. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The backup material passes 5-0. Thank you. Now,
I believe Mr. Stillwell's here on behalf of the applicant.
so it's going to be, thank you.
Good evening, Clark Stillwell on behalf of the applicant. My professional address is 320 Highway 41, the Brandon Bank Building here in Inverness. First, Commissioner Finnegan, Commissioner Bays, congratulations. We'll look forward to your service. We have a 3-part request tonight. It's 1.86 acres on the easterly portion of a 5-acre site, changing the G Flume and LDC Atlas to GNC. On top of that is a PUD for mini warehouse and open storage on the total of 5.5 acres. Tonight with me is the project engineer, Dr. Wilburn. The map amendments are consistent with the removal of split land use, which is a result of the historic 400-foot commercial corridor that you're familiar with. The PUD is consistent with your GNC district. The surrounding area is GNC, office, PSI, and also governmental uses. The hearing at the plan development was approval. There was no public opposition, and the staff testified, and they indicated that on the plan amendment, the additional depth was appropriate for that 491 commercial corridor. So the issues that we see tonight beyond the comprehensive plan amendment is the access point onto County Road 491. This site has no existing access point. The current standard is 450 feet under Chapter 7 of your Land Development Code. When the road is expanded in the near future, the standard would go to 250 feet. The access point is approximately 200 feet south of Cornerstone Baptist took over the Baptist church that's just north of this site, and 110 feet just north of an existing driveway into a GNCP that's to the south. The site has no access, but it's entitled to legal access, and you tonight, with my assistance, I hope, will define where that point's going to be. There's a professional report on that in your backup material designating the site. And then the second issue is one you're familiar with, that's cross-access. The current site plan shows cross-access to the south into a commercial vacant piece and no cross-access into the church. You have a letter of record from the church objecting to any cross-access into their sanctuary. So you driving the bus over there? How about the PowerPoint? Well, this is an aerial.
We don't have the screen anymore.
Okay. This is an aerial of the site. It's vacant. You can see the church to the north. Across the street is your mosquito control district. We'll talk about that at the end of the discussion. Joe, next one, please. Survey, you can see the 1.6 acres to the east, which is being redesignated into GNC. Next one, please, Joe. This is the G flume. You can see the commercial corridor on County Road 491 in this area is all GNC, and you can see that area where we seek to expand. The GNC is at the very depths up and down this corridor. Next one, please, Joe. LDC Atlas map matches the G flume map. Thank you. Next one, please. This is, it's hard to read, but this is the abutting actual uses. Shows the church, shows the mosquito control, shows the vacant piece to the south, shows one single-family residential parcel to the east, and the other uses. Next one, please, Joe. This is the site plan that Dr. Wilburn prepared. 4 buildings, 91,000 square feet of use. The buildings along the north side would be the open covered storage for RVs and that type of thing. The rest would be mini warehouse. The drainage retention areas to the east, it provides not only, you have your mandatory LDC buffer on the east side, but it provides more separation from the LDC pieces to the east. And again, cross access to the south, no cross access to the north into the church. Next one, please, Joe. How did we get here? This is a bit of a story. When I first got retained, I asked my clients what they had heard about condemnation of 491 and had they been contacted. Well, in fact, they hadn't. And I contacted your condemnation lawyer to say, hey, are you looking for these people? Because I represent them. And what I was told at that time was this particular piece of property would not have access onto 491. And the county was going to condemn a shared access point, public access point with the church. And that's what that, Joe, did you lose my PowerPoint? There it is. And that's what that little square was, and that was proposal at the time. So neither the church nor my client was in love with that proposal. And the church was pretty adamant. So the next one, please. This shows, and it's really hard to read, but these next 4 were done by the engineer for the county, and they showed the turning movements if you were to have cross access at this point. And with the standard, what we call throat distance under the LDC, that area that you have to go in before you can turn, encroaches into the existing drainage retention area of the church to the north. So the next one, please. This is pretty much the same thing that I just explained to you. Let's skip the next two, Joe. They're all the same. So then we proposed to the church that we would have a shared one driveway on the property line. We were agreeable to that. The church was not. So we canceled that. Next one, please. This is the same thing. It shows if you had this joint access on the property line, that it would encroach into the drainage retention area for the church. Very problematic, and we moved on. And what the moving on was basically we submitted a site plan that shows a driveway 240 some feet south of the church's driveway and 110 feet north of the vacant piece to the north. That does not meet your code. Okay, so there's a traffic report by a traffic engineer. It basically shows A, the highway is safe given the level of service. B, that the amount of traffic coming out of both of these uses is de minimis. And when I say that, the RV mini storage is 1/4 of a normal commercial use. The church is 1/10 of a normal commercial use. So you have very little traffic. And what that report says, given that, the idea of having a driveway 200 feet to the south didn't violate a whole lot of good engineering practices. Okay, Joe, keep going. And this is the report of that professional traffic engineer. And it indicates those particular criteria. So the very first thing, commissioners, you have to resolve is we're entitled to a legal access point. The county's not going to condemn a public access point on the church's property. We need a driveway site. The staff report recommends approval of the master site plan at 240 feet south and 110 feet north of the south boundary. Now, the traffic engineer in your staff report says to mitigate potential issues, turning movements on your new 4-lane highway, a right-hand turn lane study would be done at the time of permitting. That would be a professional report, and they would say, hey, you need to stack 2, 3, 4 cars up. And that would be right in. There was no showing given the minimum amount of turns for a right-out XL one. Moving on. Any questions on the access issue?
Yes. May I?
Yes.
What were the church's concerns with sharing? And did you offer to sweeten the deal with something?
We offered to build it.
A nicer entrance for both properties.
Right. And they rejected it. They believe their property is a sanctuary, okay, to be protected. They don't want a lot of public access. They want their members to access. They don't want people coming and going, say on Wednesday night meetings or Sunday morning to go to an mini warehouse. They believe, I think, that they're going to expand and add adult daycare and child daycare. And that raises an issue of public safety with a lot of access, public access. I invited them here tonight. I hope they make it. But what's occurred since that time is my client agreed with the condemnation by the county, signed the deal, and we closed. The site plan that you see tonight addresses the site, less the strip of property that is being taken by the county for the road expansion. The church's situation, as I understand it from your condemnation lawyer, is they've agreed to the price and they've agreed to what area is going to be taken. They just haven't figured out issues like indemnity and maintenance issues. So, did I answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the cross-access. As you know, the cross-access situation is mandated by your code. They talk about integrating parking lots. And for true commercial uses, it works. And if you're a commercial end user, the ability to cross-access between parcels can be a real benefit. But in this situation, mini warehousing is all about security. Okay? And as the staff reports is, this area has to be completely, the cross access has to be completely outside any fencing. So in essence, we have not only lost the taking for the road expansion, but we've lost the setback because of that cross access road. We did install cross access to the south. The engineer's report indicates that by providing cross access, you may have conflicting turning movements at two different points, contrary to your separation standards. In the case of the church, again, it's safety, it's maintenance. They don't want to have to pay to maintain traffic coming out of my client's project. And by the same token, my client doesn't want to have to maintain a roadway that's being accessed from church members or the public. You can't have cross access further to the north because of the drainage retention area of the existing church. And if you do a cross access here, you're going to impact that drainage retention area, which was on those 4 slides, but you really couldn't see it, but you can see it in the backup material. So for this type of use, RV storage, mini warehousing, security is everything, and that's what they sell, and they need that perimeter fencing. For the church, they simply want to be a church. They don't want to be a public right-of-way, and they don't want to have to deal with a public right-of-way. And frankly, I get that. I can respect that. So, 3 issues. The map amendment, which is straightforward and common in this county. The PUD site plan, we have to have access. The staff report recommends it. Dr. Wilburton has drawn it. And the third thing, are we going to mandate cross-access for these limited number of trips onto property such as the church? Questions about the cross-access?
Are there any questions from the board? You had a look. Did I do something?
Well, we usually wait, we let the applicant finish their application and then we hear from staff and then any questions are directed. I'm not used to this back and forth dialogue with the board, but if the board wants to do that, I'll just sit here.
I have none at the moment.
You can continue.
Excuse me?
I'm
done. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now Joe, do you have something for us? Staff?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, there we go. Yep.
Madam Chair, before Joe gets started, there was one issue that I put off, but needs to be spoken to. It'll take 1 minute, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Before the PDC meeting, these mosquito control people came to Joe, and he came to me and said, look, the flight path for your mosquito control folks is right over this piece of property, and they were concerned about the potential impact. Joseph came up with a condition that's in your backup material that addresses that, and it's entirely acceptable to the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are you ready?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Joe Hockadell. I'm the principal planner with Land Development. This application is requesting to change a little less than 2 acres of the subject property to general commercial from low density residential and establish a planned unit development on the property in its entirety. This is what the land use looks like right now. So as Mr. Stillwell stated, it does have general commercial in the front, low density residential in the back. If this were to be approved, you can see this is what the land use would look like. The depth is not out of character for portions of this corridor, as you can see here. And it is adjacent to existing commercial and low density residential. The applicant is requesting about 91,000 square feet of mini warehouse and RV boat parking to be used interchangeably. And so the areas where the storage would be the red you see there. So they would be either enclosed mini warehouse, or it would be where they could park boats and RVs. They're also requesting a 600 square foot office to be part of this, which you can see. Actually, I don't think I can do it on this. In the third building down. There are some deviations being requested by the applicant. This would fall under our large non-residential design criteria for commercial projects. One thing that they have on here is the 10-foot type C on the south and a 20-foot type C along the east. Those are where it is abutting existing low-density residential. The land development code requires a type D buffer there. The type D buffer does require a wall. I don't think a wall would necessarily be required in this instance. There's really not a whole lot around there. But that is one deviation. They're also requesting a 10-foot type.
Excuse me, Joe, you're
Yes, ma'am.
saying you deviated from the buffer because there's not a whole lot around there now?
They're requesting a deviation from the type D buffer standard, which does require a wall. Based on what's out there right now in the topography, a wall may not be warranted.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
the other deviation would be along the right-of-way of 491. They're requesting a 10-foot type A. Typically, it would be a 25-foot type C. They do have the space to put in the additional buffers. The other issue is access, which Mr. Stillwell talked about a little bit. I am not a transportation engineer, so I defer to what our engineering division says, and you have their comments in the staff report. The way we worded the condition, it gives them flexibility based on the negotiations going on with this road widening. So basically their access, the way the conditions are written, is going to be dependent on, or as approved by the engineering division as part of those negotiations. The other deviation requested is an extension of the time frame for this PUD. Typically, a plan development expires after 3 years if there's no activity based on the site. And the applicant requested that it be extended to 5 years so that they could align this with the negotiations of the road widening. So they're requesting an extension to that. The property is located within our planned service area. It does have access to central water and central sewer. As you can see, the site is a mix of residential and commercial, and portions of this corridor are trending towards commercial. And having a plan unit development does limit the development on site to what's being proposed. So the findings of fact are all positive, and the Planning and Development Commission did recommend approval with conditions of this application at their October 6th hearing.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board regarding this application? Do you want me?
I don't know whether the applicant has any questions of staff. Do you still have your?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Mr. Stillwell, do you have any, would you like to cross-examine the staff?
Make one statement, Madam Chair. At the PDC meeting, Joseph brought up the buffer issues. We agreed to the enhanced buffer along County Road 491 to meet code. We agreed with the type D buffer in the LDC areas without the wall.
Okay.
I think he meant LDR. He said LDC,
Yeah, I
but
did,
he meant.
didn't I? Thank you, Denise.
It's getting late.
I know, and I'm getting older.
Thank you. So at this time, are there any questions from the board?
Yes, what is the, so what is, it's 10 foot of vegetation for type A along 491?
That is what is being proposed. The Land Development Code requires 20-foot type
Okay.
C.
As Mr. Howard found out firsthand, we do need more mini storage in the county. Apparently, we are hoarders, like everybody else in Florida. But in all seriousness, I do have an inappropriate sense of humor, so please always take what I say when I giggle with a grain of salt. I'm just mostly concerned as we grow in this county that we are always looking to try to have things look nice from the road. So chain link fence, can it be black? Can there be You know, instead of shiny silver, can there be a good buffer from the road, a little bit of nicer architecture, even for mini storage? So any of those sort of things speak to me as a long-term thinker. So any of that included in this?
Yes, ma'am. So the engineering division is still recommending the cross-access for this property to the north and south.
Mhm.
And so part of that condition is that they have to fence behind that. So the fence would be behind the landscaping buffer, pretty much.
Good.
And they're not requesting any deviations, any other deviations from the large non-res standards, which do have facade standards as part of that.
Okay, good.
So.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the board?
I have comments.
Yes.
I guess my comments would be that I feel like this is a very intense development, particularly in this corridor. And you're going from the commercial and approaching into the low-density residential area. And we typically have, I believe, what you call transitional zoning. Am I using the right phrase, terminology?
We do have land use categories that are more of a transitional nature.
So we're going straight from GNC into and carving out a piece to make it GNC into areas that are low density residential areas. This is just going to be one of our main corridors through our community that's 4-laned. It is in the center ridge of the area. I know people don't like the terminology that we once had for it, which was supposed to be the medical corridor. I don't care whether you call it the medical corridor or other commercial corridor. But I feel that taking this area in for a storage unit is inconsistent with the joining parcels and the property, and it's just an incompatible use of the land.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I would be inclined to approve this with agreeing to their request that they not have the cross access on the northern point. I think they make a good case that you're not going to have people leaving mini storage and going to the church, nor are you going to have people leaving church and going to the mini storage. I completely understand that, that as development happens along this corridor, that we want to have this cross access, but I think filtering this through a bit of common sense, it doesn't make sense to the north. I understand Commissioner Bay's concern about not having any transitional zoning there, but we're going, right now their property is going from GNC to LDC. And if this whole piece of property is GNC, we're still going GNC to abutting right up to low density residential. So I don't see, I don't have an issue with that. I would be fine with them doing the type D buffer with no wall. It sounds like staff doesn't have an issue with that. I would like to see the larger buffer along 491. Is that a type C buffer? Is what code?
Yes, sir, and I believe it is addressed in condition 2.
Okay. All right. So that would be where what I would support with this.
I'm going to hold back on my comments. I would like to hear from the public at this time, though, if you're for this application or against. Do I have to do it separately, Denise? You don't have to, ma'am. Okay.
You don't have to, ma'am,
I'm sorry.
As long as you open the public.
Okay. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this application? Is there anyone from the public?
Good evening, Commissioners. Mike Wilburn. I want to approach you guys this evening as a local pastor and speak to the use of this facility as a cross-access. If you were to take the last 10 years, from 2010-11 roughly to 2020 COVID, the buzzword around the church administration world would have been risk management, security. That's very important. It has been. Churches have had escalating violence and other things like that across our country and across our world. When COVID happened, the dynamics of church life completely changed, as many of you guys probably know, as well as other aspects of life. So when that happened, a lot of church went outside. They started doing things differently. We had to rewrite and are still rewriting some church administration books, how we do ministry, things like that. And so this cross access, in particular to this site or any site that goes to a church, really poses some problems because a cross access by our definition is not allowed to be controlled. It has to be open to the public. And so when doing that, we have, if we allow a cross access to a church facility, we have hindered that church facility from being able to secure and safely operate as their ministry would normally have been allowed to do so. Couple that with COVID, couple that with programs moving outside, groups moving outside, other activities moving outside, kids that want to moving outside, even adult classes going to pavilions, things like that, which our county has even seen permits for, and we'll continue to see that. Those ministries that a church would normally be able to operate are going to be restricted because of the public flow of traffic that potentially could come through their facility. And so I would like this board to consider with an open mind, and I appreciated Ms. Davis's comment earlier in regarding to an open mind, because this is an issue that is going to keep coming up, but this is an issue that's rather new in terms of church life. So we've accepted it and we've grasped this issue when it comes to our schools. We don't have cross-access to any of our schools because security is important. Well, a lot of our churches have schools. A lot of our churches have daycares. And if we don't allow them to properly protect them and we allow open access, we're restricting what their ministries could be and what they would really like to do and to be able to fulfill their ministries. And so I would just ask that you guys consider security and being able to worship freely the way they need to, the way they should be able to in this world post-COVID as something that the church is right to do so, and not restrict them by allowing public access through a Bible study that's taking place outside or through a youth group that is running around outside. I wouldn't want my kids to be in an outdoor facility where I've dropped them off or where I'm inside and they're outside and there's uncontrolled traffic rolling around. And that could happen if public access is allowed through cross access. So I would just encourage you guys to consider approving this, obviously, but also without the cross access to the north. And I hope to possibly bring this issue up again at a further date in terms of cross access and churches and getting to rethink how that looks and maybe look more towards securing compounds like we do with schools, because the safety of our parishioners is very important. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none, I am going to close the public portion of this procedure and at this time, it would be appropriate for me to say what I think about this. If you could pull up the slide, it's on the page. It's the aerial slide. Joe? I don't have a number on mine.
What page?
Well, it'd be nice. It's 856.
Joe.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, if you look at this, and I agree with what Commissioner Bays was saying, that this is the furthest extension of our most intense land use category, and it is into our low density residential area. This storage unit is 90,000 feet. It dwarfs the church. There is a problem with cross access, and there is a home back there that it will be encroaching on. So I'm just gonna have to say, I don't think I'm not gonna be able to support this for that very reason. I feel that this is not the best use of this. I just think it's inconsistent with the comp plan, and it's incompatible with the abutting properties. So I'm not going to be able to support this. Is there anybody else that would like to say something?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't know that the house behind there, the folks living there have opposed this.
I don't know. But
I don't think we've gotten any opposition.
Anybody else?
Well, my first one, so. I guess when I look at this, I find it odd that, as Commissioner Bay said, there is no transition. So if we approve it, GNC is butting up to LDR. If we don't approve it, GNC is still butting up to LDR. So, I mean, whether we approve it or not, it's still.
They're asking for a zoning change.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I
they have a
understand.
piece of land that they're asking for a zoning change on.
As far as the cross access, I loved Dr. Wilburn's comments. I mean, being a kid, growing up in a church, the best activities are outside. And, we were secure that no one was driving through our activities. And I do believe that churches today need to remain safe. They're different than they were years ago. So if approved, I wouldn't have a problem with not having that access there, just for safety reasons. And I went to a Christian school too, so.
Do you have, I mean, I see the problem of changing the zone from the LDR to the GNC and really encroaching. That's our most intense zoning. And, I mean, I can't support this. So,
Madam Chair,
yes.
it's the 1.86 acres that's being rezoned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's
Which
the-
typically we would change that. That would be your step in zoning.
I apologize.
It could potentially be the step up in zoning. So it would go from GNC, and then that 1.86 acres would be your next level if somebody wanted to change that into the LDR.
So if you look at the slide right now, yes. So currently it has two different land uses on it. The low density residential is the portion in the back where it abuts other low density residential. And so what they're requesting is to then extend the general commercial back to the rear property line into that LDR. So it would be back into the other, adjacent to the other LDR further.
I mean, the only thing I look at this and I think, this is the prime area of our county that is serviced with public water and utilities. And it's suited for things like a mixed use development. And I think when you're taking it and you're turning it in to an area like this, I just think it becomes very incompatible with what's going to go on in that area. And it seems almost to be a loss for developments that need that type of utility infrastructure.
Well, I look at it, if I may, I look at it as you're changing that back part and it's not consistent with the neighboring properties. And you're encroaching onto the back part. And I think it's pretty clear that you're going from what we have in our comp plan and we're asking to deviate from what is in our comp plan. Correct? I mean, this is inconsistent with our comp plan, correct?
Well, it's not necessarily inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, but keep in mind that the mini warehouse use in our land development code requires special permission. So it's not a use that's allowed by right in the land development code. It requires special permission. So that's one reason they're doing the plan unit development, is to get that special permission for the mini warehouse use in general commercial.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And if I may, how much of this is going to be open parking for boat storage and?
Yes, ma'am. The way they've worded their request is it's 91,000 square feet of use area to be either mini warehouse or RV boat parking, and they requested that to be done interchangeably. So it could be 91,000 square feet of RV and boat parking. It could be 91,000 square feet of mini warehouse or some mixture thereof.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. I very much appreciate Dr. Wilburn's arguments as to the church and the cross-access, but your code doesn't say access is required except for churches. So if you all want to write that into your code, that cross-access is required except for churches or any other particular type of use, I would say that you could do that in the future, but today it just simply says must be cross-access. So I just say that's what the code says.
So the next step to this is we've had the discussion, and I need a motion if somebody wants to approve this application.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I want to point out a couple things first, and then I'm going to make a motion. We're going to face the two lots to the south. Either this board or future boards will likely face this same scenario of wanting to complete their lot in commercial and get rid of the LDR designation for the easternmost part of their lots. It's unlikely that the church will do it to theirs, but they don't have an issue with this change. The LDR behind them doesn't have an issue to this change. The little sliver of land on the parcel north of the church, this board or future board will likely hear this same request on that piece of property. So that is an area where there are going to be more requests to get rid of this split zoning on a single parcel property. The arbitrary line that was drawn, off of the roads to mark off general commercial, I forget what that number was, it was 250 feet or 300 feet, something like that, off the road. These people are just trying to correct that. I'm going to support it. I'll make a motion that we approve this with the conditions, except for the cross access to the north. I think common sense it doesn't pass the test. So I don't think that should be forced on them. Like I said, I'm fine with the conditions of the landscape barriers in number 2, the landscape barrier to the south without the wall.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, we have a second. So at this point, do we open it back up to the public?
No, ma'am, your public hearing took care of that. Now it's just for board discussion and then vote.
Okay, I'm going to take one more bite at the apple of this. This was deemed the medical corridor or the economic corridor. Is this the best use of land for what we want to do in Citrus County? And if you're going to do that and change a zone, and you're saying, well, future-wise, they're going to change that, that doesn't make it right to encroach on homes or neighborhoods, because eventually another board might do that. I cannot support this zoning change and this plan as it is drawn today. So, I'm being very careful with my words, but I'm not going to support this. So, anybody else have anything to say? So at that time, I want to call for a vote. All in favor of approving this application, say aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
So,
Because you said if there was any more discussion, so, but.
okay, so, anyone
So
here?
are you not ready to vote? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's my first one that I have a little bit of.
Okay, so it sounds, Madam Chair, like you need to have some more discussion.
Yes, so ask your questions. You
So-
just ask them.
Okay. So I like what you're saying, and that's where I'm agreeing with you. Like, do I think future planning, is this our best and brightest use for this area? Truly, I don't. I really don't. Where my difficulty is, and that's why I seconded because I wanted the conversation, is it doesn't make sense how these properties are mapped out for that little divide of you own one piece of property and it's really general commercial except for this last little bit. It just doesn't make sense. So I understand if I was a property owner, and I agree with Commissioner Kennard, through the years, all of these properties should be petitioning for this, and I can see a good use of all this being general commercial in the future. So when you're saying, is it our best use for this piece of property? Do I think that's the best look I want to see in that area? No, but I understand as a property owner wanting to develop that commercially. So that's where I'm stuck in, and I probably don't have enough of these under my.
If I may, if you go down 44 and you see, you have what Commissioner Bays was saying, there's transition. It's not necessarily, when you buy that piece of property, I have property, the first piece is general commercial, and then it goes to, what is that?
Professional Service Office, PSO.
And then it goes to LDR. That's a transition, so that you're not encroaching on, and there's buffers. And so just saying, it's one piece of property. You have one piece of property, and when they bought it, it was zoned half GNC, half LDR. So they knew that when they bought this property. And so I do have a problem when you buy a piece of property and say, I'm going to buy it, but then I'm going to go and ask for a change. And because I do that, I'm setting a precedence, and then everybody else changes it. And this becomes your benchmark for what happens up and down that corridor. And I don't feel comfortable with, if they want to do this business, fine, but I'm not comfortable with doing the zoning change for the back portion because, and you can see how it's getting narrower onto, is that street, I can't read it, but,
Fenway?
no.
Oh,
The back one, O'Brien or something. So you see, it's gonna get even more dicey for the people if you're saying that we're setting a precedence, and then as it goes down the road, we're gonna change those zones. Our future boards are gonna change the zone. That's their prerogative. I cannot support that. So, if that helps. Anything else? Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Finnegan, I think we have to make sure your mic is on.
Sorry. Come on, Finnegan, get with it.
Is there anything else? Mr. Davis?
I would just say that these are the most confusing parts of doing this job, so thanks for being open about that and bringing it out there. What I heard from Joe is that they don't have by right development. They have to be very careful because there's precedents and you can't go, it makes it legally dicey to go against precedents. But mini storage is carved out separately, so it is a special use case. I would be inclined to relook at zoning because of the issue that Commissioner Kennard brought up about the split zoning on lots is quite frankly silly. And so we'll take that as it comes, and we'll see what else could be developed there, but I'm not in favor of having mini storage in that corridor, not when we have invested so much in water and sewer and central service area, so.
So, Madam Chair, I'll be conservative and may I rescind my second?
Well, no, that was just for discussion.
Discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then
Okay.
what we will do is now, are you ready for your vote?
You're welcome to vote either way, even though
Okay.
you have a
Yes.
second.
All right, at this point, I'll vote no.
Okay, so do we need to?
Sorry
revote?
for the
No,
confusion on
No,
the
no,
record.
no, no, please, this is, ask your questions, do that. This is a very open board, and I'm actually butchering most of it, so you're in good company.
Thank
But, do we need to revote? Or we all, there were 3 nays and 1 yay, and Commissioner Finnegan just voted nay, so.
As long as the clerk has recorded it that way, then we're good. Is that how the clerk recorded
I did
it?
vote that way, right? I did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, the only yay was Commissioner Kennard.
Okay, so
4-1.
4-1. Thank you. So that did not pass, so we're gonna move on to T3.
Madam Chair, with regard to PUD-22-04, we need to find out if we had any ex parte communications. I'm going to start in the middle with the chairman.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I have received communication regarding this application, but I am maintaining an open mind, and I did not discuss it.
Thank you. Oh, I went in the middle, so Commissioner Davis.
Yes, I think probably all of us received communication from someone who's knowledgeable in this area. I followed up with staff just to get some points of clarification, but again, I always come in with an open mind. This is a complex topic, and it's good to come in with your facts. She told me, I told her what I was gonna say, and she approved of it, so.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I have not, and I don't know if I just didn't or I was having some email issues, but no.
Thank you. Commissioner Bays.
I received emails but have not responded or corresponded with anybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
No.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next I will read your, I don't have an ordinance. Oh, yes, I do. At the conclusion of this application, you're going to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas by redesignating approximately 4.94 acres from the medium-density residential district with an expired planned unit development to the medium-density residential district with a new planned unit development for multifamily use of more than 4 units per acre. Providing for applicability, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And Madam Chairman, we need to adopt the backup material into the record.
So I need a motion to accept the backup material.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
And then I believe that we have Dr. Wilburn on
Do I
behalf.
need to vote on the backup?
Did I do it this time? I'm sorry, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. All in favor of accepting the backup material as
Aye.
presented?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. 5-0.
And we have Dr. Wilburn on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. It's like plan. It's the older one.
Yes, I was going to mention that. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, just want to point out that the site plan you're looking at is an older one. It was what was presented to the PDC. That site plan has been changed to look a lot neater and cleaner and less busy. Hopefully you guys have that in your backup material. This hearing is to allow for a planned unit development of approximately 4.94 acres of medium density residential, which currently carries with it a density of 4 units per acre, which would be 19 units would be allowed to build by right on this parcel. This PUD is desiring to increase that to approximately 6.47 units per acre. Thank you. Currently, the Land Development Code allows for within MDR with a planned unit development up to 8 units per acre, which would result in 39 units per acre. So This request is not a maximum request. It's not the maximum possible that could be requested. It is somewhere in the middle. Like I said, right now it's allowed to do 4. It could do 8 with a PUD, and we're asking for 6.47 units per acre. And Ms. Katu might comment on this, but Ms. Lynn already mentioned this is an expired PUD. That previous PUD, I believe, had a higher density than what is currently being requested. So our request falls in the middle of the range, which is allowable and prescribed within the PUD. And again, it doesn't desire the extent, the furthest extent possible. The staff report speaks to the compatibility of the neighbors, which I'm sure will be discussed. And while there are single-family residences, as you can see on your screen, in close proximity, there are also 29 multifamily units within 550 feet of the subject property. So consider that there's 29 multifamily units, 29 doors of multifamily within 550 feet, and there are 28 single-family homes within 550 feet. So in terms of compatibility, I think it's very similar to half of what is completely surrounding it. And you may notice there's some larger pieces of land on the north, northeast, and northwest. The roadway is an internal roadway. It is not a publicly platted road. It does not have a public right-of-way. The site plan depicts more parking than would be required for each of the units. Currently, we're showing 2 parking spaces per unit. The Land Development Code requires 1.4. There is adequate drainage on the site, and the site will be able to meet all of the Southwest Florida Water Management rules and regulations for stormwater retention. Additionally, the road is shown where it is now because a part of that previous PUD that was never developed, the central water was put in for this development, and so the central water actually runs down the north side of this road. Right now on site, you may remember the picture just a minute ago, the aerial, it's woods. So right now on site in the middle of the woods is a fire hydrant from where that utility was put in a long time ago, and so that's why the road is where it is. That's why the houses are laid out the way they're laid out. There is currently central sewer available to the site. This was a major question during the PDC hearing, and you probably have that in your notes, discussing whether that was a viable option. However, since that meeting, new information has been obtained, and sewer connection is possible, and we're currently working with the adjacent landowner. And Ms. Katu may mention that negotiation process may have a benefit to the county as well. My firm has also been retained to design the duplex units themselves, the structure, the construction, not the construction, the structural and construction drawings, all of which will be owned by one single entity. They will not be sold off. They will not be condoed. This is to be one owner development, all of which the internal designs right now are long-term rentals. They're all 2-bedroom, 2-bath. They're not really designed for young families. They're 2-bedroom, 2-bath. There's no garage. The quality of these duplexes are what I would consider upscale, not builder quality. And they have some considerable top-notch finishes on the inside. As a part of this PUD request, we are asking for relief from a 50-foot setback from the center line of the roadway. The reason for this request is if you look to the south, the construction subdivision that is to the south of the multifamily, they currently have a 40-foot setback, and so we're just asking for an average setback from our adjacent neighbors. That average setback of 40 feet will also require us to have a reduced buffer in the locations of where those houses are that you'll see. Can you go back to the site plan? I'm sorry.
Since there seems to be a lull, do you have a page in our packet where the commissioners can look at the site plan? Do you know what that is? I'm just asking to try to facilitate.
Do I
Is it
personally?
page 907?
The new site plan has, it's in color and it shows where those decreases in buffers are, things like that, to help facilitate the view of what's really happening.
I don't think we have a color one.
873 is the master plan. 932, excuse me, thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, I just wanted to make sure we
Thank you.
had that in there.
Yes, I appreciate that. So we're all looking at the same thing.
So 932 is the most up-to-date site plan.
That's correct. And it also shows where that sewer connection is. You'll notice a dark hatch line that runs from north to south going to the southernmost property. That is the area where that lift station is. There are other lift stations, sorry.
I'm sorry,
Not lift
excuse
station,
me.
manhole.
Doctor, where is the Where's the sewer line? Mine is very small.
Can I approach?
Yeah, sure. This, thank you. That is very small.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Okay, the long thin line.
I could never read that.
I don't have that on the online piece.
It's right here.
On page 932,
I'm online, so it doesn't have page 932. When you click the backup, it just goes to the presentation.
I apologize.
I'm
And-
sorry for, go, continue.
And there seems to be two identical pages on the backup. I'm struggling to figure out what's the difference between that and.
Give her this one.
I'm sorry. It has been a long day.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have this on my backup. At least not the applicant.
Chair.
Or, excuse me,
Yes.
PowerPoint.
So off of this plan, where's the sewer line?
It's not currently there.
Why, yeah, right, but I mean, where would it be?
There's a manhole right there.
It's not on that one, Jim Point Okay.
So right now, there's an existing roadway on the subdivision to the south, right about here. About 17 feet south of the property line is where that manhole is. Right at the bottom of your, oh, I lost it again.
So you're cutting into the neighborhood.
Well, right now it's cleared property, it's open, it's like a dead end road.
Yes, okay.
And that's why we're working with the adjacent property owner.
Right there, show them there.
See the red car? Right there,
Okay.
That's
the red car, it's right there.
Okay, thank you.
So, staff in the PDC meeting and Ms. Katu had, I don't want to put words in the mouth, but they had no issue with a reduced setback because it was an average setback. However, the discussion from that was the buffer. If we have a reduced setback, then we have to have a reduced buffer. And so we're just simply asking for a reduced buffer in the area where the two, sorry, can you go back to the site plan? In the area where those two units are on both ends. You'll see on the west side and on the east side. Currently, we need a 15-foot wide buffer there instead of a 25, but we're more than willing to be able to meet the 25 everywhere else. And in fact, in discussions with Ms. Katu, we've even mentioned the fact that we could have increased plantings in that 15-foot just to help offset some of the concerns. I would also like to point out that a 25-foot buffer is not a 25-foot buffer of trees. A 25-foot buffer is a 25-foot area of green space. Normally, the trees and the plants would go on the property line. And so if we increase the trees and plants that would go on along the property line and maybe even incorporate a wall, which I'll get into in a minute, a fence, I should say, there are ways to mitigate that. And we've done so on other projects in this board. Some of this board has approved that. The PDC board in discussions seemed to really get caught up on the issue of whether or not a wall would be required on several of the buffer areas. I talked to Ms. Katu this morning, and one of the things that I would like to propose in this site plan is there seems to be some concerns with the neighbors in regards to landscape buffers and how long they last, how long they're maintained and things like that, and them going away over time or being ruined by people driving, things like that. And so we would be more than happy, and I believe Ms. Katu will speak to this, to put a 6-foot privacy wall, vinyl PVC wall up along those buffer areas to help curb that, to help establish where that property line is, where that buffer is, and to eliminate the ability of people to run over things and destroy things, which possibly has happened in that community or surrounding community in the past. There's also been some concerns from neighbors, and it was raised during the PDC meeting regarding the traffic increase. And so while traffic incurrency is not something that I believe this board should rule over or consider, it should be noted that the work performed on Highway 486, which is just to the south of the subject site, is not very old. And at the time of that permitting, And at the time of that design and at the time of all of that engineering that went into that research to do that roadway expansion, this parcel had that PUD with the higher density. It also had a PUD which would have a up to 8 units per acre. And so as a part of FDOT, that number would have been utilized for their design of the roadway. And so they didn't feel that it was necessary or any rules triggered for there to be a light or a right turn, left turn, anything like that, even with that potential density. And so we're not increasing anything above and beyond something that's already been designed for. I understand that there will be quite a bit of public feedback on this project from neighbors, and I would like to pay close attention to any of these comments, which maybe foundationally be from a position of being unhappy with the way the property to the south has been maintained. I think that's something that's important for us to consider. Every owner is different, every project is different, every management company is different, and if there's one blighted property on the street, I think that it's a great incentive to have some other project come in and show value and show some signs of encouragement for even other properties, maybe the subdivision to the south, who hasn't maintained themselves very well, who have the community concerned about a lot of things. Maybe having this nice complex to the north will cause them to want to upscale their stuff, take better care of their things. We see that on TV shows, HGTV, all the time. That's how our brain works. So I would just like you to consider that. I'm based on the PDC and based on things that I have discussed, I know there's going to be public comment in regards to, and that stems from some of that blighted property to the south and how it's been maintained, how it's been taken care of. And we can't let that overshadow a potentially good project. Many times I've heard this county say we need multifamily, and this is a great opportunity for that to happen, a great spot for it. It's already been a previous PUD, and now we have the potential to approve this site plan and have this multifamily in our area. You guys have any questions for me?
Yes, there's 16 conditions. How many have you met with this?
So I'm not looking at all of those conditions right now, but I believe I went back to staff with those conditions, and I believe they've all been, I think we're amenable to all of them. I think she's going to address a couple of them in her presentation, which I briefly talked about. Am I right?
Yeah, I think the only one is condition 7, because right now it does say with a wall, and
That's
it's
right.
proposing a possible fence instead of a wall.
And that fence, like I mentioned, would be on the property line, which is not typical, but it would be on the property line to help curb any of that concern that some of the neighbors may have.
I'd also say condition 1 references August 1st site plan, and it should have referenced November 8th, so that was our mistake on that.
Number 1, where it says August 1st, 2022.
Should be November 8th, which is the one that we pulled out and looked at just now, but it's not the one on the PowerPoint, unfortunately.
Yeah, the reason, I'll just point out why I like that site plan better. It does have a lot more information after the PDC meeting, but if you look at this one, it looks like there's DRAs everywhere. It's misleading. They're not really DRAs. They're little tiny swales that the roadway picks up. So this new site plan that you guys have that she just mentioned is much cleaner, really more representative of what it would look like.
$16 units.
Yeah, by right, they're allowed to build 19 units right now, which would be, it's been a long day, 9 units plus a single family. So yes, and then the PDC allows for, with a PUD, up to 39 units.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry, just sneezed on your site plan. Okay.
Nobody wants that one now.
That'll go back to Joe's folder.
Not the Rona. It's not the Rona. Okay, is there any other questions for the applicant? So we will move on to Ms. Katu, please.
Thank you. Okay, and a point of clarification, although the staff report does reference the planning board's vote, the Planning and Development Commission's vote, and there is a draft ordinance in here. The Planning and Development Commission actually recommended approval with conditions, and it failed by a 4-3 vote. So this was actually coming before you with a denial recommendation, 4-3. The minutes are in your backup. One of the members did say they voted denial because they did not like the conditions. And the conditions specifically, much of the point of discussion was the 25-foot buffer with a wall or not with a wall. This was originally a PUD in 1986, and I'm working with what I can on this PowerPoint. So you can see the PUD to the south. It actually included both sites, and they never built it. They built the part to the south and not to the north. So the site to the south is 7.6 dwelling units per acre. They're proposing in this application 6.5. So it certainly is less. The MDR district will allow up to 8 dwelling units an acre with a PUD. So this was 1986. A lot has changed since then. One of the things that came out of the Planning and Development Commission is a road, or the lack of a road. A road is not required for multifamily sites. They are driveways. They're generally not going to be treated as roads or created as roads constructed that way, simply because they're not platted lots. So we're not creating platted lots off of a road. They're not required to do it. They usually do driveways, but we named them for 911 purposes. We want emergency access, emergency people to find them. So they look like streets, but they're not at all constructed like streets. They're generally drives, just to clear that up. As far as central sewer and central water, that also was a big discussion at the Planning and Development Commission. The condition is he must have central water and sewer. It's in the comp plan. If you want 4 units an acre or more, you have to have it. How he gets it there, he's got some work cut out for him, and he's working on that. There's discussion about a manhole there. There's discussion about Magnolia Village to the south. It doesn't matter to us. He needs to do it in an acceptable way that utilities can sign off on these permits, and he has to have central sewer. So if he decides if he can't get central sewer here, he can't have this development. And he can come back before you for something less, but he needs it for this kind of density. So the Planning and Development Commission did recommend denial, but you do see the proposed conditions they considered, but again, that motion did fail. And that's all I have.
So you're saying that as of today, he's saying he can't get central sewage?
He's saying he can. He thinks it's available. I don't know how it's available or not. I know it's in the area, and I know he's got to figure out the mechanisms to get it there.
So he's asking for us to approve this on a hope that he can figure it out?
It's on a requirement. So
right, and no, it should be required.
Right, it is, and it is required. So if you don't approve it, he still is going to need, if you approve it and he can't do it, he's wasted his time because he can't do the project. So, and that's not unusual to not have the sewer and water in place. I would love to have it always in place. It's not. It's in the area. We know that. We know Magnolia Village to the south has some. So he's got to figure out how to get it here.
You can come forward because there's probably going to be questions. Is there anything more from you, Ms.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anything from the board or the public first? Any discussion?
I have a question,
Yes.
Madam Chair. This is probably more directed to you. Where is the closest fire hydrant that services that area?
I'm
It's
going
on
to have to
property.
defer to the engineer on that one.
Yeah, it's on property. It's on the site plan, actually. You go to the, look at the first unit all the way on the right.
Mhm.
Go down that driveway. In between that driveway and the second driveway is a fire hydrant. You'll see a circle. No, sorry, the other side. The right side.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right there. Right
That
there's
thing.
fire hydrant.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And can I speak to the sewer real quick?
Sure.
Because I think I follow your thought process, and Ms. Katu mentioned it. This development to the south was supposed to go to the north. So that design originally had that manhole accepting that flow. And so it's there, it's usable. We just got to work out an agreement to get into it. It was originally designed that way.
Thank you. This back street is what? This is that's Pine Cone.
And Brandywine.
It is Brandywine. Okay.
I'm sorry, it's not labeled, but yeah, it's Brandywine.
I thought so, but I didn't want to assume.
And you can see Brandywine only extends up to Deer Trail and then it stops, but on paper it does continue.
Any questions from the board? At this time, then, we'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody that would like to speak towards this application? Well, I would suggest getting a green card and lining on up. Thank you.
Just allow.
You have to give it to the clerk, Mr.
That's
Hall.
what I thought.
I was gonna try to make eye contact with him. You can keep it. Okay, who would like to speak to this? Mr. Hall, do you want to start?
As soon as you get my stuff, so I can speak to the.
Oh, okay. Is there somebody that'd like to go before Mr. Hall while we get the backup? Oh, okay.
You all right?
She's a trooper. Aren't you glad you stayed, Doug?
Yeah, she's. You should have told me earlier. I've made several trips to Augusta.
I got mine. She's got hers, just those two.
I just want to point out, she was away a little bit more than you were.
Whatever, it's a competition.
2 years.
Madam Chair, are you ready?
Ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
My name is Gaston Hall. I live on West Deer Trail Lane, about 200 feet from the edge of this project. This application submitted does not demonstrate compliance with the comprehensive plan or the land development code. This application, as submitted, is not compatible with the surrounding properties. Since the PDC denial of this application, staff has modified some of the conditions to say as per and by the PDC, but they never approved those modifications at the PDC meeting. Condition number 11, at the meeting, it was shown as a roadway, now it's shown as a driveway. And I assume they do that so they wouldn't have to worry about the front setbacks. The utilities inside this, there's no utilities inside this project. There's no utility easements inside this project. There's no right-of-ways inside this project. So to draw a single line and saying this is where the sewer is going right next to a duplex, you need at least a 10-foot right-of-way there for the utility easement so that they can service the line. All along the front where there's going to be water meters and sewer tie-ins, you're going to need utility easements. Where the fire hydrant is currently, it's going to need an easement. Where it feeds from the north back part of that property, it's been disconnected, so the fire hydrant is not active. It's not accepted by the county. It's not serviced by the county. It's been sitting there since the 80s. So all of that stuff is going to require easements which are not shown on the site plan. And if you have 10-foot separation between the buildings and you need a 10-foot utility easement between the buildings, you're literally going building to building with a easement to put a line in there. Magnolia Village to the south, it's 100 plus feet from the edge of the property to the manhole. Manhole is definitely deep enough to pick up a line. Question becomes, can you gravity feed this entire project and then hit that manhole? Talk to county utilities. I've looked at the stuff that I have on it. You cannot. You cannot gravity feed. So that's going to require a lift station. Lift station is going to have to be put somewhere that can be serviced. So that's another piece that's missing from the puzzle. The tie-in to Brandywine, he's showing straight through and tying into that. If you look at your comprehensive plan, there are several issues in the comp plan that says, no, you can't do that. Why? Because that driveway is not the required distance from the intersection of Deer Trail and Brandywine. Your county engineering department said that that access point needed to come and form T intersection at Deer Trail, Brandywine, and that drive that comes in there. So you've got issues with that. Parking spaces we talked about, 2 units per building, 2 parking spaces per unit. Where does anybody else park? So there are several issues. I've given you 2 pages worth of comments. And I've developed all my life, as most of you know. This will not work as drawn.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
She has my card. My name is Shannon Steele, and I came up with several issues with regard to this that I think the county needs to make sure they're aware of. One, there was a comment in the record that Ms. Coutu said that according to the definitions, a central sewer under the comprehensive plan, a central sewer is defined as a unit which could serve 2 or more people, provided it was there was an operator to it. That's a huge loophole if the applicant can't hook into this manhole and make that work. under the definitions that Ms. Coutu reported in the September 17th meeting, they could say, okay, well, we'll put in 16 aerobic septic units. That meets the definition of central sewer according to what was in the documents that I read. And we've complied with that condition, which was condition number 2. So I urge you, if you do approve this, which I hope you don't for many reasons, please clarify that we're not going to allow 16 aerobic units to go in there. It has to be a connection to the existing central sewer. Beyond that, I feel like the good people that live along that street are really getting it put to them. Because of that, I particularly don't see any reason to make any exceptions to the Land Development Code. Land Development Code requires a 50-foot setback. That was considered. That was thought up. People decide they did that to protect surrounding areas from things like this, and yet they're asking for a 40-foot setback. Doesn't make sense to me. Follow the Land Development Code. There's no justification. Sure, some of the ones on Magnolia Village, they made a bad mistake back then in 1986. We've learned a lot in 36 years. Let's not make it worse than it has to be. Likewise, they're asking for an exception to intrude into the required 25-foot buffer zone, which requires a wall. It doesn't require a vinyl fence, which is kind of a cheapy-looking vinyl fence. If you look in the comprehensive plan, I think it is, or maybe it's the Land Development Code, they give you examples of what these walls look like. Nice brick walls, stone walls with concrete facade, something that's substantial, not some, flimsy vinyl fence. So I say don't allow the exception as far as the intrusion into the required buffer zone. Third thing is, just because they widened the highway out there, the application process requires a traffic schematic that shows going into and out of this property. This wasn't on the table when they did that. So there's no schematic provided in the application process that shows what the actual impact onto Pinecone or Brandywine is going to be. And then fourth, this just isn't fair. All you got to do is drive down Pinecone Avenue, and you'll see this is not compatible use.
Thank you. Thank you. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Next speaker, please. And if you know that you're going to speak, if you don't mind going ahead and lining up against the wall, if you know, if you're going to be speaking, if you don't mind lining up, it'll move it along. Thank you, sir.
My name is Mike Cozy. I live 2 lots north of where they're trying to put this complex in there. That road is so narrow, you get 2 people now coming down there with, say, 4-wheel trucks. You can't. You go off the side of the road. That road is so narrow. You can see where the roads are dug up there. And right there on the corner where they got them low-income houses, there's cars parked 4 and 5 per house down there right now. What's going to happen with we don't need all this traffic, because people use that as a shortcut to go, so to avoid the traffic light over there on 486 and 491. So they come down Pinecone on the Woodview and go down there. We got a lot of traffic that way, let alone having more traffic from this big building that they want to put up, on there. And yes, we got city water, but we don't have sewage down there, on there. So being I live so close, I don't want it.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Curtis Hitchcock. I own the land next to this development. We bought it 3 years ago as single-family development in this property. I don't have as much information as these people do because I work all the time. So, but I want to know what they're going to do for the residents in the neighborhood. These vinyl walls don't work. Cars drive through vinyl walls. Kids can ride bicycles through vinyl walls. I think the 8 units are going to be facing my entire yard from my front door to my shop in the back. So
Don't get it.
I want to know what they're going to do for us residents that live here if they get the approval for this development. We talked about the sewer, which I think they're trying to figure out a plan for that. I work in construction. I used to work for a major office here in Citrus County. And you guys got to shoot. I'm a little nervous there.
You're
I'm not
fine.
good at speaking.
You're
but,
fine.
the sewer is going to be a problem. They're going to have to build lift stations, just like the gentleman said. They're not going to get away from that. And then the buffer zone, what's going to protect my privacy in my backyard? That's something that we all need to look at. I am going to be the last guy in the world to tell somebody what to do with their property. But I just don't see that many units on that 5 acres in that neighborhood is going to work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Herb Sickler. I live on Pine Cone and Woodview Lane. My address is Woodview Lane. And this is in reference to traffic. The road's not wide enough. And the sewage, everything involved, everything everybody spoke about so far. So I really don't have much to say because you're hearing it all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Idonna Davis. I live on Woodview Lane, which is further down, but we do have traffic, a lot of traffic. Moved to that area in 1998, seen a lot of development, but I've lived in Citrus County since '85. And actually did some appraisal work on this whole area right here. Worked with Mr. Hall several times on different projects in the past. And anyway, what we're concerned about mostly in this area is because you don't have pictures, but I took some pictures and I'll be happy to show my phone around. A lot of the property that's there now in the Magnolia Village, which we've already addressed this, was and is an eyesore. It's got so much traffic right now with kids playing in the highway, cars parked all over the place. I mean, you're happy to look at my phone with all the pictures and everything. There's just so much going on right there right now that this particular development, even though we were told at the time that this Magnolia was being built that it wasn't going to be like that, well, guess what? Time marches on and people change a lot. Anyway, so there's also one big issue that no one has really addressed, and that has to do with the wildlife. Now, I recently had an issue, had to deal with wildlife, especially the gopher turtles. Now, the gopher turtles are a protected species, and nobody has even brought this up except maybe one or two of us. And there's a ton of gopher turtles in this area. And until somebody can address it and, do the proper management of wildlife removal for these areas, plus we've got coyotes, we've got turtles and chipmunks and squirrels and everything else. So there's a lot of wildlife in the area that we love. We don't want to, we moved into the area because of the property values that we have there that are larger. Most of them are 5 acre tracts. Some of them are 2.5 acre tracts is mine, just shy of that. And we'd like to keep it clean. We'd like to keep it safe. And right now it's getting to the point where it's not. I mean, you can come there anytime between school time and the afternoon, and there's so much traffic there, especially when now that they're developing the Target and all the other things, people are using that as a cut through. And I have a fenced in area, and thank God I do, because I have dogs. And if I didn't have them, God only knows what my dogs would be dead now, probably. I've had people shoot at them. I've had people poison them. And it's been very uncomfortable, and I know the development's going to happen, but it needs to stay within the codes. I'm not going to get into all the other, what everybody else has got. You've heard it all. And I just hope and pray that you nip this one in the butt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Dr. Paul Reinhardt, 325 South Jefferson, Beverly Hills, Florida. I had the pleasure to be in the county when these two roads, Woodview and Pinecone, were made. I used to take my parents to bingo games at the Knights of Columbus and cut through. I also visited frequently Dr. Jaime Chala in his double-story house, the first one that I used to see in Citrus County. And my dad used to make a comment, who the hell would spend $80,000 on a house in Beverly Hills? And that was quite expensive at the time. But what I want to say is, I don't take these roads anymore. It's crowded. You have these big trucks going down there, and it's like very, very thin. I avoid it totally, and I wait at the light, the Wawa area there, and I turn around on 491. But things have changed drastically. I think it's really too crowded to have all this stuff going on. I remember when you had working people renting in that I guess it's low-income housing there. It was a multi-story, 2 stories. But at the time, you had nurses renting around there. And now I understand, with the traffic and everything, it's just too much, and that's my opinion. I'm against it. And I visit Idonna Davis frequently. I know her, I would say, for at least 15 years, and I visited her house. And it just seemed to get so crowded for such a little road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm new to the area. I'm Tom Elman.
Welcome.
2477 North Pinecone Avenue. And when I bought this property there, I specifically thought it was a residential road there, low traffic, gonna be a quiet area. Not to get into what Brentwood is doing there, they're cutting 50 acres in back of me now. That would be on the east side of Pinecone Avenue there, but seems like there's gonna be a lot of housing or a lot of development that's trying to take care of this going on. Aside from this parcel that we're talking about here tonight. So are there gonna be sidewalks going up and down North Pinecone Avenue? Is it gonna be widened to meet standards for all the traffic? I think it has maybe 30-mile-an-hour speed limit sign on there with no through trucks. And right now, I would hope that Brentwood has gotten permits for all the trees that they've cutting down. It's his trees, he can harvest them. But I don't think Pinecone and the other North Road, are they rated for the size of these rigs that's hauling these trees out? I mean, there's a half a dozen or more each day going in and out. Now, as far as traffic, yes, it's pretty busy there. When you bring up Google Maps, here's your alternate access here. Who uses an alternate route except somebody in a hurry? So they come off of 486 or 491, bust down North Pinecone Avenue, and head back out to which other main road that they were doing. And we really need help with maybe lowering that speed limit to 20, that it would be a lot easier to enforce when somebody's doing 45, 50 mile an hour. Now, I've been spending the evening sitting out at my new build, trying to enjoy the peace and quiet. And it's not that quiet with the speed of traffic going, 20, 30 mile an hour, so obeying the limit, it's peaceful. But like I say, somehow it's been designated as a shortcut or an alternate route on Google Maps. I don't know if there's a way to request that, to have that, this is a residential street. It has signs saying no through trucks. Probably 4 to 5 in the morning, I hear semis coming down every day regularly. I assume they're doing delivery somewhere, not on this street. They're cutting through. Those are the regular ones, but it's additional is with what they're clear cutting in back of there. I thought it was said that it was 20 acres, and now the worker tells me it's 50 acres. Going to be affordable housing back here.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
When he's changing that from what used to be 1 acre estate lots to now he's wanting 4+ houses per acre on Brentwood there. So we'll address that later there too.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
If you all could pay attention to the clock, it's. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Douglas Dahlquist. I actually don't live there yet. My address is 2556 across the road, 3 lots up. My house will be done in April, supposedly. That will be my home. The people you've heard, that's their home. Whoever moves in here, that's a house for them. It's not their home. It's some real rich man's property that he charges as much rent for as he possibly can and wedges as much in there as he can. The plot map. Where are these people supposed to put their trash once a week before it gets picked up and hauled away? You heard about the narrow road. It's a very narrow road. There's not room there. It's the wrong place for it. I wouldn't have bought there if I knew that was being built.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Sir, can you turn in your green card? Sir, thank you.
Got my phone number on.
Hi, my name is Lori Montgomery. I live directly across the street from where this development's going to be going. Hopefully it doesn't go, but possibly will. But anyways, if it does, I hope it stays to the 4 units per acre as code. The setbacks are where they should be. As far as the road, a lot of traffic, you've heard that. We drive a dually truck, and whenever people pass us, our back tires are off the road because it is a small road. I get up and go to work in the morning. Unlike my neighbor, I didn't have time to do my research on none of this, but I get up and I leave my house at 6:20 every morning. Literally took me over 5 minutes to get out of Pinecone Avenue and cross 486 at 6:20 in the morning. How's it going to be, if this additional residents are put in? Also, we bought our house in 2005. The 5 acres across the street, of course, Magnolia Village wasn't there. If that was there, I'm pretty sure 100% wouldn't have bought. But Magnolia Village was not there when we bought our house in 2005. The people, actually the lady that owned the property 5 acres across the street, didn't know there was an MDR on that one either. She passed away, and her daughter and husband that lives in Ocala, of course, they inherited it. Obviously, they sold it to a developer. I don't know if it passed hands several times, but when we moved in, we didn't know that was the MDR. Magnolia Village was not there. This is our home. We've been there. We've raised our kids there. Obviously, I'm absolutely opposed to this taking place. The driveway is going to come right out in front of my driveway also. It's already hard enough to get out of the driveway because of the traffic. It's just going to make it double harder. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name's Daniel Griffith. Everybody said what they got to say, and I got to agree with him. He's saying that this is going to dump out onto 486. Well, that's not the way they go. They go up Pinecone. And when they make that curve, that's the launch point for the racetrack. Come by anytime, black marks up and down the road. We just don't need that in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Alona Mendocino. I live on Springleaf Lane, which is off of Pinecone, if you will look at the maps. I'm lot 75. I moved there in 1976, and I am still there. This is a family home. We have 4 acres of land, okay? I was the second house in that entire development. None of these people were there then. Okay? I bought it. I'm a Yankee by birth. I moved down here and fell in love with Citrus County. And I worked in Citrus County teaching school for over 35 years. So this is home to me. My children were raised here, and my grandchildren are being raised here now. This development, we saw the Magnolia. People have addressed that. I'm not going to go through it. But this development, even if there's 19 units, 2 cars per unit, okay, you are dumping, what, 76 cars onto this road? And again, yes, the road is narrow. It is not safe. It is not safe for kids to ride their bikes anymore. It's not safe to walk your dogs, okay? And as far as traffic on Pinecone, yes, that's terrible. But guess what? I live off of Pinecone, and those people that are coming from Magnolia Village over there, they use my road now as a racetrack. My son-in-law has had to stand out in the middle of the road to flag down kids going 50 and 60 miles an hour down that road, although it says 25 miles an hour, okay? As far as exemptions to the LDC or the comp plan, I am totally against this. This needs to be reviewed, okay? Removing these trees, we saw the blight that, I don't know how it was approved, of all of those trees taken out down 491 past the post office in that area. I'm just appalled at what has happened to our beautiful county as far as that is concerned. So the other thing that I'm going to address right now, and I find it particularly onus, is the fact that I have not received a notification about this particular land usage. I didn't get a notification in my mail. I didn't get an email. I didn't get any kind of notification about it. And there's no excuse. I've been here since 1976. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm seeing no more speakers. So at this point, would the applicant like to have a rebuttal? Does the applicant get a rebuttal? Doctor?
I tried my best to write down all of the comments from every speaker, as I'm sure most of you, if not all of you guys did. I'd like to go through a few of them. I want to point out that most of the time when a PUD comes before you guys, it's not a complete signed and sealed set of engineered plans. It's a schematic of what could be. And the check boxes get checked. Does it have central water? Does it have central sewer? Does it have all of these rules and requirements that we have in our LDC? And then it's up to a design professional to engineer those. And so, yeah, I know, and it's been a while since he got up here, but Mr. Hall, who went first and who you have an exhibit with, I just want to point out a few things. There are no utility easements, there are no water easements, and there's no right-of-way easements, and there's no lift station easements. And the reason is, respectfully, there doesn't need to be in a private development. Personally, I have designed and owned similar facilities just like this in our county where there are no easements because there are no split ownerships. So there is not a requirement to have utility easements. And as Ms. Coutu said, there's not a requirement to have a public road. It is a private driveway that services all of the residents under one ownership. And a lift station would be designed the exact same way. No utility easements are required, as long as all of the other check boxes with FDEP and the Citrus County Land Development Code, Engineering Division, Utility Division, everybody approves those things. Your exhibit also says that it's not compatible. I already kind of mentioned that, but I want to reemphasize the fact that there's 28 multifamily units adjacent and there's 29 single family. And so to say it's incompatible, I think is probably not the best choice of words. It is very compatible with half of the surrounding area within 500 feet, or 550 feet, I'm sorry. So now I'd like to transition and maybe get you to think about this in a different way. With the exception of Mr. Hall's comments, which are very thorough, every other comment that you may have written down would still be a comment regardless of if there were 19 homes built or if there were 32 homes built. Traffic is an issue that we won't be looking at or shouldn't be looking at Magnolia Village to the south, the issues with not being safe, Pinecone being a cut through, traffic congestion, the roadway being too narrow, low income housing, which we didn't even speak of, because I mentioned it was higher upscale housing, which would, as one gentleman mentioned, which would bring up higher rents. All of those comments would still be there if this developer built by right what he was allowed to build. And so, as I mentioned before, there are 19 units allowed to be built there. We're requesting an increase to that. Those 19 units that would be built, they would get the same average setback that we're requesting through the permitting process. They would most likely get the same reduced setbacks and buffers without having to come before board. So we're not asking for anything other than a few more units that we wouldn't be able to get otherwise by right going straight to permitting. And so I'd like you to think about that and consider that as you ponder this application and all the public comment, as well as all the testimony that you've received in the backup materials. We're not really dealing with something that is a concern over the density. It's a project in general, which is going to happen. I'd just like you to ponder that.
Okay. So we've closed the public portion. We've allowed the applicant to have a rebuttal. Is there any discussion regarding this application by the board?
Yes, ma'am. I have.
Yes, Commissioner Bays.
Clarification from staff. If the applicant is unable to connect through the manhole with the central sewer, what is the position then about the gravity fed? Is that what?
It cannot be an aerobic septic. I heard somebody in the public say that. Central sewer is not aerobic septic. She's correct. It has to serve 2 or more people and have an operator. A gang septic doesn't qualify in that. So they would have to go a little further.
So it would have to be hooked up to our central utilities.
They could possibly do a package plant or central sewer, yes.
Who would own the road and the utilities at that point?
It's not a road, it's a drive, so it's a private internal drive like any in an apartment complex would look like.
And they're required to maintain that drive? Or is the county required to maintain that drive?
It's not dedicated to the public, so the public would not have any liability or any responsibility to maintain that. It's a driveway.
And how does that affect the utilities that service that along that drive?
They have to provide services however acceptable to the utility provider. That's not something that's spelled out in the land development code specifically that it must be here or here or here in an easement.
So what they're asking for, and I just want clarification for myself, is a change from a 50-foot setback to a 40-foot setback?
From the center line, yes, that is one of the requests that they asked for, yes.
And the reduction in the buffer?
The reduction in the buffer from a wall to a fence, yes.
And 25 foot to 10 foot?
He said 25 foot most of the way, but he did say there were some areas where they would have to do 15. That's what Dr. Weber was saying.
And then to the applicant, one of my concerns is green space. And you indicated that this was going to be more of an upscale unit. And if that's the case, you're not providing a garage. You're only providing a driveway. And then and I guess your lease is there's 2 cars. It's a 2-bedroom, and in the backup it says there's parking for 2 cars per unit. Is that correct?
.4 is required, and we're allotting for 2, yes.
And is there?
But remember,
And is there parking for guests, family?
So if you factor that out, I believe there's 9 extra parking spaces on site. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it's 8 or 9 extra spaces on site based on our own rules.
But that's just because of the 1.4 required. Okay. So if everybody has 2 cars, there's no parking left.
In theory, if everybody's home.
And are you talking about, can I interrupt you? I'm sorry, but you're talking about 32 vehicles?
It's possible.
Thank you. That's all my
But
questions for the moment.
Before Mr. or Dr. Wilbur. goes
Dr.
away,
Wilbur, you might want to just stay up there. Commissioner Davis, you have something?
So, 1975 square feet each, that's per building or per unit? It looks
That's
like
total.
it's per unit.
That's total. So it would be divided by 2.
Right.
Is per unit.
So a little less than
Per door.
1,000 square feet per unit.
I think it's about 980 roughly.
Yeah,
yes.
I just was, if, I know this was drawn to scale, it looked like it was roughly 900 and something. What is the target cost for that, since you, because Commissioner Bays brings up some excellent points, and the way this is laid out, if I had guests coming and me and my roommate, whatever, each had a car, I'm not gonna use another unit's parking space without permission, because there's 2 spaces directly in front of each home, and it doesn't seem to promote sharing. I'm also really, I have multiple concerns about this project. I want to like it, but there's a lot of concerns. There's no central recreation area. There's no real green space. This is really pushing maximum density for this footprint.
Yeah, so if you look at the current site plan, the newer one, you'll notice that the areas in between the houses, and also there's an increase between where the retention pond starts and the rear of the homes. And so there's actually a trail that could go all the way around this site as green space. And again, remember, this is one ownership, so there's no deeded lots. So it's common space, even the parking as you just mentioned. And I would also mention that if there was 19 homes, there would still only be 2 per spot, and this concern would still be there. So it's a rule as 1.4 because that's even conservative in and of itself in our LDC. So the target audience you mentioned, I would suspect because of the size, the 2s, that there's going to be not a lot of necessarily families with young kids. You might have some retirees. You might have some nurses who are here for 9 months to a year working at one of the hospital locations, which is happening a lot in our county. So I don't think 2 spaces is pushing the envelope. I think it's going above and beyond what was probably a realistic condition.
Do you have a target rental? That'll help me position it in
Yeah,
my
so
mind.
because of the size, because the 2 in our area right now, I would say that that's got to rent for $1,400 a month. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
$1,400 a month. And that's going to include the utilities, because most likely it'll be a master meter on one side that all of them are fed from. And it'll also probably include lawn care, because you would want to make sure you're controlling the whole thing since they don't own grass.
Okay. I can address other things later. Those are just my questions for him.
Commissioner Kennard, do you have anything?
Nope. I don't know.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I think my questions were answered.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Martin is going to retain ownership of every unit and rent them out?
Yeah, there's no plat, there's no condo, it's one ownership. The property appraiser will actually, that's another thing I was gonna say. The property appraiser will actually view that as one entity, and they won't even break it up into individual units. They will come up with their tax roll based on the total density, and that'll be what he's billed. So it'll remain one unit, one ownership, one tax bill.
Okay, well, today's my lucky day. Long day, and I'm telling you, I do love being a commissioner, and I'm not being fresh. But I have the great fortune of owning a plaza that looks up back to, is it Silver Hill. And we've owned it since 1997. And I have used Pinecone for many years. And the other lucky part of this job is that the person that has bought this is my neighbor on my street at the house I live on. So I'm just going to make everybody happy. I agree completely with what you're saying because I live there. This is my neighborhood. We've lived in this district for almost 28 years. I go down Pinecone, been going down since 1997. I remember when Brandywine was rubble and y'all fixed that up, Gaston, and that was a big coup for that neighborhood. I have trouble. I look at this and you know, doctor, this is what I want. This is what we need. But this is incompatible. This is taking a piece of land and literally it almost looks like I'm going to take every inch of this land and disregard the street out front because we're not going to be able to hold the landowner to widen that street. We don't have that in our comp plan, which I think is a mistake, and we might one day visit that. There's no sidewalks. When I go down that street and I don't have a very large car, I literally feel like I take up the whole road. So I agree with this. I agree with the citizens. Again, it hurts me because I think that this is something we need, but this to me is really, really pushing the envelope. And I know you're doing your job, but you know, wouldn't it have been nice to have something a little more reasonable for this neighborhood and for what you want to accomplish? So, second time today, I'm going to agree with the PDC's. It's inconsistent with our comp plan. It's incompatible with the neighborhood. I've reviewed all the evidence, and I agree with PDC and the professionals that we employ. This is not the best fit, and it's inconsistent. So, even though I know we need this, but I cannot support this, and that's what I got. Anybody else?
Sure.
Yes?
I think
Commissioner Davis.
Everyone who spoke, thank you for bringing all this forward. It seems to me that we have two separate issues. Shame on you for cutting through a neighborhood to get home.
I'm not cutting through. I'm going to work.
Perhaps if it's appropriate, Mr. Howard, to have staff look into getting with Google. I know it's an onerous process, but you can get Google to stop recommending certain routes. That will at least alleviate new people from learning that route. Secondly, we do have a speeding problem in this county. I have heard from my house, which is multiple roads and lots off of 486, like a decent distance, just sounds like a international speedway going down 486. And so we have approved more deputies. I think we're going to approve more deputies. Hopefully that will allow them to have more staff, that you can get them to come and start, you know, because what is the speed limit now? 30, I'm guessing 35, you're not allowed to answer. But you talked about going down to 20, whatever it is, it needs to be enforced. So it doesn't necessarily need to be 20, but it needs to be enforced. So here's where I'm coming down on this. In the pro column is that it's an internal driveway, so it should be substantially better looking than Magnolia Village. We need rentals of this size and price point in this county badly. I hear Dr. Wilburn's example of traveling nurses, and I think that that's a absolute, possible type person that's going to rent there. I find it to be compatible on two sides. However, this is crying out for we talked about this earlier, transitional zoning. It is, in the downside, it is incompatible, non-compatible on two sides. And it is not creating a sense of community. You are packing every square inch of that property into rental. You're not creating a central anything for a sense of place and community. So the person who said that rentals are not a home, I used to rent. I think most of us in this room probably have. Your pride of ownership can come with a rental payment as well. People either take pride in their home or they don't. So I do reject that argument. However, a community, a developer who creates a sense of place with the community and doesn't set it up for arguments about parking spaces. Because I gotta tell you, I'd be a little ticked if one of my neighbors, I come home and I don't have both parking spaces available for me and my roommate. That creates discord. So you need a better sense of place there. I want, like I said, I want to like this, but as presented, I cannot support it.
Commissioner Bays?
In our backup, and this is going to be directed more to administration and staff, but there's garbage and there's trash. And I've seen this all over the place in our county, and frankly, my attitude is not accepting of it. So whatever we have to do to start getting this county into compliance and stop this, I'm begging you. I don't care if you have to hire 10 people, get it fixed. It is a new day in Citrus County, and I really frankly don't have a tolerance.
Folks,
As for, and it was also addressed in here about the buffers and the berms and the landscaping. If it's required, and it is, because I sat on this board in 2012 and it's our land development code, if you put the landscaping in, it is required to be maintained. I want staff to make sure that this landscaping buffer, if you put it in, it is to be maintained and to be consistent. That is a priority of mine. We are on the trajectory to have more growth and be ran over in this county, but by my standards, it's going to be good growth. We are going to have smart growth. We are going to have green space. We are going to have quality development in this county. I am not in the mood to approve stuff that you're not going to bring to us, where we're going to make exceptions for. I agree, we need projects like this, but not with comp plan and land development code exceptions. So I cannot approve this as well. And the next thing on my list here is if there is a posting of no through truck traffic on that road, let's see what's going on. Why do we have truck traffic going down that road that shouldn't be? And if what we can do to enforce that code. That's my rant.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you?
Please.
Maybe I could applaud for them because I want to applaud that speech.
Listen, you behave. It's getting late.
All right,
we're
ladies.
getting a little punchy, but Commissioner Finnegan.
I cannot say it any better than what Commissioner Bays said.
I said it first.
I'll just say ditto.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
I think it's too intense.
Thank you. That's a great word. And I think that we need to be more purposeful in what we allow with and stop with the variances. And you did. You were a little hangry, but you said it beautifully. So at this point, it doesn't sound like we have a consensus for an approval. So do we need to make a motion? Am I looking for a motion? You gotta give him one more bite?
I see Dr. Wilburn approaching. I
just
don't know.
want to clarify, a no vote, does that prohibit my client from permitting this project through regular LDC? Does it put a year timestamp?
No, it puts a year timestamp on this application, but if he meets the. Oh.
Well, then can I ask for a continuance?
Continuance for
this
So-
application.
So because there's a previous PUD in place, I got to go through the process of getting that removed.
So you would like a
And I
continuance so
can't do
that
that
you
right
can
now.
adjust?
No, I need a continuance so that I can
Just call it a continuance of
erase
the
the
app.
PUD.
just call it a continuance of the application, and then Dr. Wilburn will work with staff to bring the appropriate application before you.
Okay, do we need a motion to do a continuance? or
Yes,
just-
only the applicant can ask for a continuance, and I've heard on the record the applicant has asked for a continuance.
So board, I'm looking for a motion to accept a continuance.
Madam Chair.
I move to continue.
Nope.
Oh.
Please clarify what a motion for continuance actually means in layman's terms so that we all understand what we're voting on.
Okay, so in other words, the applicant has come before you and has determined that the application is not ripe for your consideration. You can accept the request to continue it, or you can not accept the request to continue, and you can vote on the application that's before you.
But what does that give the latitude for them to do differently based on the time frame?
They get to basically do anything. They can amend the drawing that they have before you. They can amend their request. They can withdraw their request completely, or they can amend it to change it considerably, like he's suggesting that may be just to remove the existing plan development. It's a clean, it can be a clean slate or not.
Doctor, you did hear the neighbors for this project. You heard me, I'm a neighbor. So I would just bear that in mind if this board did give you a continuance, to please listen to what the neighborhood is saying.
Yeah, I would actually, might shove myself in a hole here, but I would want the continuance so that I could remove the PUD. And I can't do that now.
Okay.
I'd make a motion to grant the continuance.
Thank you, sir. I've got a motion by Commissioner Kennard. I'm looking for a second.
I will second it. I'm having faith.
That's good.
I have a question for the attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
So does this give him any by rights development if they take away the PUD to do something that we don't want?
Yes.
What
Because
specifically?
what's the zoning? It's medium density residential, so they can do anything that they can do within medium density residential by right.
Which remind me what density that is.
4 units per acre.
Up to 4 without central water and sewer. Higher than that would need a PUD before you. A single family would be allowed.
So half an acre per unit.
Could be allowed, single family, yes. They would have to have frontage on a road.
So
They'd have to create
it's a 5 acre parcel? Yeah.
almost 5 acres, yeah, just under.
Okay, so, and you said 4, so that's 20 units.
They can
So
go
the
up to
19,
4, just
yep.
under, yeah. Without central sewer.
Without central sewer?
Yeah, I'm
So
not,
by allowing this, you're saying they don't continue?
You're not even considering it yet. He'd have to come back before you to remove the PUD. You don't,
So we're not letting the fox into the hen house, are we, with this?
at this point, no. He has to come back before you with another hearing.
Please, I'm asking.
He has to
next.
come back before you with another hearing. Whether that'll change the viewpoint without a PUD, I don't know.
So he's gonna have to come back before us, and we have, we've said what we feel. The neighborhood said what they feel, and, okay. Madam Attorney,
I think Dr. Wilburn, throughout his presentation, was referring to what could be there. He repeatedly referred to 19. So.
I'm going to withdraw my motion. Scares me.
may I? So for clarification purposes, if we approve withdrawing the PUD by right, I mean, like, we couldn't stop it if the applicant wanted to do 19 units.
First step is there's an expired PUD. That has to be removed.
Yeah, I got that part.
Right.
I'm saying,
So
but
if-
after that, if we remove the PUD, by right, he can develop
19.
19, and we could not stop it
So long as he met all of the requirements of.
Single-family residences, they couldn't be duplexes like this.
I don't have as much of a problem with duplexes as
Okay.
I do with the overall density.
And he would have to have road frontage, so he'd have to create, plat, and construct a roadway internally, so each one had enough frontage.
Yeah, and so if we don't allow the PUD to be disintegrated, what is the alternate use? Because I do pay attention to the gentleman who said, you're the last person to tell somebody else what to do with their property. I also have to honor personal property rights. I hope y'all understand that, so I'm trying to thread the needle here. So what is the possible use for that property with the PUD?
You would be asking Dr. Wilburn to bring back a PUD before you that you can accept.
And
Those
that,
are his choices, either remove it or bring something for you that you can actually adopt.
okay, and that could potentially be something more along the lines of what we are discussing. Yeah, so I'm not gonna vote to remove the PUD then. Sorry.
So are
Or
you going
not.
to be the second for the continuance?
Nope. I'm not seconding that.
Okay.
Yeah, I withdrew my motion.
So we have a motion, and I'm looking for a second. Okay, that didn't-
Dies for a lack
it
of a
dies
second.
for a lack of a second. So next,
You have to make a decision on this application.
I'm looking for a motion.
I make a motion to deny the application.
I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that, but I'm gonna get one more point of clarification. Sorry, guys, a lot of legal stuff. So if we deny this, though, he still can come back with a fresh application that's different.
It has to be considerably different than this one before you, or he has to wait a year.
Okay, define considerably different, Madam Attorney.
There's not really a definition. It has to look like a different type of application. If you think of it in the way that you all know that if a motion of some sort dies, that it can't be brought back by somebody who was not in the prevailing side of the motion.
Of course, yes, I understand.
So it's the same concept. So you've denied it once.
Sort of the spirit of it, because there
Yes,
is no
it's-
exact letter?
Yes, it's got to look considerably different
Right.
than this.
Okay.
So, I mean, it might have more green space. It might have some recreational amenities. It might have
Is there a
fewer
time-
units.
Is there a time frame?
A year.
So he has to wait a year before he can bring something back to us.
Unless it's considerably different.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I just asked. If it's
Yeah.
considerably different, is there a time frame?
No.
Okay, so I think that's what's got to happen. This is too intense. So, do we have a second? Are you my second?
Yep.
Okay. Do we open it back up to the public?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so board, I'm looking for a vote on the motion and the second to deny this application. Thank you. I'm sorry, it's getting late. All in favor of denying this application?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, T4.
Fell asleep. I just need 1 second to wake it up. All right, Commissioners, next you're considering PUD-22-05. And with regard to this application, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record?
Where do you want to start?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennard.
No.
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 Thank you. And at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas by redesignating approximately
Can you lower your voices? We still have one more application here. Thank you.
by redesignating approximately 1.5 acres from the low-density residential district with a planned unit development for 3 residential units to the low-density residential district with an amended planned unit development for 1 residence and an accessory dwelling unit, providing for applicability, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And commissioners, we need to adopt the materials into the backup.
Looking for a motion to adopt the backup materials.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Gonna motion and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0 passes.
And
Acceptance.
Mr. Furman is here for the applicant.
Are you scared?
Good evening, I'm Paul Furman with Furman Civil Designs. For this application, I'm representing David Lamond and Randy McCabe, the owner of the properties. So you finally made it to the last application, but you probably haven't had time to read the notes of the October PDC hearing. So I'll give you some of my background on this project once again. In 2018, I appeared before the PDC and this board representing a previous developer for a portion of this property. The board granted approval for a planned development consisting of 3 single-family homes with design drainage and central water and sewer. The improvement plans for that project were fully permitted by the county. However, the previous developer decided not to proceed with the project and sold the property to David Lamond and Brandy McCabe, who already owned the adjacent 2 lots. The property for this application now includes all 11 of the original unrecorded subdivision lots that are bounded on the south, east, and west by man-made canals, and on the north side by West Kensington Drive. The new owners intend to construct a single-family residence with a detached guest house on the property. Design drainage will still be provided according to Section 6420 of the Land Development Code, and there will still be connections to central water and sewer. Site development plans have been submitted to the County Building Division for permitting. The site plans that are included in this application package have already been thoroughly reviewed by county staff, and I believe that they can be approved for construction. For this project, the staff and PDC have agreed that instead of providing a 15-foot wide natural vegetation buffer adjacent to the canal, there will be a 10-foot setback between the top of the canal bank and the nearest stormwater treatment swale. The stormwater treatment swale will be 6 inches deep and will meander along the canal in existing open areas, along the existing tree line, and between existing trees. The existing trees will be preserved as much as possible. We have no objection to the approval conditions suggested by staff. Some of these conditions have already been met, namely the submittal of a residential stormwater management plan that includes erosion control measures. I'd be glad to answer your questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Commissioner Finnegan? Nothing?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Marita Naya, Senior Planner with Land Development. This application is to amend an existing PUD to allow for a single-family house with an accessory dwelling unit in the LDR district. This property is approximately 1.5 acres, vacant and surrounded by water on 3 sides. The owner has separately submitted a lot reconfiguration to combine those 11 lots into 1 lot. The surrounding area is primarily residential, with most of those homes being built prior to the Land Development Code. This is looking at the property from West Kingston Drive. This is looking at the south end of the property. The previous PUD had noted that there's a spring run on the south side, which requires a 100-foot waterfront setback per the Land Development Code. And this is the vegetation adjacent to that water body. The comprehensive plan has vegetative buffer requirements for waterfront and wetland lots. It's 25 feet for Spring Run and 15 feet from other water bodies. This photo here is taken at the East Canal. This is the current master plan established in 2018. It proposed 3 single-family residences on individually platted lots with shared drainage. There were multiple deviations requested at that time, including a 15-foot waterfront setback to the east and west canal and a 25-foot waterfront setback to the Spring Run Canal on the south end. This is the proposed master plan. The applicant proposes a 2-story residence and a guest house. Staff is in support of the requested 65-foot waterfront setback to the Spring Run. This is a major improvement from the previously requested 25-foot setback. The applicant proposes retention soils, which as proposed where they're located, does encroach into the required vegetative buffers. Staff does not support this request. However, the PDC voted that the grading impact cannot be closer than 10 feet to the water body and wetland, which would at least establish a minimum setback, unlike the current PUD. Overall, this amendment would eliminate the non-conforming lots with the lot reconfiguration application. It requests 1 single family instead of the 3, and it keeps a PUD, which provides safeguards. Lastly, the PDC heard this application on October 20th, recommended approval with the revised conditions. There, just to clarify, there was a resubmittal submitted by the applicant right before quasi, but it didn't change the master plan and it won't affect the ordinance. They're just additional detail pages.
And could you repeat to me what condition the PDC didn't approve? Did I say that right?
They wanted to amend, staff did not support the deviation for the, to encroach into the setbacks, the vegetative buffer. So it is condition number 6.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, the PDC wrote that it can be no closer than 10 feet. The current PUD said to the maximum extent possible, so at least this PUD gives a definitive minimum requirement of the 10 feet.
Thank you. Does the applicant have anything to say to this?
What I tried to say to the PDC was that these canals are, once again, man-made. It's not the same as a property that's adjacent to a natural wetland. These are dredged canals. Most of the material on the property is fill, and whatever trees are there have grown since the dredging occurred, which was back in the 1960s or 70s. So I think that the requirement for a natural vegetation buffer shouldn't apply here.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That's the grand finale.
Thank you. Okay, I've lost my way. Could you help me out?
At this time, it would be open to the public.
Thank you. Hi.
Okay, so I didn't plan on speaking, but I just had a question. So we live, I'm Christy Singleton. We own 2304 South Gavin Terrace, which is, I think on the picture, looks like we might be close to the little future guest house maybe. Is that where?
That's on the east side.
Yeah, so I just have a question. We're fairly new to the area, forgive my ignorance. So when we say that the canals are man-made, they're not as protected as a regular natural-made water. Is that what we're stating? Is that what they mean? The reason I'm asking is we have tons of wildlife in those canals, man-made, natural-made, however made. I have pictures of manatee that were there this morning, big, gorgeous, beautiful manatee in the back. So is that protected? I'm not against
I think all he's trying
developing the
to say
property.
is that the vegetation buffer, what he's referring to is that's grown up since it was all dredged and cut
Okay.
out. So he's opposing the requirement
Okay.
that they have for that.
Because I really, our purpose in coming was actually just kind of to see what they were doing with the property, not a big, yay or nay either way. But just want to make sure that that is still protected, just because it is a man-made canal, that still gets the same protection and those animals get the same regard as they would regardless of where they're living, right?
In the canal,
That's what we're
yes,
saying?
ma'am.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I'm there. Okay. That was it. It's not a big deal.
Thank
I'm not an
you.
arguer. I just wanted to clarify that because I
No,
kind of
please, thank
maybe
you.
misunderstood the question.
Welcome to Citrus County.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hi there, Commissioners. My name is Dave Lamont. I'm one of the owners of the property, and this is mine and Brady McCabe's dream home, dream area. This is our final spot. We're moving up from the Sarasota County area eventually once we get all this done. So we love Citrus County. We've been coming here since 2014. So we've always had good experiences. I know this has been kind of a tribulation getting this part done, but I think it'll be well worth it, and we just love the area. Speaking to our neighbors, all the sides, we are going to be good neighbors. We are going to be stewards of land. We don't plan on cutting down a bunch of trees, that's why we love it, because it's wooded and waterfront, and we love the animals and the fish and the manatee. So we're there to respect the land, make it our home. On the plan it shows for a future guest house, but that's if my mom or her mom ever want to come stay with us or be with us full time. They're still active, so that it may never happen, but I didn't want to have to come back to you guys again and try this all over again. So it's a future use, but this will be essentially a single family home. Be less density. It'll be us using it. We maintain it now, even though there's nothing on it. Just keep it mowed and keep it nice looking. So we'll be good citizens, and hopefully folks approve this. And we can move on and build our dream home. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? I just want to say, born and raised in Sarasota, my husband and I, and you're going to love it up here. The nicest people in the whole state of Florida.
If you can find more Sarasodians that want to come buy 3 lots and convert them to one, bring them on.
Yeah, I do like yeah. So, excuse me? Yes?
Me too. Oh my gosh. She's sick, she's tired, you're freezing.
Okay, so at this time, board, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the applicant's
I'll
request.
second. Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan, and we don't need any more public comment. Do we need some board comment?
Quick question. Does the motion include the staff recommendation for the increased setbacks from the vegetation, or no?
Yes.
Even though that's just overgrowth from the dredge canal?
I'd like to clarify, the condition number 6 has it at 10 feet as proposed by the applicant. So we
10
did
feet.
go with what the applicant requested. He came up to the PDC
All
and
right,
said
I'm
10
sorry, I
feet.
misunderstood.
Okay.
Okay, yes? Yes. This is based on competent and substantial evidence.
And then read the PUD-22-22-05.
Is that what you want?
Any one of y'all can say what you need to say. Any one of y'all.
Say
Based
it.
on competence.
I just said it, but I wasn't the motioner, so.
Any one of y'all.
Thank you. Did you hear it? Is it on the record? Thank you. Can I get a vote from the board in favor of this application? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? You have it. Congratulations, 5-0. And, can I adjourn at this time? I'm gonna,
Don't you, I think, do you have open to the public or something again?
no.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We are adjourned.